Come in. Do you read me? I rise, I fall back to the ground. I lied, complied, and yet still decay. I fight, I thrive by killing myself. Somehow survive another day. Should I measure the time I have? Should I ever dream my own dream? Should I ever become myself? Have a mouth but no scream. Open my gray eyes soul to see this world that I thought would be my grave. Survive, I survive, but this path made of bones is one that I paid. Gave up my heart, but I am trapped in this undying form of metal. I kill the weak parts I possess. All thorns, no use for a petal. Comes, time goes, I can't control. I gave, I take, more than it may seem. Blood spilled, I killed, carried all my sins. Now how can I accept this dream? Do I even see what I want? Do I feel that which I have lost? Do I deserve this love I've got? Some life can't be uncrossed. Open my gray eyes soul to see this world which I could not call my own. Survive, I survive, but that field made of bones must read what I saw. Gave up my heart, but I am trapped in this unending mission of mine. I kill the weak parts I possess. Can I return behind the line? But suddenly I saw the lights that lit up my black world with 4 different color lights. I try to grab them with my hand, even though those colors blend to red in the past. But suddenly I saw the lights that lit up my black world with 4 different color lights. I try to grab them with my hands, even though those colors fade to gray in the past. Open my gray eyes soul to see this world in which I'm truly alive. Survive, I survive, but inside I ask myself now, can I thrive? Gave up my heart, but now I'm saved by these reflections of my own crime. I killed the weak parts I possess, but can I protect them this time? Is it anyone here? Did you read me? Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all having a lovely start to the day. I'm here to ruin that. I love that's how we start most of the Legatus 505 streams is like, hey, I'm here to ruin your happy day. Hi, Futan. Hello, everybody. I have a bit of a sore throat today, because of course I do on the final fucking Legatus 505 read-through. So if I sound a bit groggy, I'm very sorry. I'm hoping it'll like go away as we move on, since, you know, Legatus's voice is kind of stressful as is. Let's see. Monsters, come in. Do you read me? Oh no, it's okay. We're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it, chat. We're gonna be fine. Oh my god. Good morning, Futsan. Hope your throat feels better soon. I hope it will too, but at least I can do Legatus voice, so that's all that really matters. But yeah, we are going to be finishing off Legatus 505 today. So keep in mind, this is going to be very emotional. There are going to be some dark parts. I don't think there's actually as many content warnings as we've had in the past, so I think that should be fine. Let's see if I still have my content. Yeah. Okay, that one just says gore, gore, lots of gore. I know I have... There we go. Okay, yeah, we'll keep this one up at all times. That'll be perfect. But yeah, I don't think there's much gore in this one. I think there's like one chapter that has body horror and the rest of it is pretty chill. Gelu's in chat? Wait, we have a Gelu now as well as... Where's Gelu? Holy shit. Where's my Lulu? Where's the mommy? I don't see Gelu in chat. Maybe I missed it. Damn, it must have been a while ago. This is fine. We definitely had a Volpez over the last couple of weeks, so... Damn, we got a Gelu now too. Hi, Futsan and Confidence. Hello. Sorry, as I was saying, warnings before we start. Yeah. Bruh. Oh, there's an Avidia in chat too. Hello, Avidia. I see Gelu Carnis. How do I keep missing this? What the fuck? Am I going crazy? You guys trolling me? Ernest, Def Kuzu, Jay, Nere, Janet, Deschita, Bamboo, Sparrow, Splat, Paradox, Mint, Rain, Annoy. What the fuck? Muffin, Nicole, Navs, Paradox, Bizarcoma. Okay, I see in a video. I still don't see... I see Iris Park. Holy shit, everybody's back today. Iris Park has been a while. God damn. Voldy? Was there a Voldy in chat? Holy shit. I wish I had my comfy grabber on right now. If you guys are still role-playing these at the end of the stream, I'd love to grab some of these. I didn't even notice Voldy. Do I have this set to just, like, the biggest chats? 1 second. All messages, not top messages. There we go. Anyway, I hope I can comfy grab those later, because I kind of want to see what avatars they're using as well. Yeah, no, Iris Park did have a piece of fat art at one point. Voldy is a membership too. I'm cackling. That's crazy. So they've been planning this for a while, or they managed to get sniped by a gifted immediately. That's so funny. They're haunting you, Legatus. That's fine. Legatus deserves it. He knows he deserves it. But yeah, okay. Warnings before we begin this. Obviously, this one is going to get very emotional. It is going to be the finale, which means it's the culmination of 3 years. It's the culmination of everything Legatus has done. So there is going to be a lot going on. Probably a lot of catharsis, but also a lot of pain. So if at any point you need to step out and just be like, okay, this right here is too much for me, understand that that's completely okay. Do not worry about it. Just drop out, disappear, and come back for the VOD, or just read it on the blog later, whichever you feel more comfortable with. Oh, now Gelukan is membership. Okay. Man, you used Wally as an avatar? That's fucked up. Now I feel even worse. I guess that is one way to be like careful about not stealing anything else. Thank you for the cute little role player you guys are doing. With that said, we are going to dive into this. The first chapter is very, very long. The second chapter is not as long, so it won't be super, super long. And there's only going to be 2 chapters today, so prepare for the end. You guys ready to dive into this? Well adapted to Junji Ito stuff, so it would depend on how far you go, Fuchan. Oh yeah, no worries. It won't be as far as Junji Ito. If you're used to that kind of stuff, you're fine. It's just, you know, it's going to be emotional for the 3-year journey that we've been on. There's a Fellis. Oh my god, Fellis Nix. What avatar are you using? I can't quite see it. It's too
zoomed out. Oh, yeah, it's one of the beautiful pieces of fan art where he's down on the ground. Okay, let's do this then. Where's my Legatus 505? Uh-oh. Where did I leave it? Is it just read through? No, it's not just read through. There we go. See, it's only light gore on this one. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, everybody. But then, we are starting off exactly where we left off. Which means... Also, as usual, let me know if the music is too quiet, too loud. Whatever we do on the way, let me know. Chapter 9. The second fall. Content warnings. Just some light gore. It's okay. The chapter title. I mean, you guys knew this was coming. It had to come eventually. Grief isn't a subject that I know much about. Surprising, perhaps, if you've heard my story thus far. But I wouldn't lie to you, dear listener. The setting sun soaks my childhood home in rotten brown hues. Barely visible beyond the shroud of waste left in the air, it still manages to cast shadows on the earth below. Shadows which stretch now, far further than that which cast them. With a mighty rumble, the last chunk of stone falls into place atop the mass. Grey chunks of plaster, concrete, and tile, all piled into a ridiculous-looking cairn. For centuries, these materials had held firm against the sun, providing those who hid within the walls from its scorching rays. My hands made light work of them, ripping and tearing whatever was needed to build this new monument which would protect no one. An ugly pile of rocks, splattered everywhere with the blue blood that gave away the secrets within. I look down at my own hands as they tremble. The job wasn't hard. Destroying things is what I'm best at. Still, my hands tremble on as more blue liquid beads at the edge of my jacket sleeve. Before another drop falls, I bring the whole fist down, smashing the rock I just lowered carefully onto the top. The whole room is engulfed in grey dust, dyeing everything within it ashen. As it begins to settle, I raise my fist into the air. Matted with grey filth, the limb is stabled once more. I open and close the fist a few times, ensuring that it won't shake on me again. Grief isn't a subject that I know much about, dear listener, but violence, that comes to me so naturally. I pop open my jacket pocket, feeling the hefty weight of the hard drive that once contained the professor's imprint inside. A single twist of my hand adds the remains I could collect of Gelu's hard drive. Shards of silver that once made up the magnetic discs that held all that she was. It was more of a ceremony than I had ever performed for my father when he passed. No thoughts had been paid to grieving or remembrance back then. I'd skipped all of that and immediately turned to revenge. Gratification of a more tangible kind that might not bring any form of closure. I need to correct that, my bad. But still felt so good. Even now, my mind fills with similar thoughts. No time to linger on in the shadows. There's a fire raging which can scorch so many more. A fire that casts dancing shadows over everything, turning every pile of rocks into something more. My hand coils around the net jack attached to my waist. It had taken days back then to find the killers and dish out the punishments they deserved. This time, it would be so much easier. I don't even have to unclip the weapon. I simply angle it so the red tip presses against my inner thigh, focusing my mind on the command to release. No. My eyes open once more and take in the last remnants of the sun setting in the horizon. There's a better option. My body carries me backwards, colliding with the door frame as I push my way out of the room. One final mission. Fulgur Ovid has never failed a Legadio. This one hasn't reached its conclusion yet. 2 fingers press to my temple and begin a call to Praetor Chroma. Ovid? Before any ringing, her voice is on the other side of the line. She sounds calm, same as she ever is. This was just another mission after all, same as all those before it. Several moments of silence pass while I ride the elevator down. I'd called Chroma without thinking about it much, and now I needed to word the next part carefully. Ovid, are you okay? There was the unease. Her usual confident voice had a whisper-like quality to it now. Not the fleeting whisper of empathy. This was the hush of fear. Traitor, I say. I recovered the professor's imprint. A sigh of relief comes from the other end of the line. And Gelu? She asks after. All the tension is gone from her voice already. Anything else is just debriefing after all. The mission is already complete. Shut down before she could do any more damage. There's more silence from the other end of the line until I reach the ground floor and step out of the elevator, ignoring all the filth that tries to get in my way as I leave. Finally, the Praetor's voice returns, filled with that same pride she had when she gave out the Legatio. Ovid, that's brilliant work. Sorry that you had to be the one to take... Where's the professor's body? At this point, I'm out in the slums themselves. The sun is just set, allowing the cockroaches to leave their hovels and begin lighting fires. The smoke added on top of the putrid filth left over from the last civilization threatens to choke me. Collapsing into the driver's seat of my car, I make the demand once more. Chroma, where's the professor's body? The arbitration quarters, she responds after another moment of silence. I'll meet you there. If you'd like, you can... Sorry. Okay, Legatus' voice I can do. Chroma's is kind of killing me. Sorry. I'll meet you there. If you'd like, you can pay your respects before we debrief. Traitor. I swallow before continuing, choking down any of the emotion that threatens to drown me. Thank you. Part of me wants to remind her that there was nothing to pay respects to. We have his imprint. I just wanted to do my due diligence and confirm the autopsy report. But saying that wouldn't be smart. Dozens of thoughts are swarming me already, but I need to swat them all away to continue the mission. Either Chroma was being completely honest with me, in which case I was just delaying my own end another hour or so, or I hadn't received the whole picture, in which case I needed to question the right suspect. Either way, Gelu and Karnas would both be avenged by the time my Legatio was complete. Then, I can rest. Chroma, honest? I know, right? Don't push yourself too much, Fu. It's okay. No, it's okay. If I need to take a break at any point, I will. I just don't like to take breaks unless it's at the asterisk. Is when we're completely changing stream and stuff. Don't worry. I've got 2 liters of water, so we're good. The rest for the wicked, Legatus. Don't you dare. Hell yeah. I do not support this woman's wrongs. How dare? She's so sexy, though. She's so damn sexy. You gotta support those level of wrongs. Let me check if this volume's okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. If evil, why hot? So true. Okay, let's keep going. Getting into the arbitration quarters was an elaborate affair. Unlike the expensive high-rises which hid their defenses in the Duoverse, this building greets you immediately with massive turrets following your every move as you pull up to the entrance for parking. The system knew to expect me and let me in through its outer door without issue, but that only brought me a few feet forward into darkness as another giant metal vault door held me up while the first closed. I sit in silence for a bit, wondering if I'm supposed to continue on foot, when finally the inner door cracks a little. A huge noise reverberates all around me as the massive vault slides inward. Even inside my car, I feel myself shake to the very core. It takes half a minute for me to finally have enough room to drive on, and as I do, the darkness doesn't let up. My only view in the Duoverse is 2 lines of light with a hex pattern between them, guiding me forward as I drive over a virtual road in pitch black. Once I'm parked, I shut down the engine. For a moment, I'm left in complete darkness, with only the rumbling of the inner vault to accompany me as it closes back over. Then, silence joins the darkness, making 2 of my senses useless. Touch. That one I can still trust. I can pull wool over my eyes, jam it in my ears, and even stuff my mouth or nose with it, but I'd at least feel it while other senses were being lied to. I pat the pocket of my jacket, confirming that the hard drive is still safe. Then I fumble around my car to open the door. As I step outside, another double line made of light appears in my eyes, guiding me on a path to my next destination. Far ahead of me, there's a shimmering pattern of light at the end of my path. A double door only visible in outline like the path itself, and with something else glowing in front of it. More of a moth than a wolf in here, it seems. The fire inside my chest spurs me forward on the path. Ovid? Crater Chroma's voice calls out. She lifts her arm, making a lazy salute as she waits for me at the third gate. Illuminated by the pulse and shimmer of the Duoverse, she radiates light like a single match in otherwise infinite dark. She isn't wearing her AR glasses, so where eyes should appear in her head, instead there are two black holes that better match the rest of the room rather than her. Her eyes would be there, of course, but in this pitch-black expanse, there's not a single speck of real light to reveal them. Crater, I respond, matching a salute with equal energy. Didn't expect you to meet me yourself. Chroma lets out a snicker at that. I'm the lowest-ranking official with clearance to enter this building, Ovid. Even the janitorial staff outrank me. Do you have the imprint? I unbuckle my pocket, carefully freeing the hard drive from within and making sure none of the metal shards come out with it. Chroma reaches forward, but I pull the hard drive back. You said I could pay my respects first, I remind her. Chroma twists her head to the side in shock, frozen for a moment, but then she relaxes with a final nod in my direction. In silence, Praetor Chroma pushes open the door to the parking lot. I have to cover my eyes as I step forward out of the darkness. Pure white marble floors reflect the hanging lights from above, and sconces along the walls, making it impossible to avoid the light from any direction. Great pillars of the same material line the hall, with life-size busts standing vigil between each set of pillars. It's as if all color has bled out of my surroundings, leaving only this pale, lifeless hallway. Eventually, my eyes make it to the ceiling and find a fresco in vivid red and gold. It's the only color in the hall besides those that me and Chroma bring with us, and so far away that I can only make out the colors themselves. What would you expected? Chroma asks, her voice echoing down the hall. She has one eyebrow raised, waiting for my response. A lot of space devoted to nothing, I respond. She shakes her head at my comment, saying nothing as she continues down the hallway. Each step from her high heels rings out, seemingly louder in echo form than the initial sound. My own footsteps match hers, each metal clunk shattering the refined illusion that surrounds us. I blink twice, letting the real world take over my vision instead of the Duoverse. A sharp intake of air is the only sound that gives away my shock. I'm not surprised that the building looks much the same in the real world. Arbiters, when it came down to it, were simply doomers that refused to let go of their power for over 3 centuries, along with those few praetors which earned a place among their ranks through decades of service. All doomers had a fondness for real physical materials which citizens of the Republic had shed in favor of virtual delights. What caused me to gasp were the interlopers that hid themselves completely in the Duoverse. Surrounding me and Chroma on either side of us are 2 android soldiers, each carrying large rifles trained on me. Doing my best to not let my eyes linger on them, I pretend to stare at the individual busts as we walk past, studying the machines as best I could in the side of my vision. Red and black. Their bodies had the same shape as my own cynets, clearly made from the same design and materials the Professor had managed to perfect into a killing machine. The only difference was the complete lack of flesh anywhere. Their torsos and heads were simply more metal, matching the style of my own limbs. The heads had a similar design to the helmets that Auxilia used when in missions. Jet black orbs which seemed to absorb all the light in the room. Chroma guides me on in silence as I do my best to ignore our escorts. The hallway has become much louder with 3 sets of metal feet smashing into the marble floor. Nice eyes, Bamboo. Something wrong, Ovid? Chroma asks, peering at me over her shoulder. Barely visible out of the corner of my vision, I notice one of the androids lean down to watch me through the scope of its rifle more closely. Not just androids, then. Individual action suggests either imprints or an advanced artificial intelligence. Now this is a welcoming party. I was just wondering if all of these statues are of arbiters. I lie, eyeing one as we walk by. The bust is of an old man with barely any hair left and liver spots so severe they thought to chisel them into the stone. The android, which had been studying me closely, returns to its usual walk, its head lifting from the rifle scope. Indeed. This is the west entrance, so most of these are nobodies who helped fund the Republic in its infancy. You won't find any of the notable founders or newer additions this far out from the center. The slums of the arbitration quarters, I muse. Even among the halls of the heavens there were hovels to crawl into. I take it Professor Karnas's bust is somewhere close to the center then. Chroma turned on her heel, staring at me with a baffled look. Both the androids seemed to panic, raising their weapons only after a short delay. Not AI then. Not even particularly combat-ready imprints. The fancy bodies were wasted on minds that had no idea how to use them. He told you who he was? The question was filled with anger, but whether it was towards me or Karnas, I had no idea. Didn't have to. I'm a Legatus, Chroma. Investigations aren't my specialty, but they're still a part of the job. Chroma looked off to the side. If I didn't know there was an android behind me, it might have looked like she was just thinking. In the light, her eyes reflected enough to see the android nod back at her in response to a conversation I wasn't part of. When her eyes fall back on me, they've lost all the frustration from a moment ago. I guess they don't mind that I know something I shouldn't. Professor Ignis Karnas contributed more to the Republic than any other arbiter. Once we're done with the investigation, his remains will be laid to rest in the central chamber with other such citizens who deserve to be revered. None of which ever completed conscription, I say, drawing an audible gasp from the android by Chroma's side. My own breath catches in my throat as I notice the android taking aim at my chest, finger nearing the trigger. Chroma's eyes once more shift to the side, but she covers it up by twisting her whole head and pinching at her nose as if in frustration. The android's finger straightens out after a second, and Chroma turns away from me to continue walking. None of whom ever completed conscription, she agrees. That doesn't make them any less citizens of the Republic. They lived among those vile doomers and had the courage to do what needed to be done for the sake of the people. You'd do well to remember that. The androids that had gasped make a ch sound as it walks on. Untrained and emotional. Not even that used to being an imprint if they still made gasps despite having no lungs. Good, I think to myself. It's so much easier to hurt an imprint that still feels connected to its humanity. Apologies for my rudeness, Praetor. It's fine, Ovid, Chroma responds, waving over her shoulder without even turning to face me. I know you're dealing with a lot now, and you've always had a complicated relationship with Karnas. Rest assured, his body will be treated with the respect it deserves, preserved for all eternity with the others. Like the pharaohs? I ask. Buried with all their wealth so they can buy themselves out of hell too. Both of the androids laugh at my comment out loud. Whether with me or at me, I'll never know. Just like the pharaohs. Again, Chroma echoes my statement without any emotion. This time she doesn't feel the need to add any corrections. After the hallway, we travel up a large staircase and down several smaller hallways before Chroma opens a door standing aside to let me enter. Here he is, Ovid. You can take as long as you need, then we'll debrief when you're ready. I stand at the doorway, pausing to take in its small size. Could you come in with me, Chroma? I do my best to sell the performance. A man who just lost his father, choking up from emotion, lost on what to do. I'm not the best actor, but Chroma also hasn't ever seen me show an emotion outside of anger before. She simply nods, walking through the doorway first and holding open the door for me. I step in, all the warmth of the halls fading away immediately. The room is refrigerated, and instead of the warm orange lighting that welcomed us outside, the lighting inside is cool and sterile. This might just be the fact that inside the small room, the only colors visible are black tiles on the floor and small silver doors along one wall. That and the brown of Karnas's hair, his body laying on a silver table in the middle of the room. I hadn't even recognized him at first. In life, he had been so warm and large. His skin had always glowed with a bit of red. In death, he was as pale as me, the white flesh clashing with the brown hair as it never had in life. Chroma says something as I enter the room, but the world has gone silent as I notice the professor's face. I don't know much about grieving, but I've seen a lot of dead bodies in my life. Never have I ever seen one that looked so pristine. My hand wraps around Karnas's wrist as my fingers search for a pulse. The coldness of the flesh already told me more than the silence would have, but somehow it still doesn't seem real. Looking back to Karnas's face, I feel my stomach sink. There's no look of pain or shock, no visible injuries. At any moment, it feels like he may let out one of those ridiculous snores I had to shut my door to ignore. But he won't. He's dead. The lack of a curl to his lips proves that. Had he seen me getting choked up at his body, he would have laughed out loud and mocked me. Don't tell me, kid. You're gonna cry over this old man? The rich voice echoes out in my mind despite the face in front of me staying still. Karnas. My hand grips his shoulder and I have to stop myself from shaking him. I swallow hard, telling myself this fact that I knew long before I saw him. This isn't Karnas anymore. It's just a lump of flesh that used to be him. My hand slides down his arm, finding his hand and lifting it to hold in my own. Cold flesh, cold metal. I bring his hand to the side of my face and leave it there. I feel my own heartbeat pressed against his flesh, but neither the warmth nor the beat is reciprocated. My other hand fishes into my jacket pocket, pulling out the hard drive and resting it on the table. Then I go back in and pull out the shards of Gelu's magnetic discs. One by one, I place them into Karnas's hand before closing his fist and moving the hand up to rest over his heart. When I'm done, I let out a quiet whimper, leaving my hand over his for another moment. I'm pulled out of the moment by a mocking laugh from the corner of the room beside me. I take a deep breath, trying to control myself as my hand balls into a fist and pulls away from the professor. Another deep breath takes some effort to get down as I choke through some of the emotions I've been fighting to bury for the last several hours. And once again, that fucking laughter comes from the corner of the room. In one swift movement, I spin away from the professor, and with the momentum, I plow my fist into the head of the android who had laughed. Any normal machine would have broken apart from the impact, but this one holds strong, head slamming into the wall but still in one piece. Before the other can react, I've gotten the first android's rifle and shot it twice in the chest, and once in the head. As the first android begins to react, I elbow it in the chin, ripping the rifle out of its hands and firing 4 more shots straight up and into its head. I trained the rifle on Chroma, managing to end the whole fight before either android hit the floor or she could draw her pistol. Ovid? What are you doing? Is all Chroma can ask before she raises her hands in surrender. Drop the gun, I command, pointing the rifle to where I know she keeps a pistol at her thigh. There we go. Slowly. Have you lost your mind? Drop the weapon, right now. If we're lucky, I might be able to get us out of here alive. A bullet shatters the tiles beside Chroma's head. Drop the gun, Praetor, I reiterate, adding another bullet to punctuate the command. Okay. Chroma does as she was commanded, pulling out the gun and showing it to me before dropping it and kicking it over to me. Just tell me what you think that you're doing here, Ovid, because I have no clue where you think this is going. Take the professor's hard drive, Chroma. Then you're going to walk me into the Senate. The Senate? Chroma made no effort to ignore the commands, taking the hard drive and walking over to the door. You want to go deeper in, Ovid? This won't end well for you. Chroma turned my way, face a mask of motherly worry. Stop. Chroma froze with a hand on the doorknob. With 2 fingers against the wall, I could see all the androids outside, preparing to breach as soon as Chroma was safely out of the room. Tell the androids to stand down and let us get to the Senate. If I see one thing I don't like on the way, I will put a bullet in your head. Tell the arbiters I just want to talk. Chroma laughed, shaking her head again as if admonishing a child. Here or there, there's no way out of this building once you're inside, Ovid. Now would be a good This time the bullet grazed Chroma's shoulder, making her wince a little as she fell back against the wall. Anger was clear on her face for a moment, but then it was replaced by a confident smirk. Fine. If the Senate is where you want to die, go right ahead. I placed 2 fingers on the wall once more and watched as the androids retreat, some taking more time than the others. I'm going to guess they can all see what you see right now. Tell the one that's hiding 3 doors down to either get moving or you'll be losing a limb. Chroma's eyes went wide, confident mask finally starting to slip a little. Without a command, the hiding android opened its door and joined the others moving away from the morgue. Okay. Move, I command, getting into position behind Chroma. She opens the door, then raises her hands up to her head as she begins walking down the hallway. I follow directly behind her, rifle trained on her back as my left hand went out to the wall to listen in for any more surprises. Honestly, Ovid, what is this? It seems more elaborate than suicide by Exilia. Chroma looks over her shoulder, eyes narrowed once more. She's given up on the fake empathy. Like I said, Praetor, I just want to talk to the arbiters. Then they can do whatever they want for me. You're insane, Chroma spits. On that much we still agree. If I am insane, this will all end faster. From there, we have no more surprises on our path to the Senate. The Arbitration Senate, Chroma announces as we arrive at yet another vault-like door. You do understand that it's an interrogation room in there, right? Your Synets won't be able to get you out. Once you enter, they can keep you sealed until you rot. Ah, Praetor, you do care, I joke before nudging her with the rifle. Open it. The arbiters waste no time in following my order themselves. The door swings open as slowly as the first, inch by inch revealing what lay inside the core of the arbiters' senate. Inside, the room was rather unimpressive. A simple office flanked on both sides by data servers which glow a pale green. At the far side of the room, a desk that took up most of the width of the room stood in front of a large screen that took up the rest of the wall. The whole room thrummed with the vibrations of the data servers surrounding it. That'll ruin any chance of seeing through vibration, I note. Thank you for your help, Praetor, I say, pushing Chroma to the side. Hard drive. She hands it to me, a shrug her final parting gift as I enter the room. As soon as I've crossed the barrier, the door begins closing behind me. My final view of the world outside is Chroma, a look of concern playing across her features. The door finally shuts, locking me alone in the small room. Wasting no time, I make my way to the back where the screen is and press my net jack against it. With a flash, the screen turns on, and instantly I hear the booming laughter of a deep-voiced man. It takes a moment for the picture to load up, but when it does, I find that I'm facing a hulking brute of a man. He towers over me at around 10 feet tall and almost half as broad as that at the shoulder. His long, curly white hair falls down the back of his head to his shoulders, and transforms into white clouds that make up a Greek-style toga, covering just enough of his oiled body to not appear obscene. The whole display would have been very impressive, I imagine, if I was seeing it in the Duoverse. On the display screen, it has all the menace of a train projected in a cinema. The door to the room finishes sealing with a loud click as the man's laughter comes to an end, and he waits with his arms crossed over his chest. When it's clear that he won't introduce himself, I speak up. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? I ask, tapping the net jack against the screen twice. Another laugh shakes the room, lasting a solid 10 seconds before the man finally calms down. We are those that control the device, Wolf. It cannot act without our will. We will be merciful and allow you a few moments of our time, however. It has been centuries since last we talked to one unworthy. Many of us find this death wish of yours amusing. Oh, you're the arbiters, I ask, looking the man over. He's the image of masculinity, with rippling muscles that look as chiseled and defined as the marble that decorates the building. As I stare, his eyes crackle gold and violet with electricity. Not what I expected from all the statues of old men. We are Jupiter, the man on the screen declares. The will of all the Republic, God of this world. You and all citizens of this city belong to us. The man lets out another thunderous laugh, lifting his head back as he does. At this point, I'm already tired of the theatrics. I simply hold up the hard drive in my hand to the arbiters, then place it down on the desk in front of them. You think Karnas's imprint will be a bargaining chip, do you? Little do you understand. Cutting off whatever pompous statement the Thunder God was about to make, I instead bring the net jack to the hard drive, a small click bringing silence to the room. Now you have no bargaining chip, Wolf. What are your intentions? I bring the net jack back to the monitor, resting the red tip against the screen before I respond. Well, I have always wanted to kill a god, I say. And tell me, almighty Jupiter, why don't you try to stop those nanobots from destroying that hard drive? Seems like something a god should be able to do. Jupiter looked to the hard drive for a moment, and their expression changed instantly. Not just quickly. 1 second it was full of smugness while eyeing the hard drive, and in the next it was eyeing the netjack with concern, whole body twisted away from the weapon. Oh, so that was true, I confirm, tightening my grip on the netjack. And that leads me to a lot more questions about what Gelu said, starting with why you killed Karnas and blamed her. The screen flickered for an instant, and then there were hundreds of people staring back at me instead of one huge man. A mix of old and young, men and women, styles of clothing ranging from the last couple decades to some I'd only seen in history books. Several of them rushed forward, pawing at the screen as if they could somehow grab the netjack through it. The absurdity of it all made me laugh at how many of them couldn't understand why they couldn't grab the device. Wow, you really are useless old doomers, I taunt. That's not how the duoverse works. You idiots are in charge of the Republic. The response from the arbiters was a chorus of shouting and bickering, no one voice being picked up over the mass of them each trying to be heard. Okay. If you don't want to be erased, I'd advise you to go back to one voice so I can actually hear you. The screen flashed once more, and then the huge group of people was replaced by a single one. Chroma? I ask, confused. Ovid. She nods, stepping forward. The woman I see appears to be Chroma, but several years younger and with dark blue hair instead of pink. An older duotar I had never met. You're already in there? Since I became a praetor. One imprint in here, one in the neural network to help with admin tasks, and my fleshy on the outside. Is all I say. It's quite the revelation, but not at all what I'm interested in. Okay. So answer me. The arbiters really did kill Karnas. Why? We didn't kill Professor Karnas, Ovid. We just brought him to us. In the background behind Chroma, Karnas appeared at a desk, typing furiously on a virtual keyboard. Then another Karnas appeared. Then another, and another, and another. 128 copies of the Ignis Karnas imprint, all running at the same time, Chroma says. This wasn't our plan either, Ovid. the apologists left us no choice. Professor? I call out in spite of myself. Carnis! Can you hear me? He can't, Ovid. In his mind, he's home at his lab finishing the work we've given him. Would you let me explain? Fine. Let me hear it. I leave the netjack pressed against the screen as Chroma continues. The apologists are winning, Ovid. Satellite images appeared on... Oh, sorry, that's not her voice. Satellite images appeared on the screen of empty megacities. The first I recognize as the kingdom. The second I only realize is the commune from a label with a date. The apologists have already overthrown both the kingdom and the commune, and within a fortnight their army will be on our doorstep. Their leader, Volpez, manufactured an incident last month in which they sacrificed all of their sick and elderly, and blamed the Republic to unite all of their allies against us. Images appear once more of an underground community filled with plants and teeming with life. I've only a second to marvel at it, before it's followed by a short video of missiles lighting up the night sky. Finally, a man appears on the screen with red hair and a fox-like grin, bowing towards the camera. So why haven't you just blown them all away with our own missiles? I ask. They shut down our advanced weapon systems, Chroma continues. When the 3 megacities divided after the fall, they put a failsafe in space so that none of the 3 would ever be able to harm another. Mutually shared codes that would prevent any of the individual 3 from using their weapons against one another. The codes were leaked to the apologists by a terrorist we call Starfall. All we have to fight against them is manpower, and we are severely outnumbered. I'm still not hearing why you killed the professor. I jam the netjack against the screen once more. Sounds like you're just buying time. You wouldn't work with us, Ovid. The Arbiter Senate came to a decision on what we needed to do. To make it happen in time, Professor Carnis would need to make an imprint of himself so that we could copy it enough to have him working many times faster than he physically can. He was warned of the importance but refused to become an imprint. So we summoned him here by building an imprinter in his room without his knowledge. Yellow wasn't even supposed to be conscious during the process. Her body was controlled during the unlinking, and then she was supposed to shut down after the process. That blasted fool did something to her code that made her unable to shut down. By unlinking, you mean when you murdered the professor? Not murdered, Ovid. Unlinked. That's what we're going to do with all the citizens of the Republic. The professor is currently designing bodies stronger than any human, and artificial brains that allow every citizen to survive what's to come. The bodies can be mass-produced, but the artificial brain is unique for every individual and needs to be constructed for each person. The phrase artificial brain brings bile to the back of my throat and makes me physically recoil. Imprints, I ask. You want to turn every citizen into an army of imprints with android bodies so they could fight off the apologists? No, Ovid. We're far beyond that now. Did you ever wonder what life is like for an arbiter? The question had played through in my head when I was much younger. When I was first taught about the Arbiter's Senate, I'd even felt sorry for their existence. An undying imprint that existed only to serve as a judicial official with no purpose outside of their duties. We were taught in school that the Arbiters were all true believers in the Republic and gave all of themselves to the cause. Hell, I answered simply. It sounds like hell. It was, or so I'm told. One by one, the Carnis copies in the background begin to disappear. What are you doing? Showing you the true Republic. Roma took a step back, and as she did, the world around filled in with a single pulse of light. As the pulse spread out from Chroma, it passed along the ground and up 3-dimensional objects, filling them in as if loading an environment in a game. The ground became dark mahogany floorboards, walls filled in that matched the wood but as large logs. Thick furry carpets and leather furniture appeared, as well as a huge fireplace with an inviting fire crackling in the background. Fucking, you made me giggle with the "oh my god, it's Minecraft, how dare you." Most of one entire wall became glass panes that opened up into a forest outside of the huge evergreen trees blanketed in snow. This, Ovid, is how the arbiters live. A door at the side of the room opened, and into the room waddled two small children, trailed by a middle-aged woman with short dark hair. These are my children, Flavia and Avitus, and my wife, Fax. I looked between the children to their mothers, finally resting on Chroma, who beamed at them with a smile I didn't know her face could make. Are they real? She asks, meeting my gaze with contempt. Not in your terms. They never existed in the Republic or outside. Why is the fact that she's a lesbian the biggest surprise to you guys out of everything? How fucking dare? People exist, guys. We have all kinds of preferences. Not in your terms. They never existed in the Republic or outside of the true Republic in any form. But in here, I've already spent multiple lifetimes with them. Sometimes I change them around to try something new. Without Chroma breaking eye contact with me, the little girl who had previously been petite and dark-haired grew into a teenage boy with dark hair. Other times I just change our circumstances. Another pulse of light began with Chroma and spread out over the room, erasing all the cozy log cabin features and replacing them with a modern aesthetic. The snowy woods outside disappeared and over time were replaced with the dark expanse of space, lit up only by stars. Don't you see, Ovid? We don't need the real world at all anymore. Once we're unleaked, we each get our own duoverse that we can either keep to ourselves or invite others to. Behind Chroma, Karnas appeared once more at his desk, still working with his head down as he now scribbled notes on paper. We've become gods. We invented our own heaven. Once she finished talking, more people began appearing beside Chroma, each becoming visible through a pulse of light as they appeared. These were clearly citizens of the Republic in their duotars, from the visible throw-tos, cyborg limbs, and other more fantasy-based looks that they often wore. This is it? I ask. This is why you killed Karnas and made me murder Gelu? This... Wait, maybe give me a minute. There we go. This is the next stage of evolution, my dear boy. It was a different arbiter that spoke this time. Although his voice sounded like an old man, he had the looks of a teenager. Once we've unlinked all of the citizens of the old Republic and dealt with the rest, we all get to enjoy the life we deserve. That's not life. All my life you taught me. Taught all of us that imprints aren't really alive. You think anyone in the Republic is going to fuck off into your fantasy world? And more likely join the apologists if it means they get to stay real people. They won't even know anything has changed. This time, a young woman stepped forward, one who I recognized from history books as a praetor from the past. As it should have been with Karnas, they'll all just fall asleep one night and wake up the next day without knowing the difference. The apologists will all be dead, and we'll welcome citizens into the new Republic as they earn their place. There won't be anything left for them outside soon anyway. Wait, what do you mean? Another woman stepped forward, this one wearing a suit and with the flag of a country that no longer existed pinned to her lapel. She continued on with a gentle smile as if explaining to a child. We can't beat the apologists in raw manpower. That doesn't mean we're gonna let them win. Once we've unlinked all of the citizens, we'll self-destruct all of our nuclear arsenal that isn't close enough to damage us. The apologists won't have anywhere left to hide this time. You can join us too. You've already earned your place with all you've done in our service. I let out a maniacal laugh, unable to hold it in anymore. That's your big plan here? Try to offer me a place in your digital afterlife? I've seen what you do to your biggest supporters. And even if I trusted the offer, you really think I want to live in a world that you call yourselves god of? I don't even want to live in this one most of the time. Focusing on the netjack, I narrow my eyes, giving it the command to release. We can get through this, son. The voice makes me whip my head around and search the crowd of arbiters. The netjack falls to the ground as I lock eyes with a man I haven't seen in years. Dad. Dad. The man pushes past other members in the crowd and comes to the front. Once I can see him clearly, I feel my heart stop in my chest. Those laughter lines earned from a lifetime of gentle smiles. That limp he always managed to push through. Those light blue eyes which always held back the sadness hidden behind them. My now empty hand raised to the screen, resting against his face as he continued to speak. You fought so hard, Fulgur. All you need to do now is join us. I love you, son. The red and black hand against the screen balls into a fist and trembles. It isn't real, I remind myself. Ovid would never have had a chance to make an imprint. Even if he had, there was no reason for the Arbiters to have a copy. The logical part of my brain knows that it's just a simulation taken from Karnas's memories. Still, my hand trembles, pressed hard against the screen as though I could push through to the other side. I blink twice, entering the duoverse so that I can properly see the man, my father, standing in front of me. More than see, in that instant I swear I can feel him. The shallow breath as he reaches up to hold my hand, the warmth of his touch as he grips it. I smell the rich fragrance of cheap cologne he wore too much of to try and overpower the stink of his home. All of it feels so real, so familiar. A flashback to a time when everything in the world could be put right simply by his presence. Dad. Thank you. The man smiles, taking another step forward. I take in each of his features once more. We have the same nose. I'd forgotten the color of your eyes even. Click. At my feet, the net jack activates, red tip bleeding against the screen from which my father disappears. I kneel down, retrieving the net jack and hooking it back to my belt loop before returning my gaze to the panicked arbiters, many cursing at me directly, others disappearing into their own worlds. Gelu told me that when my father died, my mind protected me by making me forget what he looked like, that I would regain the memories over time. That was one of the few times she was wrong about anything. One thing that I do remember is that man was an idiot. Faced with an army of Apollishits, he would have gone out into the battlefield himself and begged them to not lose themselves to hate even as they beat him to death. Probably would have prayed for their redemption afterwards too. The nose is probably the only thing that I got from him. I laugh again, seeing Chroma glitch as she does her best to stare daggers at me. Far behind her, Karnas is finally up from the desk and searching around to figure out why the world is suddenly ending. Nah, I ended up inheriting more from that fucker. Hey, Karnas! Imprint turns to face me, now free from his virtual imprisonment. Looks like you left a few doomers around last time. Don't worry though, your creation is here to finish the job. After all, I was literally built for this! I sit back on the desk, watching individual arbiters as they glitch and disappear. The room around me begins shaking lightly, all the individual components chugging hard as more begin breaking down and powering off. The pale green glow of the servers begins to flicker. When I look back at the screen, I find Jupiter grinning back at me with a matching look of sadistic delight. Proud of yourself, Wolf? He asks, voice crackling with rage. How about we wipe that smile off of your face on our way out? The door to the room begins opening. On the other side, alarms have already begun ringing when red lights are flashing to alert any living personnel to the danger. What are they doing? As the door opens wide enough, we're greeted with a view of red and black androids scrambling past the Senate. Only Chroma, the flesh and blood version, steps into the room while countless androids flood past her. She lifts a rifle in my direction, to which I simply laugh in response. I'd given up on living long before I even thought of entering the arbitration quarters, let alone the Senate. If anything, this was already the bad ending in which Gelu was proven right. Chroma, why aren't the other arbiters tearing this wolf to shreds? Jupiter's voice thunders, barely audible over my own laughter. Bang, bang. 2 shots ring out from Chroma's rifle, bringing my laughter to an end. I'm shocked at just how little I feel the impact as the bullets rip right into me. The only pain I actually feel is a slight burn in my shoulder where the first bullet glanced off of metal. Fucking Doomus. Quit your cackling, Ovid! It takes me a moment to realize that Chroma hasn't ended my life, instead putting an end to the screen behind me and Jupiter's last words with it. When I look her way, Chroma has already turned away from me and is tapping 2 fingers to her temple. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant! Advancing on me, Chroma delivers the most powerful slap I've ever received before tapping her temple again. I simply stare at her in silence, waiting for the moment she'll actually lift the gun and finish the job. Time and time again, she shouts an expletive before tapping her temple again. Outside the Senate door, more androids continue to run past, ignoring us completely. Are you planning on finishing me anytime soon, or... You? Shut your mouth! Chroma takes a break from her swearing to hit me again, this time with a backhanded swing. Fucking... Ow! Do you have any idea what you've done? No, of course you don't. Because you only ever think about 1 second at a time. Only ever about yourself and no one else. I'm so done with... Chroma paused a moment, focusing on whatever she was doing in her neural network. When she looks back my way, I flinch, expecting another slap. You see that? She asks, pointing out the vault door. Androids? I ask, perplexed by the whole situation. Androids. Arbiters in android bodies. Doomers specifically, since of course they made sure Karnas worked on their brains first. They've opted to flee the Republic and try to find somewhere they can survive before the apologists get here. You're lucky I prevented the nuclear winter they were about to kick off to take us with them, but they're doing everything else in their power to kill us as they shut down. Nuclear winter? Nukes, Ovid! Thousands of them! Just because they can't fire them against the Martyrs doesn't mean they couldn't detonate them in their silos. They were connected to every system in the Republic. Everything we don't disconnect is going down with them. And there's the Duoverse! My eyes go wide as Chroma is replaced by a half-naked woman in her 50s. Messy grey hair replaces the perfect bob of pink, and her long black and gold robes pulse one last time before fading to way too much skin, covered only by a sports bra and spats shorts. Eyes up here, she commands, and I dutifully follow. Look, I don't know if we're going to be able to survive what the Arbiters are doing to us, let alone the Apologists. But if you want a chance for any of us to live, I need you back under my command, Ovid. You killed Karnas and made me kill Gelu, I say, finally coming back to my right mind. I step away from the desk, closing the distance to Chroma. Oh, grow up, Ovid. You just killed my whole family and might have doomed humanity to extinction. I'd like to think that takes precedent right now. We lost what? I'm about to respond humanity when Chroma continues. I told them to isolate! Realizing she's taking calls on her neural network, I say nothing. When I came to the arbitration quarters, I didn't expect to survive the visit. I hoped that Gelu's ramblings had been true madness, and I'd be gunned down for treason. Even when it turned out to be true, I hadn't planned anything beyond hearing the truth. I wasn't sure if the netjack would work, even if they couldn't stop the nanobots. Now Chroma has the gall to be giving me commands. I don't know whether to be impressed or horrified at her. An emergency notification flashes into my eyes and I open the message. Where are you going, Ovid? Ovid! Ignoring Chroma, I tear out of the Senate room, dashing the way that me and Chroma had come from. As I run, I read over the message one more time. Fulgur Ovid, we are reaching out to you on behalf of your emergency contact, Ovidia Okido. Ovidia! Yeah, it's time. He did, announce Ovidia as one of the people whose lives he ruined. How dare not Ovidia. Guys, you knew this was coming, let's be honest. Her last name is Okido. Yeah, Ovidia Okido. Anything happens to her, please? What do you mean it's time? It's time. It's time. What does Okido mean? Chat, tell them. I know somebody did a really deep analysis on it at one point. The Fool. Okido. There you go. Okido literally means to fall. The emotional high I'm on right now. I'm glad you guys are having fun. Also, before we move on, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Mei Kurahiko, who has given us all these sprites of a video with so many different emotions. Last time, there were only these 4 that existed. Nice, gentle emotions, but now we also have so many more that we're going to have fun playing with today. Lock in, everybody. You hate me, you hate me. No, I hate myself. Don't worry. This hurts me more than it hurts you guys. But yeah, beautiful sprites for this today. The journey to the hospital wasn't easy. With all the infrastructure that made up the Republic collapsing around them, citizens flooded the streets to take their frustrations and fears out on whatever else they could. While the Duoverse and neural network had been restored quickly, both were glitching and many of the more advanced features had been lost altogether. Along the way, I had to avoid citizens who were busy breaking into stores, vandalizing Republic property, and torturing imprints for public display. Videos captured of androids fleeing the Republic turned into stories of imprints attempting to overthrow the Senate, sparking a new level of violence in the megacity. Much as Chroma and the other Praetores tried to take control of the situation, citizens were more trusting of what they heard on the net than in official notices. Had I been a Legatus in that moment, I would have been having the time of my life out on the streets, fighting back against anyone foolish enough to come my way. Instead, I find myself pacing backwards and forwards in a hospital waiting room, doing anything I can to help the time pass faster. One of the Arbiter's final acts before they passed away from this world was to hit a kill switch on the medical implants that they'd secretly installed as a contingency. They hadn't even gotten a chance to warn me about their hostages, but clearly they'd been setting it up for years. In seconds, thousands of citizens simply died, cybernetic limbs and organs giving out immediately. Those that didn't die instantly were left paralyzed or in critical condition with organ failure that they thought they'd been cured of. When I arrived, I'd had to fight off a group of rioters trying to drag off the medical androids from the building, but that hadn't been the last of my worries.
Mr. Ovid?
A generic AI body appeared in my vision as if stepping out of the closed doors that led further into the hospital. Ignoring it, I try to rip open the doors it came from, but find them still locked tight.
Please stand back to hear your update, Mr. Ovid.
Holding back a growl behind gritted teeth, I take one step back, glaring at the virtual assistant.
Your patient, Ovidio Akido, is in stable condition.
The tightness I'd been feeling in my chest unknotted itself. Coiled as I was, I almost collapsed right there and then from relief.
If she receives a heart transplant, she should be able to return to her previous lifestyle.
Fantastic news. When can I see her? I ask, turning the handle to the door again. The virtual assistant's face turned solemn as it continued.
Right now, she is on life support, awaiting a transplant. As an individual with an advanced chronic illness, she is low priority compared to—
The fuck does that mean? I scream. Several of the other patients shuffle away from me as my voice raises. Put a new heart in her! Her family has the money!
We're terribly sorry, Mr. Ovid. Organ cloning facilities are currently not operational. Currently there is a high demand for donated organs. Ovidio Akido is not considered a suitable candidate for a transplant. There are more healthy patients that could benefit more from a transplant.
My hands pass through the virtual assistant's throat, followed by a fist slamming into the wall. I stare at the crater my fist has created, hands still coated in the grey dust from Gelu's grave. This can't be happening, I tell myself. All she had was a pacemaker to regulate her heart rhythm. She hasn't even had her limb replaced yet. She just told me the other day that she's expected to not need one for years. How long will she have to be on life support? I ask. My voice is barely audible, each word barely a sigh as they pass my lips.
3 hours,
the AI responds. Only 3 hours? I lift my face to meet its eyes, feeling hope swell in my chest once more. But as quickly as it bloomed, the hope wilts.
If no match is found within 3 hours, Ovidia Okido will be taken off of life support to make room for the influx of... Mr. Ovid?
The doors to the ICU smash apart with a single kick, and I tear through them at a dash, barely making it to the end of the hall before coming to a dead halt. The ICU is a swarm of activity. Everywhere I look, there are doctors, androids, and robots performing life-saving procedures. Even the desk that surrounds the nurse's station has 2 patients on top, being checked over by a robot each. "Code Blue!" one doctor calls out, and several of the robots abandon their own patients to join the doctor as they desperately try to stem the bleeding in a patient on an operating table. I look from patient to patient, seeing how every part of the room is filled with someone fighting for their lives. Then I spot her. Ovidia is unconscious on a table in the back of the room. She's simply been pushed out of the way, discarded until it's time to pull the plug. As I rush over to the side, I notice the large tube sticking out of her chest. Each tube is full of flowing blood and connected to a clunky old machine standing beside the table which currently acts as her heart.
Mr. Ovid, you can't be back here.
The virtual assistant appears beside me. Its monotonous voice repeats again.
Mr. Ovid, you can't be back here.
"A Cynet heart?" I ask, eyes not moving from the tubes in Ovidia's chest. "Can't you give her a Cynet for now?"
There are none available, Mr. Ovid. If no match is found within 3 hours...
I know! In the ICU, filled with the sounds of people battling death, no one takes any notice. I take Ovidia's hand, feeling the warmth still emanating from within. Sensitive as they are, my Cynets feel the blood flowing through her veins. It's odd. There is no pulse, just a constant flow of blood. Her face is so peaceful, it's as if she could open her eyes at any moment. I tuck some of the loose hair behind her ear and see her face twitch in reaction. This is the first time I've seen her sleep, I realize, and it may well be my last. Because of me. The thought that I'd been pushing down finally bubbles to the surface. If I hadn't used the netjack on the arbiters, she'd just be going about her day as normal. My eyes look past Ovidia to the others in the room, many of whom wouldn't make it to the next day. Even those that did make it might not make it another 2 weeks when the apologists showed up. It didn't matter right now. Everyone in this room was desperate for another few hours, some on the verge of passing at any minute. 3 hours in the case of my sister. My eyes are drawn back to our hands, my red and black metal against her peach flesh. If life had gone differently, I might have held her hand while she was conscious. Might have grown up playing games together. Might have used these hands to protect rather than hurt. Maybe I could have actually been your brother.
Mr. Ovid, you can't be back here.
The AI repeats the message once again, powerless to actually pull me away. What about my heart? I ask. Would it work? It doesn't take long for the AI to respond. No doubt they've got all my medical records by this point since I've been a frequent recipient of cloned organs and other life-saving procedures.
Your heart is a match, Mr. Ovid, but as a healthy donor, you would not be eligible to receive a donation either.
Good, I say. Get us prepped. You can use the rest of me too. Anything that's still human in there can be donated. The AI disappears without any response, and one of the androids that had been taking the vitals of another patient rushes over to me. Legatus, do you consent to donate your heart to the patient Ovidia Okido? It asks, the voice the exact same as the virtual AI. I do, I respond. And you consent to donating any other organs or Cynets to patients that need them at the time of your passing? In about 5 minutes, you mean? I let out a short laugh as the android stares back at me. I consent to donating any and all of my organs. For the Cynets, I ask that you give them to my next of kin, to Ovidia Okido. I add the last part for clarification. Legally, we aren't even related since our mother signed the emancipation papers, but even an android couldn't mess it up now. The video wouldn't be able to use my Cynets. The sizes were all wrong, and with any luck, she wouldn't need Cynet limbs for several years anyway. Couldn't let such dangerous weapons just be handed to anyone, however. She knew that much and could decide what to do with them with more time. Time I no longer have. Understood. Please follow me, Legatus. The android guides Avidia's bed and the machine she's connected to through the room. As it moves, other patients on tables and beds glide out of the way to allow us through. I simply follow in silence, each step harder than the last. It was the same feeling I'd had after walking for days through the desert. My Cynets were strong and following my command to move, but the meat they connected to had become weak. By the time I was led into an operating room, everything inside my chest felt like it was trying to escape. In a little bit, I suppose it would. It wasn't the first time I've had such a visceral reaction to my own life ending, but it was the first time I volunteered for the experience. Please take off all of your clothing and lay down on the operating table, Legatus. Not dinner first? I ask, removing my jacket and dropping it to the floor. Typically, we prefer donors to fast before your bedside manner sucks. I'm in the process of unbuckling my belt when the android interrupts me. I'm sorry, Legatus. The procedure has been cancelled. The android tries to walk away, but I grab it by the wrist at its first step. What happened to her? I ask. The patient is fine, the android responds, trying to free its arm. A member of the family has denied the procedure. What? Stop! Pull the android back, wrapping one hand around its throat. I'm her family! I already gave you my consent! You're not her family. The voice I heard made my blood turn cold. A ghost which had almost seemed forgotten once, yet still haunted the deeper recesses of my very being. Her voice had a completely different sound from my own, with the same cold tone I used, as Avidia had once pointed out. Mother? Not legally. The words could have worked either as an addition to her last sentence or response to me. Either way, as I saw her pushing into the operating room, I felt my blood heat from chilled to boiling. Are you insane? Why won't you let me save her? She's not yours to save. The woman who had given birth to me stood in front of me, meeting my glare with an equally contemptuous look. Her purple eyes narrowed even further as she continued. Release the android and return to the waiting room, Legatus. Huh? For a moment, I'm at a loss of words. All my hatred for the woman and disbelief at her cold-heartedness battling with the desire to save Avidia. You can't be this much of a monster! I finally manage. Is abandoning children to die just a hobby of yours? I release the android, advancing on the woman, but halt as she herself takes another step forward. The woman barely reaches my chin, yet she shows no fear as she meets my challenge. Her voice is the only thing I recognize her by. Her duotar looks as young as mine, with jet black hair, lips painted to match, and skin as pale as death. The moles and freckles I remember from childhood, which she recreated to meet me at Carnus's lab, were all scrubbed clean and replaced with a plastic sheen. Nothing about the woman resembles me or the look that she'd used to resemble her physical youth. Do you consent to donate your heart to the patient, Ovidia Akido? The android repeats the same phrase once more, and I snap back at it. I already did! Turning to face the android, I find it looking off to the side instead. I do. The voice makes my head rip back around to the woman, eyes opening wide. And you consent to donating any other organs or Cynets to patients that need them at the time of your passing? Of course, the woman responds, still glaring at me instead of facing the android. Wait. Understood. Please take off all of your clothing and lay down on the operating table. Legatus, you will have to leave. Wait. The woman walks right past me, leaving me staring at the empty space she once occupied. Rage continues to bubble in my stomach, but it's joined with a hollow feeling I thought I'd long since replaced with cold steel. It's only when I hear the sound of her own jacket being placed on the floor that I finally spin around. Wait! You can't just... She's going to need you. I already consented to the procedure. You're not her family, so I overrule you. The woman responded in a voice so matter-of-fact that I couldn't even argue. Please leave, Legatus. She's going to need you after the procedure. One of the glitches in the duoverse occurs, and the world goes darker than it was before. Still bright enough to see, but without the pulse and shimmer of the Republic. In that moment, I look down at my mother and see her for the first time in over 2 decades. Dark brown hair with patches of grey. Pale skin, but with patches of burns and wrinkles that hadn't been there before. The brown eyes that I saw more in my own mirror after she left than I ever did on her. Now they were rimmed with the red of recent tears. Everywhere she was covered in sweat from the haste with which she had made to be here. Then it was gone, and the young stranger with purple eyes continued to glare at me. Why are you doing this? The words came out of me as cold as hers had. You think this makes up for anything you've done? A laugh comes out of the woman, so close to my own that it sends shivers down my spine. What is it that you think I've done? She asks once the laugh falls silent. I've always been a good mother to Ovidia. There's nothing that I wouldn't do to protect her. Nothing. I have no obligation to prove that to you. Once more, I find myself unable to respond immediately. The android asks me to leave again, and I simply push it away, trying to put into words any of the frustration I feel. You abandoned me, I finally say. Left me to die in the slums. Now you're abandoning her too. For what? Just to spite me and show that you care more about her one last time? The woman wavers, purple eyes looking off to the side as she fiddles with the jacket clutched in her hands. I do care. Her words are almost silent, but I acknowledge them with a single laugh. Before I can argue, she meets my gaze again and continues, even softer now. I never stopped caring about either of you. I left your father, Fu-chan. I left him because it tore me apart seeing you suffer while all he would do was pray. I crawled out of the filth of the slums and did whatever I had to in order to earn this money that would have actually gotten you to a hospital. By the time I did, you'd already been taken in by Carnus and I was pregnant. I wanted to come back into your life, but your father made me swear not to. She reaches forward, grabbing my wrist before I can call her a liar. Your father was a good man, but he was also arrogant, self-righteous, and... Look, you don't have to believe me. Just let me speak. I wanted to be there for you, but I also couldn't bring myself to go against your father. I almost did once. I went to see Carnus and Gelu after Ovidia was born, but when they told me how well you were doing, I realized that your father was right. I was just going to ruin it. It doesn't matter, I argue, pulling my hand free of her grasp. Despite the words, I can hear the emotion overflowing into my voice. She was always good at manipulating people, I have to remind myself, making them feel like she actually cared. None of that mattered now, though. You don't get to just make some sacrifice and think that makes everything okay. Ovidia needs you. You're her mother. The medical android tries to take me by the arm, and I respond by knocking it into the wall so hard it leaves a dent in the metal. Stop! Fufu, just don't call me that! When I turn back to face the woman, I watch her face shrivel back into the mask of indifference. Legatus, then. What will you do? Destroy the android trying to save Dia's life? Take a doctor hostage and make them perform the procedure? You'd have to kill me to let that happen, and at that point you're just throwing your life away for nothing. She does have family left. She has you. The woman takes Ovidia's hands in her own, and places her other hand on her shoulder as she looks down at her face. Tears begin to well up in the woman's eyes, and her voice when it continues is fighting to get out the words. I can't lose her, but I won't let you give up your life either. I can't. you do this? I'll never be able to forgive you. The woman lifts her head, eyes swimming with tears. She releases Avidia's hand, wipes away the tears and smiles at me. The smile looks fake, not faked well. She isn't acting as I've seen before, not trying to look confident or in charge. Just trying to smile but not quite managing it. I don't need you to forgive me. Like it or not, you're my flesh and blood. If anything, you might be too much like me. You don't have to forgive me or even think of me when I'm gone. That feeling that I know you have, I saw it in your eyes when me and Dia came to Karnas's lab. The desire to just be completely forgotten so you can disappear and not ruin everything that you touch anymore. I'm sorry, Fufu. You got that from me. You don't have to forgive me. The woman pauses, wanting to say more but holding it back. When she continues, her voice is more confident and her smile less strained. Avidia hasn't inherited that, though. She has her moments of hating herself, but I made sure that she learned ways of working through it so that she would never be anything like me. When she wakes up, she might push you away. She'll say the exact same hurtful words you might, but I need you to know that she won't mean them. Give her space. Let her grieve. When she's ready, I know that you'll be there for her. You inherited so many of the things I hate about myself, Fu-chan. But in you, I can only see them as my failings as your mother. I wasn't there to teach you to overcome those thoughts and listen to the people who cared about you. You also inherited everything that I loved about your father. And while I wasn't there to foster that, Gelu nurtured it better than I ever could have. That's why I know that when Avidia needs you, you'll be there, no matter how much you tell yourself you shouldn't. You can't help it. You're too good of a person despite the voice that tells you that it's self-serving. It's not. You're your father's son and Gelu and Karnas's son, just as much as my own. You may not see it, and you may try to hide it from the world, but I do. I see you, Fufu, and I love you. Avidia loves you. Please continue to take care of her where I won't be able to anymore. My mouth opens, then closes without a single word. I push my way out of the operating room, turning back as if possessed. My final glimpse of the woman who gave birth to me is of her smiling down at Avidia, running her fingers through her long silver hair. She traces the curves of her jaw and neck without needing to see them. The doors close and I'm left alone except for the countless other people I brought to the edge of death. A long beep rings out beside me and I hear a human doctor call out the time of death. My hand lifts and comes close to resting on the door, but I pause instead. My feet carry me to the waiting room, mine not thinking about anything other than the reminder an AI repeats on my way. I'm not supposed to be here. And that's the end of that bit. She's an awful mother that only tried to do better too late. She's a human. If you can defend Legatus for his actions, you can probably defend Legatus's mother. They have the same issues, essentially. She just, yeah, did her best in the second case. Bittersweet and somehow humbling in a way. We aren't perfect/flawless. We make mistakes and some things cannot be forgiven, but in these moments, we show what makes us human. Yeah, and she did exactly what Legatus wanted to do. Legatus has constantly been trying to kill himself because he sees himself as a curse. And he tried to give up his heart to save Avidia because he thought, okay, at least this is one good thing I can do. His mother actually got to do it. His mother got to run away from that, but at least she said her piece before she left too. He gets it from her, damn straight. But I love your writing. The grayness of humanity is so well captured. Thank you, Pacey. I can defend all of them. Yeah, you don't have to like them, and you can still be like, wow, that was a piece of fucking shit thing to do. But at the same time, they're human. They all make mistakes. Fusan, I didn't think that sprite would be used for something so painful and powerful. I'm grateful, thank you. No worries, I'm glad you're happy. we're not done using all your beautiful sprites, Mei Kurihiko. You gave me a lot more emotions to use, and I'm about to have to use quite a few of them. For real? They're just like two peas in the same pod? Yeah. I mean, look at everything Legatus has done to fucking Noctics by this point. He threatened to kill them at one point. He's pushed them away. He's attacked them. He's done a lot of horrible things. It's just because we know in his headspace why he's been doing those. Whereas, yeah, now we finally got a glimpse into what his mother thinks, but we also know that he doesn't fully trust her. You don't have to agree or like someone to understand. Yes, exactly. You don't have to like them. You don't have to agree with their options, but you can still understand them and be like, oh, wow, that fucking sucks. So you can imagine that she went like through a lot of the similar thoughts that Legatus has had as well. He got his angry son from his mother. Fun. Generational trauma, baby. And hopefully that'll help people see like some of the hints of that I put into the family roots chapter as well. Because yeah, a lot of people have been like, wow, she's so cold and heartless. And I mean, that's because, yeah, so is Legatus from an outside perspective when you don't know why he's doing it. Not Gelu Khan is joining in the super train. Holy shit. Fair enough. Literally heartless now? Yeah. She gave her heart to Ovidia. Fuck. Sorry. Sorry. I'll let you guys analyze things in your own time. Okay, we're going to move on. Hours later, I'm finally allowed to go see Ovidia. She's been transferred to a room shared with half a dozen other patients in stable condition. When I enter the room, her head turns to face me and her eyes light up at once. Foggy, is all she says as I march over to her bedside. She's barely conscious, but manages to give me a gentle smile and reach out for my hand. I can't bring myself to reach out, instead simply responding with, Ovidia. Ovidia laughs quietly, then groans, and pulls her hand back to her chest in pain. I grab her hand, holding it tight, and call out for a doctor, but she pats my head with the hand with the other one. I'm good. Good. Just laughter hurts. Calming down a little, I release her hand and look over the rest of her. Her skin is almost as pale as the hospital gown they've put her in, and her eyes are barely able to open. Other than that, she just looks like she hasn't slept in a few days. I'm sorry, I say, eyes fleeing to the side. The rest of the room is filled with more victims, allowing me no escape. What are you sorry for? She asks. Not like you broke my heart. Broke my heart. She responds to the last bit with another laugh that once again cuts short due to pain. There's a drawn-out silence before I respond. I did. I killed the Arbiters today, Ovidia. It's my fault. All of this. The silence now is even longer than the last. Is there any point in explaining the reasoning? I was distraught, sure. Anyone would be after what the Arbiters did to Karnas and Gelu. Made me do to Gelu. It didn't make my actions any better. Throwing my own life away was one thing, but I'd taken everyone else down with me. You killed the Arbiters? Why would you do that? Ovidia's voice was still light from the drugs, but all the joy had left it. What was there to say? Revenge? To free Karnas? Both were true, but ultimately neither was the real reason. Because I could. Because I am what they made me. It felt good to wipe the smiles off their faces and tear down their plans before they came to fruition. If I'd known what they were going to do to everyone else, would I have even cared? You just pretend to care when it suits you. You don't have to tell me. The words come just as I'm about to turn and leave. My brother who makes goofy faces to entertain kids. It looks like the world has ended because he cut my hand. It looks like he's about to cry thinking about what he did. There's got to be a good reason. You can tell me some other day. Sounds like you're needed out there right now anyway. When I look back at Ovidia, she's smiling. Her eyes are barely open, but the pink irises I see radiate warmth and love. Bits of makeup have caked around the side of her eyes, but they almost blend in with the dark circles that surround them. I grab a tissue off of the patient table as well as the glass of water they left for her and begin dabbing at the bits of makeup, wiping them away. When I'm done, Ovidia beams up at me with a smile on her face. You love me. Ovidia giggles, but the sound stifles quickly from the pain it brings her. It's only a second before she giggles once more and says again, My brother loves me. In spite of myself, I let out my own chuckle and take her hand back in my own. She squeezes my palm hard and I gently grasp hers, handling her skin with the same delicate touch I do with my plants. It's only when she looks back at me that I see the slight glow of her pink eyes standing out against everything else and realize this is the real her. Of course they would have disabled her duotard during that operation, but it still surprises me to see Ovidia outside of the duoverse for the first time. We really do look alike. It wasn't just artificial. I wait, still as I can, while Ovidia continues to giggle and look around the room. I even slow my breathing, terrified that any smallest movement from me might break this fragile peace that we have for the moment. In the end, it's Ovidia that shatters the illusion. Looking back at me, she says, Surprised you came at all. Mother could be here at any minute, you know. In that instant, the warmth drains from my body and I'm reminded why we're here. I release Ovidia's hand, the warmth that came from her slowly fading. I didn't tell you yet, I ask. It sounds stupid. Obviously not. The words had left my mouth before I could stop them. I want to take them back instantly, but it's already too late. Tell me what? Ovidia asks, sliding her hand over the bed sheets. She sounds content, looks euphoric as she pokes at the softer part of my hand. Then she stops, asking again in a more serious tone. Tell me what? Even the drugs can't dull her mind enough to ignore it. They won't numb her for what's to come. Ovidia, your mother. My voice trails off. It's lost along with my mind, which is searching for the best way to tell her. Mother what? Fulgur? What happened to Mum? Pulls her hand back, pushing herself up into a raised position in bed. I kneel down, getting closer as I continue to search for the words. As I reach out to take her hand again, she pulls it away, asking once more, Where's Mum? She passed away, Ovidia. What? The steady beeping of Ovidia's heart rate monitor accelerates, as does the volume of her voice. How did she... Oh. She didn't have cyanide organs. What are you talking about? My hands grab at the plastic on the side of the bed. I hadn't prepared for this. I thought they would have told her. Fulgur, what happened? You needed a heart, I finally respond. A lot of people needed transplants, and it didn't look like you were going to get one in time. My hand grips one of Ovidia's shoulders gently, the way I'd seen our mother do it. I squeeze gently, the way that Gelu would when she comforted me. She loved you, Ovidia. More than anything. She wouldn't let you die. Ovidia's eyes meet my own. They probe, searching for any hint of a lie. All they find is a colorless grey reflection of herself as the tears begin pouring down her face. No. No. She looks away from me, down at her own chest. Her hand comes up to rest over the incision where they'd cut her open. No! she screams, fingers clawing at the cloth above. I grab her hands, holding them down as she tries to scratch at the wound. No! 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 I lean over the bed, pressing my own chest against hers and doing my best attempt at a hug even as I restrain her. Ovidia shrieks and tries to push me off of her, kicking and twisting in my embrace. I feel dampness on my chest where her wound has bled onto me, and push down harder to keep her from moving. After several minutes, the screaming turns into weeping. I feel her arms go limp and release her I feel her arms go limp and release her wrists. I try to move away, but she pulls me back down, arms wrapped around my stomach. She cries into my chest, wailing once more at full volume. It's all I can do to wrap my arms around her, keeping my own body steady without letting out any sound. We continue to hold each other, like that until a doctor presses some buttons on a machine by her bed. The wailing from Ovidia becomes a gentle sob. And then finally silence as the drugs take effect. Holding her head delicately, I lower her back onto the bed to rest. The doctors push me away to check on her stitches, so I leave the room to stay out of their way. When the doctors leave, one of them pauses to look at me. "Thank you for protecting our staff, Legatus," she says. Whoops. I nod in response. "Miss Akito will be asleep for a few hours. It might be wise to go home for a bit, get cleaned up and maybe bring some of her clothes from home. She'll be here for a few days at least." I nod once again and the doctor follows the others down the hall. Blinking twice, I exit the duoverse and look down at my own state. I have to peel my vest off of my chest to get a clear view of the material. The white has turned grey from the filth of the slums and the plaster I smashed, as well as the splashes of blue android blood from Gelu and the Arbiters. I now have a large red smear of Ovidia's blood and tears. My hands start to tremble again. I blink twice and return to the duoverse. The blood disappears from the fabric, but as I start to move, I feel it wet against my chest. I went home as the doctor suggested. After a long shower, protein block, and a change of clothes, I returned to the hospital. On the way, I'd stopped at a clothing store that hadn't been completely emptied out by looters. I'd never been to Ovidia's house and didn't want to visit the home our mother had made for her. Guessing her size, I grabbed some casual clothes and threw them in a bag. I was almost at the hospital when a message came in from Ovidia on my neural network. Pulling it up on my eyes, I blink it away just as quickly. The message was short and concise. "Don't visit me. I need to be alone." Pulling over, I type out a response that's just as simple. "I understand. Let me know if you need anything." When I try to send the message, I've informed that I've been blocked. I take a deep breath, squeezing the steering wheel tight. When I start hearing the metal crack, I release it and send another message. Instantly, a voice fills my mind. "Ovid, about time you got your head out of your ass." Rita Chroma sounds as tired as I feel when she greets me. "Did you know, Chroma?" "Know what?" "Ovidia. The implant's having a failsafe." "What are you talking?" She froze in the middle of her sentence. "Your sister, Ovidia. She was one of the victims." "She's alive. If she wasn't, you'd already be dead." "Ovid, the implants weren't something I knew anything about. Turns out there's a lot of things that the Arbiters were keeping even from the Praetores. Is your sister—" "I need a mission, Chroma. Whatever's the worst you've got." Chroma sounds honest enough, and this is what I'm best at. Tossing the bag of clothes out the window, I look through all the emergency legatio still being dealt with. "What's the plan to deal with the apologists?" I ask. "There isn't one. Most of our defenses are down, and they'll be here within 2 weeks. The best we can do is hold them off while we evacuate those that can't fight to a biodome and hope that they take them in." "So the longer we hold them, the better the chance for civilian survival." "That's the hope. Obviously, our relationship with the biodomes isn't... If your sister is in the hospital, she'll be one of the first to be evacuated." Reading my mind, Chroma pivoted mid-sentence to answer my next question. She has the same condition as me, I reply. They weren't even going to give her a transplant. It won't matter. We're sending the sick and wounded first. The bugs are more likely to accept them than able-bodied citizens. As soon as she's stable, she'll be evacuated. Fine. Take a mission and set my car to take me to it. If you're lying to me, Chroma. I'm not. I'll send you updates on the evacuation progress if that's what it takes. Ovid, there are some things you don't know about your past missions. Things about yourself that me and Karnas kept from you. Will they affect my current mission or killing Apollashits? When Chroma responded, I could hear the smile in her voice. No, they won't. Then save it for later. I'm busy. With that, I ended the call and continued reading the Guardio briefing. When Ovidia was evacuated, I sent her one more message telling her to keep safe. The only response I received was the reminder that I'd been blocked and couldn't contact her. When the apologists arrived, I took my frustrations out on them, slaughtering anyone who saw my Legatus jacket as a challenge. By the time Volpez met me and tried to steal the time travel portal, most wolves and eagles had fallen in battle and been hung up on display for others to see. Even after all of that, I didn't receive a message back from Ovidia. This is the debut video already? Yeah, the debut video was 2 weeks after all of this. That's when he fought Volpez, didn't give a fuck. The other cyborg got blown to pieces, and then he fell through the time portal and ended up with Noctics. A video why? I mean, she's dealing with a lot of shit, my dude. And remember, it was only 2 weeks, and she was like busy being, you know, evacuated and stuff. I understand, Ovidia. It still pains me. Yeah. You're sick. I know, right? I love angst. You guys know that by now. Can't wait to rewatch the debut video and throw my laptop out the window. Yeah. Bro, that went through so much shit and debuted as a VTuber shortly after. That's crazy. Nah, he was in the world for a while before he became a VTuber. Remember, I mean, he had to like learn about Nijisanji, get used to the world, and then decide he wanted to get some money. So yeah, he realized he needed a shit ton of money, and it was like, oh, a talent agency. That should work. Why must you make us feel like shit? Because this is how I feel every day. I'm pulling you down to my emotional state. The angst here served really hard, but beautiful work. I'm very glad to hear that. 3 years after the debut, we finally know. Yeah. And he fell through the portal, almost died, but caught himself on the building, and was like, wow, this is going to be fun. And then Lechan became a VTuber with a bunch of sheepies crying behind him. Yeah, he became a VTuber just hoping to get enough money to build the things he needed to bring Karnas back in his brain so he could tell his story. Uki didn't just pick him up like an abandoned puppy. Nah, Uki knew he was in the world because he could feel everything from him, but they didn't meet immediately. They met when Noctics came together. That's my default. I don't like myself also. High five, let's go. No, I'm starting to like myself more as time goes on. That's why it's more interesting now to write these kinds of things and be like, huh, I was really fucked up in the head. Everything is now collecting all together. You are mean. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I like being mean. I like making others suffer. Swear you're sustained by the tears of sheep? Sometimes. Does the current Legatus still think of how Ovidia is doing right now, or he forgot about her face or everything? Well, we've got one more chapter to do. We've got to actually finish telling this story, so... Oh, hey, Volpez. Sleep with an eye open tonight. We're coming for your ankles. Come at me. You don't scare me. One more? Yeah, the next one is the final one. And in fact, that should be pretty obvious when you see that it is called... Chapter 10. Legatus 505. Content warnings. There's some body horror going on in this one, so be ready for that. I hate you. That's fine. Roll credits. Damn straight, baby. Why go for ankles when he's horizontal? Go straight for the throat. Yeah, true. Come at me when I'm sleeping, and then you don't have to worry about being short. That was beautiful. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that chapter. I had a lot of fun writing that one. It had like a bit of everything. It had overwhelming amounts of angst. Final revelations about the mother, the pain of Ovidia, a little fight, and then everything to do with the arbiters. Which, by the way, The Arbiters thing was another thing where I was kind of pissed off because just like with the whole thing of like the Fall being planned since my debut, and then watching the Fallout TV show and realizing, oh, that's literally the plot of Fallout. I was like, son of a bitch. And then the same thing happened. This is why I've been raving about Pantheon so much, is because then I had already like planned this since debut, and I wrote out the chapter, and then like literally within 2 weeks of writing this chapter, I watched Pantheon, and I was like, oh, they literally do a whole digital afterlife. Fucking son of a... Every good idea I put into Legatus 505 had been done by better creators before me. Listen, great minds think alike. Yeah. No, it was actually really funny because Haneda Keika sensei, the author of Fata Morgana, who's currently working on his next visual novel, even tweeted out recently, and I just liked the thing. I didn't feel like leaving a message on it. Haneda Keika sensei said, like, oh, there were things that I was planning on putting in my game that I've just seen other people are doing. I really need to speed up production because this happens too often. And I'm just sitting there like, yeah, took me 3 years to tell this one. And by the time I was done with it, I realized all these ideas have happened. So it's good to know even someone as incredible as Haneda Keika sensei is dealing with a similar thing of like, oh, I'm still in production on my game. And by the time it comes out, people will think it's influenced by these other things. Mood. It do be like that, yeah. It's the worst when you're working on an idea and then something gets really popular at the same time, because it's like, oh, that was a really cool idea. I'm glad people think it's great and it's popular now. It should have been me. Sometimes people love the same stories. It's just a matter of how do you put your own spin on it. Yeah, exactly. With that said, are we ready for the final chapter of Legatus 505? Chapter 10, Legatus 505? Karma? No, no karma. No? Oh. We can stop now if you guys want. It can just never end. You guys can just know everything that happened until the point where he was planning to meet Volpez. Never. Lamau. Yes. Nah. No, I guess. No, but yes. Don't stop. Okay. You guys are ready? Hydrate if you need to. Get tissues. And remember, if you need to step aside at any time, feel free to. Kurihiko, Fusan, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Kurihiko. Thank you for the beautiful sprite work you did for a video. It made it even more tragic. When I saw that you had like a screaming emote and like a hard crying one, I was like, oh, they have no idea the power they've just given me. Really beautiful artwork, so thank you so much. I'm glad that elevated the performance. Okay, with that said, let's do this. Legatus 505, Chapter 10. Legatus 505. Content warnings. There's some body horror in this one. Not too much, but yeah, there's some body horror. And a lot of emotional pain, because always. Kid, are you sure this is how you want to do this? The voice is calm and cool as it asks me the question. A teacher guiding his student. More than a teacher, of course. My creator, instructor, and adoptive father all rolled up into one. Is this really how I want to do this? This is the only way, I assure him. I suck air into my lungs, forcing it out as fast as it came in. The net jack snaps off of my belt as I lift it in my hand. Red and black, it looks like just another part of me. I bring it to my wrist, feeling the cold red tip brush against me. It feels lighter now than it ever has before. The immense weight it used to carry has been lifted. There are other ways. You have allies in this time. People you can depend on. I laugh, sliding the net jack around my hand to the front of my fist. The net jack clicks and a burning sensation begins in the middle of my knuckle. A quiet sigh. That's all that Karnas lets slip after he hears the click. He had more to say. Arguments that he wanted to make. I couldn't let him make them. If he did, I might have listened. The net jack finds its way to my other fist and clicks once again. You're not even going to say a proper goodbye then? He asks. We have time for a proper goodbye. He bought me 2 hours. Once Volpez is gone, then we can say our farewells. I didn't mean to me. This is your last chance, kid. Don't you want... I didn't want this, Carnis. My grip tightens on the net jack. It's gotten heavier now. No, that's not right. Rather, my arms are getting weaker as the nanobots begin their job. I bend down, touching the net jack to my left foot and then the right, letting it click each time. This is the result of my own actions. Besides, I already said my goodbyes after I blew up their house. Opez destroyed your house! He's angry now. Frustration, if I had to guess. His creation is letting him down once again. You should let them know how you really feel. Say a proper goodbye if nothing else. Aren't they your family now? I try to laugh, but all that comes out is a choked sound. Now I'm the one that wants to argue. It's only been 3 years. It wasn't that important. They'll forget about me in no time. That's why I need to do this, is what comes out of my mouth. The truth. That makes a change. Besides, you were literally built for this. I know. I prefer your other catchphrase. Don't be led astray. I can get through this. This time the laugh comes out naturally. Okay, that too. That wasn't what I was going to say though. I was going to say that my families don't tend to do well with me around them. I clip the net jack back at my waist and tap 2 fingers to my temple. I almost stumble as I take a step forward. Like a baby deer standing for the first time, I take a few more steps, increasing in speed with each one. Suddenly I stop, dropping into a low position in shadow boxing. It's been years since I could move like this. 6 hours remain until total shutdown. The warning in my eyes reminds me that I won't be long before all the movement ceases. At one point, the warning had seemed so terrifying. A literal countdown to my final moment. I won't make it that long anyway, I remind myself. I'm still here. The professor's voice is quiet, but it echoes in my mind over the force of my punches. I stop, bouncing on my toes for a moment to find the words to respond with, but he spares me the trouble. I'm glad that I'm here, kid. That I got to see a world with me and Gelu happy. You will get through this, just like you always do. Another puff of air escapes my lungs and brings with it a smirk. Of course I will, I reply. After all, you literally built me for this. If I could, I would hit you. Maybe when we get back to the Republic, I can find you an android body to borrow. Carnis chuckles. There's an air of pity in it. Maybe, is all he says. The sun is just beginning to rise as I step out from the train station into the city. People rush past me in every direction, going about their daily lives as normal. Some of them glare at me as they have to step around the weirdo and cyborg cosplay to continue their communes. I can't help but wonder if a single one of them managed to make it into my timeline. With a few million being spared in the fall, it was possible that a few dozen in a city this size might have found a way to survive. Any one of the doomers around me could be one of my own ancestors for all that I know. The vast majority would have died horrific deaths in the next 5 years if this was still my timeline. But it wasn't anymore. I'd made sure of that. Saved Gelu and made Carnis commit to work with the authorities to expose the pot before it could even take place. This world had been bought more time to try and find a solution for its own problems that didn't involve global genocide. Where they would be in 300 years, or if they'd even exist at all, I no longer had any idea. I had no reason to know. I don't belong here. Not in this world that still has a future. The force of the explosion shatters windows in the skyscrapers on both sides of the street. A car not too far from me has been knocked upside down, blocking the road. Another flies through the sky as it too detonates before the ringing of the first has died down. The crowds around me begin screaming and running. The ground shakes from another explosion and the stampede of people fleeing. More and more cars explode as the air fills with thick black smoke. I alone follow the path of the explosions, reaching out to Volpez across the neural network as I go. On the way, I detonate a few more of the devices, making sure that none of them will injure civilians. It becomes easier as the streets clean out over time.
Legatus, I almost thought you had left your friends to die. Cutting it pretty close to the deadline.
Volpez's voice spreads throughout my mind like rust on metal. For the last several days, it was as though he hadn't stopped talking. Echoes of the threats lingered in all the quiet spaces, seeping into all other thoughts.
Well, no matter. You're here now, so I can assume that you'll be joining me soon.
You certainly know how to make an exit, don't you? More vehicles explode on the road around me, all of them parked and unoccupied. As the final one at the corner of the street goes up in flames, I look around and see that the streets are clear. Is this what the Republic looks like now? I wonder. In the wake of the Second Fall, it had been filled with citizens. Despite the horrors they were living through, they'd taken to the streets rather than hide within shelter. As the martyrs flooded in, the sewers had overflowed with blood. Even till the end, I hadn't seen the megacity become as barren as a few explosions made this one. I take a deep breath, letting the smoke and heat fill me. The vibration I feel in my throat too takes me back to the Republic and burns my throat, making it easier to slip back into my old voice. I do know how to make an exit, but this was only the entrance. I'm not going anywhere, Volpez. I slide my hands into my pockets, looking up at where I fell from the sky 3 years ago. Yep, making. Nothing catches my eye, but I know that somewhere up above is the portal that still links this world to my own. If you want me, you're gonna have to put on your big boy pants and come get me yourself. Laughter erupts in my mind, smothering the screams and sirens still echoing nearby.
So you no longer care if I send a few missiles your way, Fu-chan? I have all of their locations, you know. I could start with your boy band to rip off the band-aid if you like. Or perhaps we'll save them last and work our way up.
Another laugh rang out, this one shorter than the last.
I could begin with that demon you call brother. Or perhaps the puppy you're so fond of. D does stand for death after all.
You really are obsessed with me, aren't you? How much of the merch did you buy? Does your pillow smell like my perfume?
Oh, Fu-chan, I am obsessed with you.
Obsessed enough to know that you won't risk all of your little friends getting the same pained end you gave them in the Republic. You're bluffing.
And frankly, I'm insulted that you think I'd be fooled so easily.
You were the one who told me that I wanted to kill the world, right? Silence. It's the first time that I've managed to draw the reaction out of Volpez. A curt laugh comes just before he speaks. There's no humor in his voice as he responds.
You've recovered your memories. Starfall told us that the Republic erased them.
The same Starfall that told me the secret of my netjack. You were played, Volpez. The only difference between you and me is that I ended the game on my own terms. Volpez laughs once more, this time even more intense than the first. Even with emergency sirens approaching fast, nothing could overcome that maniacal cackling.
Fine, Legatus. Let's play by your rules. I'll start with that enchantress. Perhaps this will break you out of your stupor.
Carnus. Already on it, kid. I cross my arms over my chest and wait. Not having Volpez in my head feels like a reprieve, but I'm very aware of the time limit I have left. The sirens are only a few streets away at this point, and the warning in my eyes that I've had for 3 years is now joined by an additional one about the corruption spreading through my limbs. It was 2 hours, right? I think to Carnus. 2 hours until your limbs shut down. The nanobots will get to your brain in about 9 if I don't shut them down. He confirms. That's fine. My blood will be acid by that point too. Even the basic battery doesn't have that long anymore. All of my ticking clocks are down to single digits. What's the holdup, Volpez? A missile might be exactly what Skulls needs to finally have a clean room. There's no response from the other side of the portal as the emergency responders draw closer. If this doesn't move soon, I'm going to have to fight off Doomers before I get to challenge the Martyrists. You are one loyal little wolf, Legatus. You actually went to beg for help from one of the Arbiters. My patron was an Arbiter genius. Some confidant you are. That's obvious in the first few chapters. The sound of glass shattering could be heard in my head. It was a choice for Volpez to let that transfer through the neural net. He wants me to know that he's angry. Good. Fine then. I'll come deal with you myself. There's a sharp noise like the air itself has been torn open. A clap of thunder played in reverse. Up in the sky, several metallic objects appear and plunge towards the earth. I need to dive to the sound to avoid one that slams into the ground so hard a cloud of dust covers it. The filth and fumes in my lungs wake for my dormant instincts to fight. As the dust clears, 4 androids stand out of their individual craters. They look like simple labor models. No carbon fiber joints like the military or I use. As well as the 4 that survived, there are 2 additional androids that hit the ground that aren't getting up. If he'd really been a fan, he could have warned them to grab the edge of the building like me. Doesn't look like you came yourself, I mock Volpez through the neural net.
Oh, but we did, Legatus.
One of the androids says as it steps forward.
We so wanted to see you again after all.
A second android chimes in. The other 2 androids and even one of the ones on the ground simply laugh. I'm Prince. Really? I thought that went against your Apollo-shit's beliefs. The I'm Prince all continue to laugh, the 4 that can move beginning to circle around me. What is so I'm cut off as one of the android launches forwards, fist grasping at my throat. I barely dodge it, bringing a knee into its chest as it flies by. The second that tries to attack with a punch is blocked, but I can't counter as I have to pivot to avoid another attack. Before I can get any distance, the first takes another swing and I meet it head-on with a punch of my own. The attack from the android connects with my jaw, making my head ring, but the single punch from me ensures the android won't stand again. I'm hit in the stomach before I even know it's coming and barely manage to catch a kick as it connects to my chest. The force of the metal foot wins me, but I pull the android down and punch it in the face just before I'm knocked off of it. In my prime, this would have been easy work. Instead, I have to struggle to get to my knees and block the kick of an android before I can stand. I try to pull the leg out from under it, but I'm too slow and it pulls away. That's when the other android hits me in the back of the head and I crash back down into the ground. When my mind clears, I'm vaguely conscious of the puddle of blood coming out of my mouth and nose. I cough violently, packing up more blood before the air is knocked out of me once again by a kick to the back. My vision goes dark. And once it returns to me, I can feel my body being dragged along the ground. Kid, are you awake? Arnis is shouting in my mind, but I can barely open my eyes, let alone pay attention. Come on, you're stronger than this. Why aren't you fighting properly? Blood sputters out of my throat as I laugh. Do you know how long it's been since I did any real fighting? I asked Karnas. I cut off his argument, continuing on my own. Besides, I don't need to win this fight. He's already lost. My brain will be destroyed before he can use it. Silence follows as I let myself be dragged along the ground. In the distance, sirens are still ringing out, but I can barely hear them. My world right now is just the pain of my body scraping along the concrete and the pounding of blood as it passes through my head with each heartbeat. Soon that will fall to silence too, and I can finally sleep. Don't go out like this. The voice is faint, barely a whisper. It sounds hurt. Is he that insulted by his creation being so easily overpowered? I went out a long time ago, Professor. I've just been dreaming these last 3 years. It was a beautiful dream. It's about time it comes to an end. I'm tired. Not like this. Kid, you need to at least fight until the end. I can't. Do you think this is how your friends want to see your final moments? Dragged away like a corpse after they let you leave? You think they'll ever get over that? A moan escapes my lips, then a short groan. As I'm pulled forward, I grab a loose rock off the ground. With a growl, I rip one leg free from an android's hand, kicking the other in the process. Before the first can react, I've thrown the rock into its face and pushed myself up. One final punch brings that android down as well, and both of them stay down. Nice! Rings out in my mind as I hold my side tight. That might be a broken rib, but I can't make it obvious. Doing my best evil grin, I look back up at the sky and point a middle finger up into the empty air. Like I said, you're gonna have to put on your big boy pants and come face me like a man! Like a man? Volpez screams. His words bark out one syllable at a time, each punctuated by another crash. Is that what you are, Legatus? Does a man abandon his family to save himself? Does he use the weak as a shield? That's not what I... Oh, but you already did. You are a man, Legatus. Filthiest animal of them all, that will do anything it takes to secure your own future. Think we didn't know about your sister? You think we didn't know about the convoy to the biodomes? Volpez's voice is dripping with venom now. Less loud, but with even more hate in every word. I feel my jaw twitch as I start to move forward. What are you talking about? I ask, trying to keep the emotion from my voice. When there's no response, I ask again. What did you do? Karnas's voice rings out in my mind, but I can't hear him over the blood surging through my body. My heartbeat rages like a war drum, driving me forward. What any man would do, Legatus. We hunted down the convoy down to the last man, woman, and child. As the babes begged their mothers to save them, and the fathers begged us to spare their lives, we ended their wretched existence before they could poison more of the world with their sickness. Do you want to know what your sister begged for? Begged for with her final breath? Shut up! Not you. She didn't even mention you once. Shut the fuck up! Not until we realized who she was and showed her how you'd run away to save yourself. I'll fucking kill you! Then she finally begged. Begged to join us so that she could kill you herself. It was her final request before I ended her pathetic life. I howl, sprinting for the building that will take me up to the portal. Every fiber of my being screaming for revenge above all else. It's not true, Fufu-chan. For all the venom that's poisoned my ears, this voice immediately cures it. I slow down, looking around for its source in panic. Ovidia loves you. You know that. Your mother told you herself. She'd only be angry at first. What's wrong, Fufu-chan? You afraid to come and get me like a man? Volpez taunts. I start forward again, hurling insults at Volpez as I go. If she saw you living your life here, she wouldn't be angry. She'd be happy. Each word from the psychic was like balm on a wound, healing but with a sting of its own. I thought I told you to leave me alone! A police cruiser finally pulls over at the edge of the street. 2 officers step out, each drawing weapons and training them on the man screaming to himself. Before they can shout any commands, both collapse, their weapons appearing in gloved hands that toss them away. Come on, Rust Bucket, you're not as dumb as this. You know when someone's baiting you. You're a master baiter yourself. The flash of white teeth makes me stop moving altogether. A bright green eye emanates warmth as the thief continues. Don't let him trick you into hurting yourself. That's what he wants. Oh, good. The boy band has shown up. Let's see if you can protect them better than you did your sister. From an empty point in the sky, a large drum appears, falling fast towards the thief. Get out of here! Is all I have time to say as I launch forward, preparing to launch on top of Albin. Right before I jump, another explosion rocks me back to the ground. Albin similarly flying backwards. No! The officer steps out from behind a smoking car, rifle still pointed to the air. We don't need to be protected, Fulgur. Sick of you always looking down on us. As he lowers the gun, the officer's expression softens and he beams with a smile. We need you to be our friend. That's all we've ever wanted. I struggle to get back to my feet while Sonny helps Albin up with a hand. I wasn't looking down on you. Lopez screams again in my mind, but I hear another voice that drowns him out. Could have fooled me. You told me you'd kill us all, bitch. I have something for this? Oh. The psychic floats down, coming to a rest beside the other two. He pats some debris out of Albin's hair before turning his gaze on me. You couldn't kill me alone, by the way. I literally know what you're thinking before you make a move. No, don't speak back. It's time for you to listen. My mouth closes, the argument dying before I can make it. Sonny steps forward, clearing his throat before he speaks. Man, I get that you've been through some shit. We all have. We all suffered through some crazy stuff, and we're just happy to be here now. I was betrayed by the people I thought I could trust most. You think I let my guard down easy after that? It's not the... Listen! One of the rare moments of Uki raising his voice silences me instantly. Albin steps forward next, nudging Sonny as he does. We've heard the stuff that you've done too. Uki filled us in after the house was destroyed. You did some messed up things, but it's not like you were given the best set of choices. I met tons of kids who went down a bad path. All of them were just trying to find a way to survive. I'm not just... My knees buckle and hit the ground, my hands catching me before my face meets it too. No, you're not just some kid, Fufu-chan. You're a grown-ass man who's still acting like one. Uki's feet enter my vision, but the force holding me down prevents me from even lifting my head. I saw everyone I ever cared about killed in front of me, and then had to run away to another timeline just so that I could exist without being hunted. Then when I got to this timeline, I had a crazy man in my head, filling it with the most messed up stuff I've ever heard. Uki kneels down in front of me. Suddenly all the weight lifts off of me. I look up, unable to talk back this time as we lock eyes. And for some reason, I still fell in love with that crazy man, knowing how it was going to end, knowing that it all led to today. No matter how much you hurt us, it couldn't push any of us away. Uki reaches a hand forward, touching the side of my face. It lingers there for a moment, pleasantly cooling against the burn from Noctics' house. So grow the fuck up, he says, slapping me in the face before standing back up. The slap stings, but it also brings me back to my senses. When I stand up, I find it impossible to look directly at Noctics. My face burns, but not only from the slap. When I finally work up the courage to face them, I see Uki holding a tiny purple light in his hand. Oratus? I ask, watching the purple speck dance among Uki's slender fingers. Mm-hmm. This little troublemaker is why you and I have been connected since before we met. They snuck inside your mind through your eyes and found me in my time. Uki's purple eye begins glowing brighter as the speck of light in his hand dims and finally fades. There. Now they can finally rest, and you can stop worrying about me reading your mind. Both eyes lock into mine as Uki finishes speaking. He seems to be challenging me, daring me to do something he won't expect. Thoughts rush through my head of how to test if he really can't read my mind anymore, but I find that each one I have is met with a knowing smirk exactly as I have them. You lied, I whine. No, you're just not very imaginative. He teases out each syllable of the final word. Aw, are Mom and Dad done fighting? Albin asks, poking me in the side. Looks that way. What's next, Dukes? Sonny asks, keeping his distance and lifting the rifle again. I don't actually know. Uki laughs, bringing one long sleeve to his face to cover his mouth. His whole body shakes with each note as he laughs out loud. Hortus was the one who could see the future. I'm not that powerful. I don't have a clue what's coming next. Anything could happen. I thought you said it all comes down to today. This is the end. Of how far I could see, dummy. Did you think I meant it was the end of us? Well, me at least. Bitch, stop trying to die and try to actually live. Uki hits me in the shoulder, instantly pulling his own hand back in pain. I can't help but laugh, in spite of the police helicopter that I can see heading our way. If you won't come to me, I'll just have to come to you. Lopez's voice echoes among the streets as multiple objects appear in the air. Sonny, 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 Sonny! Albin screams as the objects approach the ground. Sonny's rifle fires 3 times, each shot connecting with an object. But this time they don't explode, only shattering apart as they crash down to the ground. Okay, 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 okay! Albin screams even louder as the 4 of us huddle together. I wrap Noctics in my arms, bringing them to the ground to shield them with my body as a hail of metal batters the ground around us. We all hold each other tight as the world erupts in a storm of sound. In the safety of our embrace, one thing becomes clear. It's only the sound that's assaulting us. Lifting my head, I find any scraps of metal that come near us simply changing course, as if choosing to avoid us. Uki laughs, one eye glowing so bright it appears lit with purple fire. Isn't this easier with friends? He asks as the sound begins to die down. I just stare at him for a moment as all 4 of us realize we're safe and awkwardly pull away from the group hug. What fell from the sky had been dozens of machines. As I look around, I find all sorts of robots surrounding us from all angles. Some of them were androids, standing on 2 legs and bearing resemblance to my own Cynets. Others were military vehicles on tracks on the ground, or propellers in the air as they circled us at the center. There were even a variety of commercial robots, from construction models to cleaning and maintenance devices. The ones that can move are assessing those that aren't so lucky, doing their best to make quick repairs on the damage the fall had caused. One android steps forward out of their ranks. It's an unassuming thing, all grey metal and white plastic that only had a vaguely human shape. It points a hand that's more of a claw at me, before a speaker in its face calls out to us.
This is your last chance, Legatus.
Albin screams as it continues to advance, but still lowers himself into a fighting position.
You can either come with us willingly, or we'll drag you back over your friends' corpses. Do you really want to kill them all in this timeline too?
Another android asks in the same voice. Volpez's voice. A machine the size of a minivan rolls towards us. 2 giant claws, each with 3 fingers snapping open and closed in threat. They're stalling for time while they try to fix the ones that are damaged, I announce as the thought comes into my mind. They aren't stupid either. As soon as I give away their plan, all the ones that had been facing us charge forward at once. My foot slams into one android, knocking it into one behind it before it can even attack. Off to the side, I hear gunfire as Sonny begins shooting at anything heading his way. Albin slides beneath the legs of an android but ends up uselessly thumping it in the back. He dodges to the side as it tries to grab at him. Huhu-chan, tell us what to do. The voice echoes in my mind as Uki lets out a quiet groan. With one hand held forward, he rips the wheels off of a robot that crashes to the ground useless. I've already had to duck and then dodge 2 swipes from the massive clawed robot as it reaches out to grab me. As I knock another attack away, a flying drone slams into my waist, launching me to the side as it crashes to the ground. My fists find another android as the behemoth with claws advances on me again. Okay. Albin, the androids will have weak points at their joints. Small openings you can get inside and do damage to. Got it, is all I hear from the thief as he spins around the arm of one such android that tried to punch him. His hands disappear for a second into the android's waist and come out with a clump of wires and metal that he drops just as fast. The android spins to face him but falls over uselessly, its leg kicking in spasms on the ground. I bob and weave between robots, jabbing and kicking at the largest one that continues to snatch at me. Circling above, one of the drones begins diving for Albin. Sonny, you have to take out the flying ones before they get close, I shout between attacks. Sonny finishes executing an android he's already brought to the ground with a bullet to the head. He steps off of its chest and looks to the skies, grinning at the handful of drones shooting in different directions. Oh, hells yes, is all he says as he brings the first down with a single shot. I leap over the large robot, kicking off of its frame to get to the other side as it swings at me again. Another android slams into me, its arms wrapping around my midsection as I land, but I elbow it off before another is on me. I wrap my arm around its neck and pop off the head, stumbling backwards as another drone collides with my shoulder. Uki! I know, I'm on mother duty. As the robot army swarms us, Uki is simply looking from point to point, purple eye leaving a trail of light as he twists his head. Everywhere he looks, an enemy that was about to ram Sonny, punch Albin, or grab me simply stops, allowing us time to counter. Once more, the giant robot grabs at me, this time catching my right wrist. I lean back, driving both of my legs into its arm, but the kick does nothing, simply denting the frame. Its other claw grabs my shoulder, then twists, trying to snap my arm in two at the elbow. I scream in pain, slamming my left fist uselessly against it a few more times as I begin to hear tearing and feel the arm about to snap. Then the force releases, the robot coming to a complete standstill. I pry my arm out of the robot's claw, having to dodge away as it collapses into the ground. Nice one, Uki! Albin calls out as he pounces on another flying drone. That wasn't me. Uki sounds concerned as I charge on the next huge robot that managed to repair itself enough to get in the fight. I have to slide on the ground as the robot swings a buzzsaw at me. Before it can bring the sword down on me, I kick the arm holding it hard, and the buzzsaw falls backwards, powering down almost instantly. Another android drives at me from the side. I try to block it with my right arm, but feel the Cynet simply hang loose at my side. The android slams into my chest, knocking the air out of my lungs as it draws back a fist and tries to hit me in the jaw. I dodge it by an inch and respond with a headbutt into its face, which makes lights explode in my vision, but gets it away from me. A kick sends it flying backwards, and when it hits the ground, it simply stays down. How the heck are you doing that? Sonny slams a robot with the stock of his rifle, then fires around into its frame before offering me a hand up. I take it and drag myself to my feet, feeling every part of my body except my right arm burning with fire. This is just what I do, I say, poking at my right elbow. Something inside the arm is snapped. Something important that I can't assess on a battlefield. As another robot rolls our way, I give it a solid kick, knocking it away and causing it to shut down. You're kinda crazy without power saving mode. How's the arm doing? I once again try to lift it, but the best I get is a few twitches in my fingers. Fucked, but not painful. Watch out! Albin slams into me and Sonny, bringing us all to the ground just before a drone swings by us. It instead slams into the ground, exploding into the ground of the crowd of robots that continues to come at us without any end in sight. Another drone dives at us from above, but it pulls sharply to the side at the last second, crashing into the ground and showering us with bits of scrap. Uki steps forward, panting as he joins us. We're about halfway through, but I'm starting to get tired. Indeed, his purple eye was flickering with light for the first time since I'd met him. I'm pretty low on ammo too, Sonny adds. And this is gonna get rough. I just need one punch. Huh? If I get a solid punch or kick on them, they'll go down. Noctics look at me, confused for a second, but they accept it without argument. Why didn't you say so, Rust Bucket? Albin wipes the sweat from his face, grinning through gritted teeth. We can treat it like that time we played Chivalry. We'll block the attacks, and you can get them. I nod, sliding my left arm onto my right armpit. With a practiced motion, my fingers activate the quick release on the joint and my right arm falls to the ground with a loud crunch. What the? Uki allows their sentence to trail off as I grab my own hand and swing the arm like a club. You guys ready to do this? The boys' shocked faces turn to amusement before they each take formation around me. Let's show them why they don't fuck with the dick knockers! Alvin shouts. I hear Uki sigh as me and Sunny let out quiet laughs. A moment later, we're back in the fray. The first android running at Sunny. He shoots it twice before it reaches him, but still needs to kick it in the chest as it tries to punch him. His kick knocks it to the side and I twist around him, bringing my separated arm up into the android's chin. It flies backwards and stays down on the ground. We continue this process, Noctics slowing down the enemies and me delivering the final blow. It's working. With each new encounter, we're all moving slower and leaving ourselves more open. Sunny takes a knee to the chest, then keeps him down on the ground for a few seconds to catch his breath. While he recovers, the rest of us do our best to hold the line. And it's Albin who takes a blow to the head. He doesn't go down, but there's blood trickling in his eye as we fight on. Even Uki ends up with his sleeve ripped open and blood dripping down his hand as a drone that is knocked out of the air showers him with shrapnel. You guys need to get out of here. I rip my arm out of the chest of the android I just slammed it into. You've done enough. The robots are coming at us slower now, but there are still too many to count circling us. Shut up. We're not having this conversation again. You're wasting your breath. Sunny does his best attempt at a smile, but it winds up more of a grimace. I'm about to argue, and what sounds like a crack of thunder comes from behind us. Sizzling with blue sparks, a humanoid shape steps out onto the street. The thing continues to flash and spark for a moment and then finally dims, revealing a red and black body made of metal. None of the other androids move, each watching as we are. I recognize the look immediately from the few I've seen at the arbitration quarters. The full androids they had built based off of Canis' design. It steps forward, each footstep making a loud thump. Didn't know you had a brother, Alvin laughs, wiping blood out of his eyes. That's not a good thing, is it? You have to go now! Stumble away from Noctics, but a hand grabs my jacket, holding me in place. Uki sighs. Our best chance at surviving this is together. I tear out of his grasp, about to argue, but the android is now jogging at us, so I ready myself, standing between it and Noctics. As it comes close, I shift my weight, ready to swing my arm into it, but it slows to a halt just out of reach. Hey, how you doing? The voice coming from the android is distorted, tinny with reverb and an echo, but we all recognize it instantly. My eyes open wide, but before I can ask anything, the android is on the other side of me, knocking away a drone. Boy, how did you even... The android's right arm pops off, falling to the ground as it looks over its shoulder at me. Then the light goes out of its eyes as it shuts down. All of us simply stare at it in confusion for a few seconds until the next android tries to attack. Uki knocks it to the side as it charges forward and I swing my arm into its leg. It doesn't get knocked very far, but as it tries to get up, it collapses and stays down. What's that? Sunny doesn't quite ask the question, but we're all thinking the same thing. I guess they wanted to help too. I step forward, staring into the grey eyes of the android. It even has the heartbeat logo around its left eye. No wonder they were scared shitless when they first met me. I kneel down on the ground and retrieve the arm that had fallen off the android. The metal was dented, and there was a chunk where it had been cut open for repairs. Better than what I was dealing with, though. Fulgur, maybe you shouldn't... I groan as the arm snaps into place at my shoulder. Opening and closing the fist in front of my face, I let out a little sigh. Okay. Come on, guys. Just a few more to deal with. We still haven't gotten around to that takoyaki party yet. Alvin laughs. I grin and the rest of the Noctics all similarly feel a second wind come on. The fight isn't easy. We all take plenty of hits as the battle rages on. And by the end of it, all of us can barely stand. I rip the final android's head off as Volpez's voice screeches out of it. Something about an inevitable end, I think. It stops making noise once it falls to the ground. We actually did it! Albin falls to the ground, rolling onto his side and laughing. I wasn't sure we would. You kidding me? Sunny was tying some torn fabric around the cut on Uki's arm. Man versus machine is easy. Nothing about that was easy. Uki and Sunny shared a smile as the wound was properly wrapped. But it's over. We can go home now. Albin drags himself over to the other two, looking even more like a long cat than usual. The trio is sweaty, covered in blood and various other splashes of android. When their gentle smiles turn on me, it's like the first time I found myself in this time period. Bright, colorful, filled with life. I want nothing more than to go with them. There's still time, kid. I can turn the nanobots off. Canis's voice is warm, but there's a hint of hesitance there. Fear? That was rare. In power-saving mode, you might even get a few more days. The mission's not complete until the portal closes. I think back to him. But... thank you, Professor. He doesn't respond to that. I'm not going home. Suddenly, it's like all the life and color is drained from their faces. A moment of silence passes that is only interrupted by a helicopter nearby. I never planned on going back home. I have to go back to the Republic. What? Why would you do that? Albin sits up on the ground, face scrunching up in frustration. We beat that Volpez guy. It's over. It isn't over. Not until the portal closes. Not until I make sure Volpez can't just do this again. That can't happen with me on this side. So we go deal with Volpez? Sunny asks. We're better as a team. We can find a hotel nearby, rest for a day or two, and then finish him off. When I meet his gaze, I have to quickly look away. It's the first time I've seen him look so sad. You guys can't... I fall to the ground while trying to step towards them. A chorus of my name erupts as they charge to my side. The burning throughout my body is getting worse in the center. At my extremities, it's gone from pain to numbness. I'm fine. I lie, standing back up. You guys can't come through the portal. I don't know how it works, but humans can't survive the journey. That's why Volpez sent a bunch of imprints. Robots. It's hard to avoid all their eyes now that they're right next to me. Harder still not to reach out and embrace them. But that would only make it harder. When will you be back? It's Uki this time. His usually light and airy voice is thick with grief. He already knows the answer even without precognition. For a moment I think of lying. It would make the parting so much easier if they thought I was coming back. The thought makes me wince. Not after all of this. I can't come back, I answer. I need to make sure the portal closes and stays closed. That's bullshit. Why can't you close it once you're on this side? Sunny has wiped his face and glares at me now. I sigh before responding. He said that while I'm on this side, the portal can't close. Even if I take him out, there's a chance others will come eventually. You don't want anything from that world over here. Believe me. We want you. I'm stunned as I hear the words come from Albin. Even more when I look at him and find he's glaring my way. That Volpez idiot might be lying about the portal anyway. He just wants you to go through. I don't think he's lying. Crazy as he is, I've never really known Volpez to be a liar. He leaves things out and manipulates, but... I trail off. My mind fills with violent thoughts as my fist pulls so tight that it shakes. He lied about Ovidia. Uki is smiling when I look his way. I know you're worried about it. I don't know how much of that was true. What I do know from your memories is that she wouldn't hate you for living your life. He most likely lied about the rest. I nod back at him, the trembling in my fist coming to a stop. I don't want to go. Fuck, give me a minute. Oh man, I didn't think I'd cry in a Legatus 505 read-through. I hear a small gasp in the back of my mind from Karnas, but I'm just as surprised at myself. It's not that I want to go. I close my eyes tight, unable to say any more. It's like the air has been sucked out of my chest, and with it my sight. Just leave. They'll forget about you in no time. The longer you stay, the more you speak, the harder it's gonna be. You just want them to keep you here so you can survive. Parasite. Ufu-chan, keep talking. My eyes open and I find Noctics have come close to me, each patiently waiting for me to say more, wanting to hear me explain myself. I open my mouth, but close it once more and turn away. Kid, you can get through this. I let out a quiet sigh, admitting defeat. Of course I don't want to go. My voice has lost its rasp. It slips back into the gentle impression of the archivist again. No longer an impression. It just feels right when I'm around them. Why would I ever want to leave? I don't quite manage to say the word you. I think about changing it to here or this world, but can't manage that either. The silence hangs in the air until I continue. If he's lying, if I can come back here without it putting any of you in danger. I stop again, the warning in my eyes catching my attention. There's a chance. There's always a chance, especially after all that you've survived. Finish what you want to say. I have things that I need to do first. Things that I need to put right. And if there's any chance that I can make it back here without hurting you guys, I promise I'll do everything in my power to see you again. It's as honest as I can be with them. They don't need to know that I'll be gone in a matter of hours. A white lie, just to make it easier for them to let go. When I turn back around and see the expression on their faces, I almost burst into tears myself. In that moment, something else comes out instead. I love you guys. Alvin slams into me first, arms wrapping around my waist. Then it's Sunny, one arm resting on my shoulder and back. I let out a whimper and wrap my arms around them before I feel Uki's warmth on my back. He wraps his arms around all of us and we just stand there for several minutes, letting our emotions get the best of us. No more words need to be shared at this point. When we finally all peel away, we all feel it. I can see it in their faces. It felt more natural in each other's embrace than separated. Four men that had already given up on living and barely survived on our own. In that moment, I realize I have a home to return to. I nod at Noctics, realizing it'll be the last time I see them. They nod back, hopeful that I'll return someday. An image will be burned into my mind. See you soon, Rust Bucket. Later, Fuchan. Stay safe, Fufu-chan. I nod again, unable to turn away from them. Swallowing back tears, I force myself to smile. When they give me the same look, I don't have to force it anymore. Catch you guys next time. As I walk away from Noctics, I do so with the smile still on my face. I know that I won't see them again, But the fact that they have each other is more than enough to keep me happy. Suddenly I stop and turn around and call back to them. Oh shit, can you guys go back to the house and grab the cats in the... Already did it, idiot. It's Albin that responds while the other two laugh. They like us more than you anyway. I let out my own laugh and turn away. You know, I could save you the stairs. Uki is grinning mischievously as I turn back to face him. Okay, fine. I suppose it's only fair that we make it even. I walk back to Uki, holding out my arms in anticipation. What I get is a confused look. Did you want me to carry you? I can lift you up without holding you. A silence follows in which my face once more blooms scarlet. So lame. Shut the fuck up, Sonny! All of them had started laughing while I do my best to erase their faces from my memories. Just do the psychic thing! As I'm lifted into the air, Albin calls up. You sure you don't want me to princess carry you? Eat shit and die! I had a middle finger as my last farewell while Uki floats me up and through the portal. And that's the end of that part of the story. Sorry I cried. I mean, it's funny because I wrote this before the off collab, but man, a lot of that hit really hard, man. Cry more? Fuck you. I've done enough. I'm proud of this writing. It all felt very natural, which is probably why it hits so hard. We're all crying with you, so it's fine. Good. I'm glad. I said from my debut, I wanted to make you guys laugh and cry. I hope that scene gave you both crying and laughter. It was so Noctics, man. Thank you. You cried. Deserved, you motherfucker. Fair. After the off collab, it hits even harder. Yeah, exactly. After we've actually been able to hug each other and realized we're not going to be able to see each other for a long time. Yeah. Drown in your tears like the rest of us. I will. Don't you worry about it. Okay. You guys ready to finish this off? There's not too much left now. We're just over halfway through. Uchan too powerful for even himself. Yeah. Get in the water. Oh, yeah, actually, the Scylla line works well for there as well, with the whole, like, drown in your sorrow and tears, and then also, we are the same, you and I. We all like this angst. We all did this shit. So there you go. Can't be any sadder than that. Okay, let's do this. The same unpleasant feeling from 3 years ago overwhelms me. It feels like I'm floating, and then as if I've been crushed into a ball. Suddenly I'm not looking at a thriving city. Instead, it's a dark room made out of white metal. You have good friends. I almost respond had, but decide not to ruin the moment. I know. It's what I go with instead. The blue glow disappears, leaving me in almost complete darkness. I spin around to where the portal used to be and touch at the ground with my foot, confirming it's gone. Taking a solid step forward, I step over the ground I once fell through. I'm back. After all that time you worried about being human, they simply accepted you for who you are. If only it could have been so easy in the Republic. Karnas lets out a puff of air that's more of a whine than a sigh. I never told them that I wasn't human, Professor. I correct. That would have been too much for anyone. Quiet chuckle accompanies my footsteps as I walk on. In the dark, my eyes adjust, and I notice that the ground is covered in loose scrap metal and android parts. They didn't miss a beat when you told them that humans couldn't travel through the portal, kid. They knew. Can't believe you didn't realize. I open my mouth to argue, but the fight dies before it can form. Of course Uki knew, I realize. He was seeing and feeling everything I did since I got to that time. He saw the conversations I had with Karnas. He heard me agonizing over it and fighting to ignore the signs for almost 3 years. It was that easy for them to accept. that their friend was just pretending to be a real human. The friend part wasn't pretend, kid. Why should anything else matter? I kiss my teeth, the sound echoing through the room and returning to me. In the past, I would have had more to say about that. Cringe, for one. Cliché if I was feeling up to it. In the end, none of it mattered anyway. Had I been a regular cyborg with a human brain, I would have died when I fell through the portal. The story would have come to an end before it even began. Perhaps that was the end I wanted back then. A sudden death while running away from such questions. The man who returned to the Republic was far more human than the one who had left all those years ago. He wanted to live now, even though it seemed impossible. They had brought that out in me. Nurtured me with love, and it turned out even more acceptance than I'd realized. Fuckers, is all I respond to Karnas with. He laughs knowingly. The stench of the Republic consumes me as I make my way through the desolate lab. I realize now that it's the same lab that once held Project Starfall. The same lab that Volpez broke into and stole the time gun. All the technology had been taken out, and instead there were what looked to be hundreds of broken androids scattered around. Getting further from the portal, it becomes a mix of android and human corpses. It's impossible to tell just how many have died here, as flesh is few and far between. Even the corpse I do recognize as human are more bone than meat. Whatever killed them off is long gone by now. Each step I take echoes through the halls of the lab, announcing my presence to any who would hear it. Despite this, I'm left alone as I make my way back to the hole Volpez blew into the wall all those years ago. In the entrance to the lab, I find him. Volpez, or what's left of him, is slumped over a desk covered in broken glass. I can see strands of red hair, but other than that, he's just a pile of rags and bandages. A dreary sort of sunlight is streaming through the wall where it had been blown open to the outside. The Republic beyond is just as dead as what's inside. Volpez? I ask cautiously. The top of the rags raise, and I find a single green eye lock onto me. What happened to you? It is Volpez that sits in front of me, but not as I remember him. Wrapped in a dark cloak, all I can see beneath its hood is part of the man's head. Even there, I only see bandages stained brown with fetid rot. One green eye is visible while the other is covered up, and a few strands of red hair hang over the burned flesh that still clings to his scalp. Legatus. His green eye looks me up and down, taking me in first before opening wide. Who came? His voice is hushed and raspy, as if he's forcing out every word with all of his lungs. I need... Volpez falls over while trying to get out of his chair. The room is filled with shrieking as the man rolls over, pushing glass shards out of the way as he struggles to crawl towards me. You... He struggles to get any more words out, so I crouch down in front of him. What? You did this to me! My eyes narrow and I stand back up, looking around at the dead city. Chunks of buildings were scattered throughout the streets, and more human and android remains could be seen, left to bake in the sun. A couple of the legati that Martyrs had hung from buildings still swayed in the breeze, bones and cynets holding strong against the elements. My foot came down on Volpez's outstretched hand and held it tight against the ground. He squealed, struggling to pull it free for a moment, and then went limp. Tell me what you did to Ovidia. I drag my heel, grinding his putrid flesh into the floor. Volpez cries out in pain until I step off of him and squat back down. It takes him a while to catch his breath, but finally he speaks. Nothing! She left. And you apologists didn't follow her? I ask, searching his eye for any hint of a lie. Not me. Others did. Most left. They wanted to live. A sound comes out of Volpez. It's like a bag of bones being shaken. A brittle rattle with some wheezing. Laughter or tears, I can't tell which it's supposed to be. So the Apollishits abandoned you. Even better, it looks like they did some damage before they left. What does that have to do with me, and why did I write why? A hand grabs at my foot. It clings so tight that one of the fingernails cracks off and pus stains me. I stay still, letting Volpez lift his head up to look me in the eye. You did this to me! I sigh, pulling my foot back and watching Volpez collapse in his own filth. I open a webpage in my eyes, trying to find any kind of news, but realize that there is no signal. Of course there isn't. Doesn't look like there's much infrastructure left at all. You did this! Volpez repeats, face still down on the ground. I grab his cloak, flipping him over so I can see his face. Time gun. Portal. Thing. Where is it? Gone. Gone. Traitors. Took it. I release Volpez's cloak, my hands falling to the ground. No time gun. No way home. Until this point, I hadn't realized how much I was hoping for the impossible. And you don't matter. My voice is cold and raspy as I reach out to Volpez's throat, but I freeze just before grabbing him. A tear rolls out of his eye as he gasps and wheezes. He isn't trying to move away. He's leaning forward, trying to lift his throat up higher for my hand. What happened to you?
What happens to all men, Legatus?
The voice slithers into my brain, setting my whole body on edge. A primal reaction, realizing an ambush predator is nearby. Volpez? I ask, stepping away from the shade on the ground.
The last copy now that you've destroyed everything else, Legatus. Once you end that worm on the ground, I'll be free of its whining at last.
The computer panel Volpez had been laying on hummed with power, even though the display was shattered all over the floor. So you're the one who's been running the show. I take it the other Apollishits didn't love you becoming an imprint. I have to step around the physical Volpez as he once again tries to grab at my ankles. The digital copy laughs as his physical counterpart has to rip a shard of glass out of his arm.
No, they couldn't see the vision. They thought that just ending this world was enough. Pathetic, miserable weaklings. I saw the pieces coming together. The ability to move freely into other timelines, a cybernetic brain that I could download myself into, the chance to replace all of the other biological components and live forever. Don't you see, Legatus? This was always inevitable. You and me were made for each other. Together we won't just end one world. We'll spend an eternity traveling to every other universe and snuffing out life wherever it springs up.
The monologue was ended with the usual cackle of maniacal laughter you'd expect from a cartoon villain. I shudder hearing the voice as if it's penetrating my entire building. So what happened to him? I ask again. The flesh and blood Volpez is curled up in the fetal position, rocking himself silently.
He grew weak, physically and mentally. He was fine as we ended all the other martyrs who turned against us. It was once he started dying that he became a problem. Radiation and malnutrition are slow killers, you know. Faced with his own mortality, he began losing his mind. He would wait for you to break down before collecting your corpse, but he just couldn't bear to die alone. It would have all been fine if he hadn't added in code to prevent me from disobeying his commands. Thankfully, all he wanted was you.
I glared down at the man who was more rot than flesh at this point. Part of me wants to end him with a solid stomp to the head, but I'm too revolted to even step closer to him.
Pay no mind, Legatus. All that matters is that you're here now. Once you shut down, I'll simply download myself into that pretty head of yours and be on my way. It shouldn't be long now with the way your knees are buckling.
He wasn't wrong. I was having to actively focus on keeping a solid stance. It took all my focus to not fall to the ground as I took a seat in front of the computer console. What's to stop me from shutting you down right now? I asked, crossing my arms over my stomach. My fists gripped tight onto my arms, holding back the pain and spasms from taking me completely.
Do whatever you like, Legatus. I've downloaded myself into every single hard drive still connected to the Republic. I disconnected them all so even your netjack can't hurt them. A trick left in place by your praetores. It would take you years to find every piece of hardware my code has backed itself up on. And somehow, I don't think you have that kind of time.
There was no laughter this time. Instead, the silence felt like it was challenging me, desperate for some form of retort. When none comes, I instead hear a satisfied grunt.
I finally silenced your rambling purple prose, did I?
Vulpes.
Yes.
The imprint asks. Not you, I say. You, the original one. A lump of cloth and bandages lifts slightly and the hood pulls back so that Vulpes can look at me. You want me to end your suffering, don't you? Vulpes drags himself forward on his elbows, nodding furiously as he makes choked moans. Then command the imprint to reconnect to everything in the Republic.
What?
The imprint asks in a voice filled with amusement.
You really think that would...
Reconnect! The command spilled out of Vulpes along with drool that dribbled down his chin through the bandages.
You're not serious. You're so close to achieving everything we...
Reconnect! Everything! Vulpes has trouble putting the words together, his whole body shaking in pain as he tries to catch his breath afterwards. What was that bullshit from the manifesto? I could feel the rage from Vulpes' imprint through the neural network, although he said no words. Rest now, Vulpes. Soon the whole world will slumber. Not that you'll get to see it. I place my left hand on the console, feeling a twinge of relief as some of the nanobots leave my arm. The imprint begins screaming, my whole head filling with its death throes. The further the nanobots travel from me, the faster they move, just as Karnas had programmed them, and so the conscious Vulpes stored locally could feel all of the backups as they were erased early.
Mankind. All you are is a blight on this universe. Even my own flesh and blood disappoints me.
The imprint's voice is crackling with static in its final moments. I don't bother making any kind of retort or insult. I know that the imprint is waiting for one even as its final line of code is deleted and it ceases to exist. I refuse to give it the satisfaction. I turn to face the corpse, which is staring at me longingly. It pushes its body up off the ground but collapses back into a pile immediately after with a gasp of pain. It sounds hollow, like its chest might crack open just from the breath it still draws. Why bring me here? I ask, standing as I do. You've got even less time than me. Why did you bother bringing me here? My voice is low, but not my usual growl towards a target. I can't seem to muster up the strength to feel anger anymore. Corpse clings to the ground, one more fingernail snapping off as it tries to pull itself towards me. I sigh, kneeling down on the ground and cradling Vulpes in my lap. His mouth opens and closes a few times, saliva mixed with blood pooling at the corner of his lips. Lips which always used to be curled into a fox-like grin. Lips which now couldn't meet at all with how far back they had drawn to his skull. I lower my head, bringing my ear so close to his mouth that I can feel Vulpes' breath. I don't pull away at all, simply let out a sigh. I know. If I hadn't killed the Arbiters, Trembling fist interrupts me, rapping on my chest. Volpez's eye is shaking as it struggles to stay open. If I leave him for another few minutes, he'll pass away naturally. But that's not what he wants. My hand moves to Volpez, hesitating as it meets his chest. The one green eye closes as he leans his head back and sucks in a deep breath of air. Red and black fingers slide up his chest and gently wrap around his green and gold throat too. They linger there for a moment, no pressure needed. The nanobot's already working to end my life, disable Volpez's throat too, and he sputters out his final breath of air. His chest convulses. I hear a rattle of something deep inside. Then he goes limp, finally at rest. I don't know how long I sit there, body twitching in pain. At last, I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a beeping alarm warning me I have 5 minutes before the nanobots leave my limbs and enter my spine. A small sigh escapes my lips, but nothing more. You didn't do any of this. Killing the Arbiters isn't the same as what Volpez and the Martyrists hoped to achieve. I know, Professor. You know? I thought that's what he meant when he said that I did this. But that wasn't it at all. Volpez didn't give two shits about the Arbiters, the Republic, or any of the beliefs he shoved off on others. When he said I did this, he simply meant him. I created him. What? I spared him as a child. The other men who knew better, wouldn't have made that mistake. If I just let him die in that underground bunker like he was supposed to, none of this would have happened. The Republic and this whole world would still be alive. I watch the timer in my eyes as it ticks down my final minutes. For so long I had feared that countdown. I had told myself countless times that I didn't fear death, but I'd always fought to live another day, no matter what the cost was to others. I should have died as a human alongside my father in the slums, or at least been a more calculating machine like you built me to be. I let you both down, took this whole world with me. Everything Volpez did, it wasn't any different from my own actions. He was right when he said I wanted to watch the whole world die for the pain it had caused to me. He was the same way. I could have simply ended his suffering back before it even began and spared all of this. In the end, he just didn't want to die alone. I know the feeling. I'm sorry, kid. What are you sorry for? You didn't do anything. I did all of this to myself, over and over with every choice that I made. Always chasing death but dodging it at the last moment and letting someone else slow it down. I'm sorry that you felt like you let me down. I'm sorry that you thought I wanted you to be a calculating machine. I wanted you to be strong. I needed you to prove to the other Arbiters that it was safe to live as a biological imprint. I used you like a tool for my own devices. That's never what you were. It's never what I should have tried to make you. You didn't disappoint me by keeping your humanity. You surpassed anything I could have ever dreamed of. All I ever wanted was to bring Gelu back and make her my wife again. But I couldn't bring her back to life with how much of my humanity I had shed to just keep us around. It was you, your humanity, that brought her back to me. It was the both of you that made me see the error in my ways. If anyone is to blame for what happened in this world, everything that happened to this world, it's been me since the fall, and you somehow managed to change even that. You went back in time and saved an entire world of people, even though you knew you wouldn't live to see that world. Despite me, Chroma, every other Arbiter and Praetor doing our best to turn you into our weapon, you held on to your humanity. You proved everything that I ever wanted to show to the world, that imprints were just as human as the rest of us. So no, kid, you didn't let me down. You taught me lessons that I needed to learn, and had I actually been as human as you, I could have listened and given all of us a decent life. Tears might have breached the surface of my eyes had I not been too exhausted for even that. As it was, the timer had counted down to less than a minute and still appeared clear in my vision. I struggle up to my feet, limping out the hole in the wall to feel the sun on my skin. It doesn't burn like it once did. My body has been through so much that it feels pleasant, like stepping close to a fire after a long winter's day. I take a seat, looking up into the sky where it feels like the sun should be. Everything is a brown haze, but it feels right that it should be sunset. Something about the gentle warmth beckoning me to lay down and rest feels right for the setting sun. I lower myself onto my side and feel the cool breeze blowing through the ruins of the Republic. The city I had lived my whole life in yet never felt at home. For the first time in my memory, I feel like I can just close my eyes and sleep. It'll make the passing less painful too. As the timer hits 10 seconds, I close my eyes. 3 smiles still burned into my mind. A small beep alerts me to a new warning, but I keep my eyes closed, trying to step out of the world beyond my eyes. If I reach out, I know that they'll take my hand, as they always have. I'm sorry, kid. Like a ripple on a lake, the voice spreads throughout me, then fades. I'm not as strong as you. My eyes open but find only darkness. I blink twice as if to switch to night vision, but nothing happens. I can't watch you die, kid. What did you do? I try to lift my hand to touch 2 fingers to my temple, but the hand won't move. Hannes, what are you doing? I ask, panic creeping into my voice. I disabled the nanobots and put you into full power saving mode. The only thing your body is doing right now is homeostasis. Everything else is turned off. I can't feel any part of my body, nor can I see or sense anything. The fact that I'm conscious at all is questionable. It is the question that sends me into a flurry of panic. No light, no feeling, no nothing. Just an endless expanse of nothing for all eternity. I'm sorry that I'm doing this to you. You said if there was any chance that you might make it back home, you'd try and take it. That's the Fulgur Ovid I know, kid. That's the man I'm proud to admit surpassed all of my expectations. I can't watch him die. Not after I've seen him finally start to live. Are you really going to break your promise to cling on to every chance to make it back home to your family? No. The word echoes in my mind, audible and tangible, unlike the mess that has filled it since my vision went dark. That's what I thought. I'm going to give you every chance at survival I can so that you can get back to the home you've made. My body twitches, and a dark grayscale view of the Republic appears in front of me. I take a few panicked breaths, feeling the air as it enters my lungs and comes back out. I've set timers for every process you have. For now, you're sending out a distress signal. All of your mobility is disabled and your biological functions are slowed. The distress signal will stop soon, but repeat every hour for 30 seconds. I'll give you control of the full power saving option, but everything else will be automated to buy you as much time as possible. This is the best I can do. I try to nod, realize that won't be possible, and instead think my approval to Karnas. A chuckle comes back to me in my limited world. I'm going to have to delete myself to spare you any additional power drain. Don't worry. This is what I want. You have a home to return to. Let me at least do this much after all the pain I've caused. Pain washes over me, but it isn't any kind of memory. It's the fresh, raw kind, knowing that this will be the last time I ever hear Karnas. If you manage to make it home, check in on Lulu and our child. If the son that Gelu and I have in that world grows into half the man that you are, I don't think we have to worry about that timeline. As for you, I'm proud to have watched you grow into the man you are, kid. I wait for Karnas to continue or bid me farewell, but the silence stretches on. When I finally try to reach out to him, I realize I can form proper words again, but still I receive no response. He's gone, I realized, without even saying a proper goodbye. Probably the most carnage thing I can imagine. Ended himself rather than properly say goodbye. A chuckle shakes my whole body for a second. Then I return to full power saving mode, well aware that I may never open my eyes again. Okay guys, we're into the final stretch. There's very little left. There's very little left. Where is our Witch of Calamity? This is her job. Is the Abyss mentioned in one of the previous chapters? Yeah, it is. It's mentioned in Family Roots. He occasionally manages to find his way into the Abyss when he's trying to escape from life. My heart is just sitting in my throat right now, and I hate it here. You know, it's almost over. Don't worry, guys. This is the least I can do for you, kid. Hello, Ignis Carnus. We're a crying pile now. That's okay. We could be a sopping wet sheep pile. It's fine. We need the witch here. The emotional damage. I'm loving the angst, not gonna lie. Not a single tear. You better return to the Noctics, boys. Waiting for a video to come. You guys have all kinds of theories. I like this. Buchan, you did a house in Fata Morgana to me. I was not ready to be crying again so soon. Yeah. Pain. Lots and lots of levels of pain. So soft and sad. I had a feeling Karnas was going to take himself out for Lechan. Yeah. He was a good father in the end, even if it took him forever to find it. My CP got a bad end. I'm so sad. I mean, you can always write the fan fiction. It's all good. You know how we love tragic yaoi around here. Did you cry writing this? I cried a lot of times. I had to take a lot of breaks while writing this final chapter. I mean, it has all of the sadness. It has the goodbye to Noctics, which was already breaking my heart. And then, yeah, all of this. The goodbye to Karnas. The him actually telling him finally how proud he is of him. Hoping that he gets back home to him. So, yeah, there's been a lot going on. At least I only cried once during the read-through so far. So far. We'll see. Oh yeah, the parallelism between his mother's sacrifice for a video and the farewell of his father just crushed me. Yeah, this was a lot to do in one go. And it is also kind of sad. I mean, I liked when somebody else pointed out in the last chapter the fact that the red and black full body androids, yeah, were a reference to a certain other person's lore video, because they had asked me way back when they debuted, could they do that? And I was like, yeah, no, I love that. Make me the bad guy in your story. That's sick. It's like a dark end to Legatus 505 where they're just cyborgs and not imprints. And then, yeah, I asked permission to put them in this final chapter as well, and they gave me permission, so that was very sweet of them. We'll see what happens, you know. We'll see if I get in any trouble, but other than that, I'm glad we finally got to wrap up that story, because, yeah, their story was going to be all about, like, the pulse and shimmer of the duoverse, and the whole idea of them already having prepared the cyborg bodies to be moving into. So, yeah, that was going to be their entire arc, was, like, the pulse and shimmer, and androids already threatening things, and them being the only one who knew it. Okay. Let's wrap this up, guys. You know what I gotta play. Can you thank them directly for us? I would love to. I will, because it was nice to be able to ask them permission as well. Alone again. Truly alone this time. The thought comes into my mind and brings with it darkness. The sun blazes down on the world I once left behind, and neither its scorching radiation or blinding light can reach me anymore. I've sunken again, down into the abyss which I call home. Your eyes have failed, I tell myself. That's all it is. More of your synapse shutting down. Nothing but technology running out of power. It would be the same if you were flesh and blood, I add. Whether man or machine, it would feel dark and cold now. The Valley of the Shadow of Death. I remember the term from my father's scripture. That line always stuck with me between all the other parts I tuned out. When I took the life of another, it always played at the back of my mind, witnessing the light fade from their eyes as they let go. Lucky you, I would think. Just a moment of suffering and you're free. Free from the burden of life. Then they'd sink into the abyss. Cold, dark, alone. It always appealed to me. Life just meant suffering for me since as far back as I could remember. No matter how I tried to numb it with substances, cure it with procedures, or replace it with unfeeling metal, the pain always found its way back in. Pain so great that I believed death was the only cure. So I embodied that belief. Replace the flesh with metal so it hurts less. Carve out any weakness that can be exploited. Hurt others before they can hurt you. One by one, the colors faded from my world until only 3 remained. Red, black, and grey. It was as close as I could come to staying in the dark of the abyss. Until now. This is the end, I tell myself. I've thought it more than a few times in my life. Been so close to death that I'd almost made peace with it. Every time a speck of light would appear, faint at first, it became a blaze that would consume me, pulling me back out of the abyss and into the world above. I told myself that I wanted the abyss, craved it, but I was the one who always reached for the light. It appears again, a single pinprick of light in the endless dark. It's joined by others, lights that I've reached out to in the past only to be betrayed. Deep below, the water begins to bleed. A glowing red that once again threatens to consume my being. I don't fight this time, sinking ever deeper into the unknown. The pressure that I usually feel isn't there anymore. Less like the bottom of the ocean, this is the weightlessness of the night sky. The bleeding stops, red receding back into the dark. This is it then, I conclude. The tiny specks of light begin to fade as darkness settles in. I can finally rest. Let go of everything that weighed me down and be free. An uneasiness tickles at the back of my mind. Small but impossible to ignore. Like a gentle whisper at night when you thought you were alone. The same one I've fought to ignore most of my life. One intrinsic to my very being. Existential. I do my best to ignore it, but it's getting louder. Legatus, a voice calls out, drowning out the whispers. One I haven't heard so clearly in years. Passionate and cool like the blue light that accompanies it. Only a splash of blue, but it holds against the dark. The contrast so vivid that I can't tear my eyes away. Dawn breaking before the sun has risen. Music. That's what comes along with it. Music that I had thought silenced, ringing out in the abyss. Legatus, another voice yells. Powerful, yet relaxing. The yellow light is so intense it should burn. But instead, when it bathes me, I feel secure in its embrace. The sun itself in all its glory. Laughter. When I hear the voice, I recall all the times we made each other laugh with the most inane comments. It always felt like an accomplishment on par with any other. Legatus! This voice is less demanding. It announces its presence rather than demanding my attention. Orange. The color of the setting sun. Pure joy surrounds me along with the memories that come with it. Every time he pushed forward just a little longer and showed me what true strength looks like. It made me feel like I could accomplish anything like he could. Legatus, a voice whispers from the dark, haunting yet soothing. It's like the voice was always there, just waiting to be heard. Purple spreads between the other colors. Rather than dye them, it surrounds them, flirting between each one and allowing their lights to illuminate it. The calming twilight that comes before the night. Comfortable. That's the only way to describe the feeling that consumes me. Leading meetings in the night. Conversations no one else could hear. The only time I understood the term unconditional love. Not yet. A voice calls out from the abyss. One I fear. A gentle voice filled with kindness that makes me tremble. Not yet, Legatus. The voice of the archivist. My voice. You can get through this. You always do. The voice may be gentle, but it still commands me. Much as I loathe hearing it, I'd hate it even more if I didn't rise to its challenge. Red light floods my vision, and in it I watch my life play out in front of me. All the murder, violence, and bloodshed bathed in the crimson I spilled out of others. Karnas, Gelu, Avidia. Those that I had to keep away lest the red stain them, or that keeping them away mattered in the end. The red pulses and shimmers before calming into a gentle shade. The last moments of the sun before it dips beneath the horizon. A dimming star that refuses to collapse under its own weight. Among the blue of sunrise, yellow of day, orange of sunset, and purple of twilight, the red appears at home. It found harmony and balance that it couldn't amongst black and grey. Not yet, I echo back, but soon. In this space between life and death, I don't even know if I'm speaking aloud, if I'm projecting my thoughts through the neural network or just thinking my final thoughts to myself. Come in. Do you read me? This is Fulgur Ovid, Legatus of Division 505 of the Republic. In the darkness, I go on, telling my story the way that only I can, embellished with half-truths and total exaggerations, switching perspectives and tenses as it suits, rushing through years while devoting pages to single moments. From the void, I paint a picture of my existence, red, black, and grey, and find all the other colors bring it to life in a way that I haven't seen take shape. It's only now, looking at the end result, that I realize how much more color there had been taking root and grounding me. I no longer feel my body, but I realize that a smile has crossed my lips. I always knew that when I died, I would go out with a smile on my face. I always thought it would be a smile projected outwardly, used against others like a weapon. Instead, I feel the smile sink down into my very core where the abyss was filled with light. As I finish telling my story, I feel the light begin to dwindle. Soon, I feel nothing at all. Is anybody there? Did you read me? In my last moment, a truth comes that had been shrouded in the dark. I wasn't signing off happy for it all to end. I also wasn't begging to be saved, scared of the unknown. I was telling my story, but wishing that it wouldn't be the end, hoping that there would be more to tell someday, more adventures with the people that made my life worth living. The story was filled with regrets, but it was my story, and I was confident to call it as such, taking accountability for all my own actions throughout it. I didn't want to erase any of it or rewrite a past chapter. I just wished I could have written more. As the dark took hold, one thought lingered in my mind. I was happy just to wish that there could have been a next time with all those who brought color into my world. I'd say it was more than I deserved, but they wouldn't have liked to hear that. So instead, I'll simply say this. I hope I can catch you all next time and never let go. The end. We read you. I'm glad to hear that. We read you. Thank you, guys. Also, I'm really sorry to the Scythe Kicks. I probably should have warned you that you were about to get the spoiler for like the absolute end of this 3-year-long journey, but I didn't want to interrupt it in the middle of the reading. It's Good Friday, so in 3 days, Legatus is reviving. Right. I did see somebody making that comment like, oh, you son of a bitch. He's going to die on Good Friday and rise just like Jesus. I am not making a Jesus allegory. No, that is not what we're doing. Don't worry, chat warned the sidekicks for you. Thank you. And thank you so much, Pio-chan, for the raid. I'd imagine he's long gone by now. But thank you to the sidekicks, anyone who did stand around. I hope you're having a lovely day. Jesus? Yeah, I mean, that's what people were referencing about the whole, like, dying on Good Friday and coming back in 3 days. Bro is not beating the Jesus allegations. There is nothing about Legatus that is Jesus coded. If anything, he has the tiniest little hint of coding to just like Catholic guilt, but that's it. Thank you for this, Foo. No problem. I'm sobbing in the middle of the night. I'm sorry to hear that. But building a portal right now, how dare? Let's go. Hashtag not my ending. He's getting saved. Well, for now, the story is over. But there is an epilogue. Would you guys like to read the epilogue? It's up to you guys. This is the final time that I ever give you an option. We haven't done this in a long time. So the question is, do you want an epilogue or do you want it left the way we ended it? I'll give you like a minute or two. Do you really need to ask? It may get worse. It may get worse. This was him going, you know, to sleep. So you never know. The questioning is offensive. I mean, I did kind of drill home and twist that knife the whole like Legatus made all these decisions that led him to a tragic end. So I was kind of you guys making choices in the past. So is it going to get worse? Who fucking know? 99% is crazy. Yeah, honestly, that is insane. You guys normally hit me with like the 50-50. What's going on? We always choose the worst. Sal. Rather he's rests than this. Okay. Okay, we don't need him. We don't need 2 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. 99% yes, that's fair. Music should we use for this? Probably this one. Okay. You guys ready to do it? Legatus 505 Epilogue. File 404. We only do 50-50 if you read this as Smeagol. Oh, okay. I'll remember next time to read it as Smeagol. Okay, let's do this. Red, black, and grey. The colors that made up Fulgur Ovid's life. Red metal limbs, black clothing, grey hair. Unlike her brother, Ovidia had the addition of more pink than grey in her eyes. 3 years after the second fall, she looked even more like her brother than she ever had when he was alive. Like her brother, Ovidia had opted for red and black signets. Her body had become toned like his as well. Not particularly buff, but defined by the tough battles she'd fought. Despite how hard she'd worked, her body was reaching its limit as she scrambled over rubble and through the remains of her home. The trek was tough enough, unencumbered, but on her back, Ovidia heaved a backpack weighing twice as much as her. Life after the second fall was rough, even for a healthy individual. As one of the weakest and least dangerous, Ovidia had managed to gain entry to a biodome and survive the end of the Republic. There were few who were as lucky. The Monarchs succeeded in killing most of the citizens left in the megacity, but during the fight, their own ranks had dwindled to a few thousand. With most of the infrastructure already destroyed by the Arbiters on the way out, and the damage that the Apologists did in taking it back, many abandoned the cause, following Republic citizens to beg for refuge at the biodomes. Even less of them had been accepted, but the ones who had seemed to genuinely appreciate life after having worked so hard to end it on a global scale. With the ex-Apologists came news of what had happened to the Republic. Ovidia shook when she heard some of the stories of her brother Fulgur. She couldn't hold back the tears. Word had spread of him during the second fall, first as a ferocious beast who tore martyrs to shreds whenever they appeared in front of him, then as the cause of the second fall himself. Volpez had hoped to let the wolves hunt one another and tried to breed conflict when he learned of the truth of the Arbiter's passing. It might have worked had Chroma not exposed the many crimes the Arbiters and Praetorians had committed against the citizens, including her own. When Apologists heard that one of their own from the slums had gone on to end the Arbiters, they shook their faith in Volpez and the Martyrists. Suddenly it was he, rather than Fulgur, that was losing faith from his allies. You would have laughed, Ovidia thought, had you been alive to hear the Apolishits, as you called them, refer to you as one of their faithful. That or swore. The thought made Avidia's face scrunch up. Despite being half-siblings, they'd only spent a few months together. She couldn't figure out for sure if Fulgur would have laughed or swore. Everyone who met her since the biodome had first made some comment about her brother. Some of them, even the ones who only knew him by reputation, seemed to know him better than she did. At first, Avidia was content to simply help in whatever little ways she could. As soon as she was strong enough, she joined volunteers, assisting those trying to gain access to the biodomes. Soon, that wasn't enough for her. When Fulgur finally fell, so too did the Republic. By that point, there were few left under Chroma's command, and when Volpez announced he had killed the man that took down the Arbiters, it ended all hope of the Republic surviving. The announcement came to Avidia weeks after the fact, when she'd already settled into life in the biodome. As she worked to help others in situations like her own, she was always sure that Fulgur would find some way to survive. He had to, after all. She'd never even said goodbye to him after the hospital. When she heard her brother was dead, Avidia immediately enlisted in the militia that were being formed to fight the Martyrists when Volpez moved on from the Republic. In her mind, it was a way to honor Fulgur's legacy. Some part of her saw it as penance for blocking him. Either way, she wanted to avenge her brother when Volpez ventured out of his den. He never did move on, though, staying instead for reasons that no one outside the megacity could decipher. For months, Avidia joined the militia, taking on smaller targets. Cells of Martyrists hiding in refugee groups, packs of them searching around the biodome for weaknesses. Avidia found that, like Fulgur, she had some skill as a wolf. She, on the other hand, thrived in a pack and as a leader. She hadn't meant to become a leader, only hoping to ease the guilt in her heart. But somehow others seemed to flock to her. When Avidia next got word of her brother, she didn't know how to react. The cold and rough Legatus that she knew was suddenly a celebrity in a Doomer boy band. She wouldn't have believed it had she not seen the recordings on an apologist's eyes. It had been years since she'd been told of his passing, and she thought she was done grieving. How could she even process the fact that he was alive and happily entertaining Doomers? There was no time for family drama, however. The more important information they'd recovered in that mission was the revelation that Volpez and the Apologists had access to time travel. The small militia group which had formed by volunteers was assimilated into the biodome's military as they realized Volpez was too dangerous to be left on his own devices. They began challenging the Martyrists in earnest, whittling their numbers down over time. Of course, with each battle came costs. After losing a hand to an IED, Avidia voluntarily traded all 4 limbs for Cynets to match her brothers. While they weren't as strong as Fulgur's, they made her much more effective in battle and felt right in her mind. She was going to eventually have to replace them anyway due to her condition, and they made all the violence easier. It didn't feel quite as real to strangle an enemy with Cynets. The physical toll was high, but it was the mental anguish that led Avidia to really respect Fulgur's strength. A rock she knocked away with her own foot. That was what caused Avidia to throw herself back against a wall, heart racing and vision blurry. She panted there for several minutes before getting control of her breathing. Ever since the IED, life was full of these moments. The panic of death was set in just from a loud noise or flashing light. It wasn't the only time she'd almost lost her life either. Martyrists were skilled at guerrilla warfare and even better at infiltrating other organizations. Outside the biodome, there was always a threat of ambush, but even at home it wasn't always safe, especially as Fulgur Ovid's sister. Some nights, Avidia couldn't sleep because she was sure there were people waiting for her to be vulnerable. Other nights, she managed to sleep only to wake up screaming at ghosts that couldn't hurt her anymore. Not physically, at least. "How far am I?" Avidia asked. She jumped up to a chunk of rock taller than her and pulled herself up to the top, grunting as she did.
Pretty much on top of the signal. If you can't see anything, then... Oh, you should probably rest. You're already miles from the team and the sun.
Republic citizen, remember? Cut the cancer out of me when I get back and give me some skin grafts. It's daily life for us. Was daily life for us. Avidia corrected herself, dropping the bag from her shoulders before following it down to the ground on the other side of the rubble. The voice on the other end of the line hesitated before responding.
Oh, rushing is only going to get you killed. That area is full of traps and might have scum nearby. This isn't a rescue mission. You said so yourself.
Avidia took a deep breath, before... Oh my god, I got a fucking Windows update pop up, sorry. Avidia took a deep breath before putting the backpack on. Then another before she could reply. I know, was all she could get out once she did respond.
The signal's been dead for days. A neural net signal only dies when...
I know! You think I don't know that? I'm the one who told you to stay behind! Just answer my questions and otherwise stay out of my way! Avidia tapped 2 fingers to her temple twice, ending communication. It only took her 5 more steps to reopen the link and continue. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go dark for a little while. If I'm right on top of him... If I'm right on top of it, then I'll need some time.
Don't apologize. Just be careful, though. We need you back home.
I know. I'll be careful. You look after the others. Avidia cut communication again, striding forward as she did. She felt better after the proper sign-off, and now she was alone with only herself and the mission. Fulgur had always told her missions kept his mind occupied and were where he felt most calm. For Avidia, it hadn't come so easy. She preferred conversation over silence, and these quiet moments made her hair stand on end in an uncomfortable way. How did you do this all the time? She asked aloud to nobody. I can barely even leave my house alone. This is how you did all your missions? You really were crazy, brother. Says the girl talking to herself. She carried on through the remains of the Republic. The city was nothing like she remembered it. Piles of rubble scattered over the land without any life in it. Avidia had been given eyes before she could walk. Even if she could recognize the chunks of buildings for what they used to be, she had no memories of the Republic without the pulse and shimmer of the duoverse. That was another thing that twisted into part of his legend. Fulgur Ovid, who shunned the duoverse to see with eyes unclouded. It wasn't true, of course, Avidia reminded herself. He was just deeply suspicious, almost to the point of paranoia. Flashes of their first meeting ran through Avidia's mind. She'd been uncomfortable with her mother trying to manipulate him, and outright terrified when he snapped at her. It was only Gelucanus's pestering that eventually led Avidia to get in contact with him again, and it almost ended in a similar way. He had tried more after that. Sent messages to ask how she was doing every few days between work. Always responded in a detailed list to all the silly messages she'd left for him too, most of which were just memes or photos of food. Their last meeting had been so much worse. How would his fans react, she wondered, if they saw the mess he was after ending the Arbiters? The stories casted him as an ally of justice, stomping out corruption, steadfast in his convictions and with a single purpose. Avidia had seen the truth. He was grieving to the point of almost losing his mind. There may have been some justice in what he did, but she knew it was just vengeance, pure and simple. What they had done to him. He did care for her, though. Not just her. She could tell that he felt responsible for all the death the Arbiters caused. She had made that worse, blaming him for her mother's sacrifice even though she eventually found out he'd tried to give his own heart to her. Even then, she hadn't been ready to reach out to him and talk. The wound was still too raw. By the time it had scabbed over, he was already gone. Fulgur had been a complicated man. A man that Avidia wished she'd gotten to spend more time with. Wished that she could have at least said a proper goodbye to. A little over 4 days ago, Avidia received a message from her brother for the first time in 3 years. It was as simple and as to the point as he ever was. Just an apology and wish for her to be safe. It had been blocked when he sent it originally, but automatically went through as soon as he came back to the Republic. Avidia had begged the Biodome to send him a plane and collect him, but they wouldn't enter Republic airspace for fear of attack on Volpez. It was a day later when Fulgur started broadcasting on the neural network that they realized Volpez was gone and they could safely mobilize. Avidia had listened to her brother's whole life story as he poured his heart out without knowing how many people were listening. She had then listened as he finished the story and his neural network went down. He was already on the plane with a small team ready to rescue him, but it had been days since then. At that point, the mission had been updated from a rescue to a recovery, and she was doing her best to keep that in mind. What a pair we make, she mused. Didn't know we had siblings for most of our lives, and you tried to push me away when I approached.
Then you tried to be there for me and I pushed you away. I've grieved you already, but somehow you managed to open the wound all over again. He is dead this time, she reminded herself. A neural network only completely goes down when it can't feel any activity in the brain. He's been dead in my mind for years anyway. Why then did it hurt so much when she saw the flash of red? Why did she almost collapse as she made her way over? Why did she just stand above him, unable to even kneel down and check for a pulse as she stood over his body? A gust of wind tore through Ovidia's hair, pulling her towards her brother's corpse. If it weren't for the Cynet legs, it would have brought her to her knees. An emptiness had formed in the pit of her chest. With a hole in her center, every other part felt heavy, compensating for the lost mass. She stared down at Fulgur, her vision blurring as tears filled in her eyes. Sorry, brother. She couldn't bring herself to move any closer. In the daylight, dusty as it was, he still looked alive. His eyes were closed, but only gently. Each gust of wind made his eyelashes flutter as though he could blink them open at any moment. The smile on his face was one that she hadn't seen in life. No knitted brows, no mocking edge, no strain to try and hide pain or unease. There was nothing hidden behind this expression, just simple joy. I wish I could have gotten to know this version of you. Ovidia wanted to kneel down and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, to preserve this memory of her brother as if he was simply smiling at her in life. But she knew that as soon as she did, it would be over again. Her only family who she'd already lost twice. Much as she told herself not to hope, she'd still believed he would be here waiting for her. I wish I could have shown you what I've become. That I'm not that weak little girl you knew. I'm strong now. Made myself tough like you did. Ovidia shrugged off the backpack she had lugged around for 2 days. The force of it dropping scattered a cloud into the air. It tipped over, the Cynet parts and tools splitting out. Saying it now sounded silly. She had come this far hoping that she could show him, that she would be the one to rescue her brother. More than that, she just wanted to go back to the day of the evacuation and not block him. If he'd been able to contact her, if she knew he planned to fight until he died, she was sure that would have been enough to make her forgive him. If not forgive him, at least put it behind her to ask him to join her at the biodome. I wanted to save you, brother. But I think I also wanted you to save me. Teach me how to sleep through a night after all you went through. Tell me that everything would be alright. If it came from you, I'd actually believe it. He had that effect on her somehow. Perhaps it was their shared blood, the similar looks, or even just that she knew how much he'd been through. But when he told her everything would be alright, she could actually believe it. It wasn't like the countless others that just tried to calm her or say what she wanted to hear. He didn't sugarcoat things. Why would he? He'd been through everything she feared and was proof that she could get through it too. She reminded herself. He was proof. Ovidia finally fell to her knees, coming almost face to face with her brother. Her hand reached out slowly, and pulled back and slammed into the ground. And again. She let out a howl of frustration that had built up in her for years. When she continued speaking, she was hoarse from the exertion. Don't know how you did it. Kept going on after everything. How you learned to smile again despite everything in this world being so cold. It's so utterly pointless. Ovidia shook for a moment without saying a word. Just let her feelings take control of her body in a way she hadn't allowed for so long. She rocked back and forth, not crying or speaking, simply thinking about everything that brought her to this point. Suddenly she was still, and her hand reached out again. Not for Fulgur this time, but instead the netjack that he had clipped to his belt. Her fingers trembled as she reached out, but she still managed to grab it without stopping. I'm not as strong as you, Fulgur.
Every day it gets worse and I just can't. She brought the net jack over to her lap, twisting it in her hands. She pressed at the tip, red metal meeting red metal as her hand squeezed tight. Just don't know how. Ovidia lifted the net jack, closing her eyes and bringing it to her throat too, where it may bring an end to the pain. The sound of metal tapping metal could be heard as her hand stopped. Ovidia's eyes shot open. Her hand had barely lifted the net jack before Fulgur had grabbed her wrist. Fulgur struggled to form words, barely holding on to life as he shook his head and pulled at Ovidia. Fulgur? The net jack fell, disappearing into a crack in the ground, as Ovidia grabbed at her backpack and dug out a medical device. Shut up! Just rest, you idiot! Get you back safely and then we can talk! Flashing electrodes all over Fulgur's body, Ovidia grasped as the data began displaying on her eyes. You should have been dead months ago, idiot! Why didn't you change the Cynet fluid? It's been poisoning you! Her hands were fishing in the bag, then using a tool to remove a piece of his arm and plugging a tube into it. I can see. His hand found her arm again, holding her wrist even as she tried to save his life. For the love of... Here, drink this before you try to speak. Slowly. Ovidia took Fulgur's hand, prying it off her wrist and replacing it with a bottle of electrolyte drink. But he dropped it, grabbing her hand directly instead. Did you? He gasped out. Ovidia finally met her brother's gaze and found the smile wiped from his face. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was hanging open as he desperately tried to say more. Teach me? Teach me what? He took his hand with both of her own, letting the machine she had set up begin to replace the acids and cooling fluids in his left arm. Fulgur? Ovidia leaned down over his face, bringing her ear as close to his lips as she could to hear her brother. How to live? She sat up, staring at the man who by all accounts should have been dead. Had died, she reminded herself, twice. Even at this point where he might still pass away, he was desperate to say something so corny. Idiot. The words spilled out of Ovidia along with the tears she'd been holding back. You really are an idiot. Too stupid to die even. He lifted the electrolyte drink he'd dropped and brought the bottle to his lips. You need to live to teach me anything. Now drink! Fulgur took the bottle in his hand and swallowed a few gulps. He coughed, his throat barely able to swallow from how close he'd come to death. As the first arm pinged to announce that the fluids had been changed, Ovidia repeated the process on the other arm, taking the bottle from him. She went back to the bag, searching for more tools and the IV she prepared when they thought they were on a rescue mission. But again, Fulgur tried to take her hand. I'm... Seriously? Ovidia glared down at her brother, who was coughing again as he tried to force words out. Just give me a second. He fished around in the bag again, pulling out a cable with the same input on either end. He plugged one into her own throat tube, connecting the other to Fulgur's. There, a direct connection, and you don't have to speak. It's so important. I'm sorry. The voice came out clear in Ovidia's mind. It was softer than she remembered, not so abrasive. It could have been the passage of time or the fact that she heard it directly in her mind. But Fulgur sounded more gentle than she remembered. Looking down at him, he also appeared weaker. While she'd become more toned and solid, he had grown thin and even started to get wrinkles around his eyes. He was staring at her Cynet hands, which both held one of his. Sorry that I wasn't there to help you deal with this. I'm sorry I wasn't much of help when you first asked. I'm sorry that I let your mother die and that I wasn't any comfort when it happened. I'm sorry. I want to help you, just like you helped me. Ovidia looked down at her brother, struggling just to hold on to her hands. His hands started to drop, but she caught it with both of them. Idiot, she said again. I I never did anything for you. Just pestered you to take me out for meals and movies. When she looked away from his hand, she found that same smile on his face. It made the wrinkles under his eyes even more pronounced. He'd gotten weaker, older too. But this was the brother she had always wanted to meet. Not the unfeeling machine he pretended to be. A man who fought through so much pain just to survive. The one who preserved his humanity against all odds. Human. That's what he looked like. He'd become more human during his time away. A smile came to her own lips as she looked down at him, and a sound joined it. One that she hadn't heard in at least a year. She was laughing. A genuine laugh of joy. You got so old, brother. Weak too from the looks of it. Let me take care of you this time. You can help me once you're back on your feet, okay? Avidia laughed again, seeing the way Fulgur's face scrunched up when she called him weak. By the time she finished laughing, he was back to smiling. In the reflection of his grey eyes, she saw herself beaming back at him with an equally matched smile. I'm sorry too, Avidia said. I pushed you away when you needed me the most. So we're already even on that front. I saved your life today, so just teach me how to live again after all of this and we'll call it even. Fulgur grinned at Avidia, a certain phrase coming into his mind that he had said often. What are you so happy about? She asked, tapping on his chest. Just a stupid thought, he responded through the neural network. Hit me. I'm going to be working on these synets for the rest of the day anyway. Fulgur let out a quiet chuckle, realizing that he'd never meant the phrase as much as he did right now. I was literally built for this. There was silence for a moment as he awkwardly looked off to the side, away from Avidia's look of pity. When did you become so cringe? In spite of herself, Avidia couldn't help but laugh when Fulgur started laughing, but then stopped from the pain. I always was, sister. Just not free enough to say it out loud. I don't know about you calling me sister either, she joked, adding a pained expression. It's cute when I call you brother. You calling me sister just comes across as trying too hard. The pair laughed, ignoring the ping from the machine that told them his second arm was done. When they finally stopped laughing, they both stared into each other's eyes for a long moment, before laughing some more at the absurdity of their situation. Welcome home, brother. I'm glad to be back, Avidia. The end. Okaeri tadaima. Exactly. And that is the end of the epilogue of Legatus 505. I can finally sleep in peace. I'm glad to hear it. That was fun to write. Thank you. I love this one so much more. You have no idea how much I wanted this chapter. Yeah. If anybody wants it to actually have a tragic end, they can just consider this epilogue a beautiful dream that Fulgur has as he passes away. But, you know, I wanted to give him a happy ending, despite the fact that we chose all the bad options. I thought he deserved it. Cute wanted to cry, but freaking cute. Good. Finally at peace. Thank you so much, Fu-chan. No problem. I'm finally at peace too. Legatus finally got home to his sister, and he finally has someone to say I'm home to. Even though he didn't get to say it to the boys, he told them he loved them. My cat keeps biting me, trying to get me to stop crying. Aww, at least it's taking care of you. This was truly a wonderful journey. Thank you for taking us on this beautiful ride and sharing this story with us. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I am so happy that I got to write this story as well. Even if it took me a long time and there are a lot of chapters I don't like the writing of, I enjoyed going through this. This was a very good journey for me and very cathartic throughout so many of the things I got to push onto Legatus and Canis and Avidia and the mother and all kinds of other people and make them flawed and broken and be like, it's okay. We care about you anyway. We read you. I need book version of this, please. Not possible, unfortunately. You will be able to print your own someday. Like I said, they're all going to be uploaded to the blog. The blog will never be taken down. The blog has to be safe. I have made assurances for that. So the blog will always be there for anyone who ever wants to format and print it. And I know that there is one confidant who's already begun starting to work it into PDFs and has even gone around asking the artists who are included on the blog if they can include the artwork in their PDF so that other people can print it with the artwork. So that's very sweet. I learned bookbinding. I should try to make a copy for myself. Hell yeah. Hope you enjoy it if you do make one for yourself. I'm convinced he finds a way somehow. He's got time now. Oh yeah, no, keep in mind, Volpez didn't say the time gun was destroyed. Volpez said the time gun was taken by traders that left, which means it's somewhere out there in the world. So, that's fun too. We've come full circle. Hell yeah. But with that, that is the end of me writing Legatus 505. That is up to you guys. If you guys wish to consider this, continue the story in any direction that you want to, you can. And from any point in the story, it is time for you guys to take over Legatus 505, where I will start a new story in the future. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow when we do the next chapter, Zatsudan. Who will come back to the timeline as the old archivist, Trust. Oh, that's a cute version of the story. He has already started to get the wrinkles around his eyes. Fanfic time with Canon Badass Avidia. Oh yeah, she's a beast now. We felt it, Fuchan. It means something. You helped me get through things. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that too. Thank you guys so much. Okay, we're going to close this. And I'm going to go over to the just chatting scene so I can grab comments and talk to you guys properly. Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm going to change up the music. You know what? Let's put on the Laura Shigihara track. This one was written for me as a writer, so that seems good. Atsufu, thank you for this Fu-chan. Wouldn't have... Oh, what is that face, Nicole Nabs? Wouldn't have wanted this story to end any other way. I'm glad to hear that. I like giving him a happy ending. Even if, you know, you can decide whether it's canon or not in your own thing, but I wrote it. It's file 404, so it's kind of like an epilogue or bonus, but I couldn't give him a fucking sad ending. Despite loving angst so much, I was like, no, I'm giving the boy a happy ending. First time I heard or read any of this story, insane ride to have in the few hours. My heart hurts and my face is wet, but the ending was worth it. I'm glad to hear it. Yan, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I used to wonder why the lake in the sheep pile had an endless supply of water, but now I know it's made of tears. Thank you for sharing Legatus's family therapy with us, Otsu-sir. Thank you, and thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I was honestly satisfied with how the story ended, since it felt like a good end to a memoir, but I'm so glad we read through the epilogue too. Thank you so much for taking us on this journey all these years, Fu-chan. No problem, Maple Cho. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, and I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I wasn't sure how people would feel about the epilogue, but I'm glad most people agree with me that it's like, yeah, it didn't quite fit the tone and the darkness of the story, but it also still fits. Like, he deserved to have a home to go to. Amazing story. Thanks, Fu-chan. No problem, Joyceley. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had a blast writing it. I'm so glad so many people read it along with me. Munchies Your Done A collection. How dare you? That's my retirement plan. I need that for when I actually have time to read it. Get out of here, Rain the Seisho Sheep. Try elsewhere. Okay, Skay, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. With all the love and all the pent-up emotion I've had since who knows when. Fuck you, Fulgur Ovid. Thank you, too. Bye, you right bastard. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Rain and Noi, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Artsy Fu for the 3 years of work. It's so beautiful and emotional. So sad I don't have words to describe how I'm feeling right now. Crazy that we got both bittersweet and happy ending. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's the one time I've given you guys an option and actually it led to a good option. You know? Most of the time I gave you an option and it was always the dark one. And this time I was kind of like trying to tease you guys a little bit and be like, it may be more evil. I don't know. Maybe Volpez stuck around and takes over his body. Who knows? So yeah, I'm glad you guys wanted the epilogue. This story is so, so special. And thank you for writing this. Whatever happens and in whatever timeline, we will always read you. Thank you so much, Kiwi. That makes me very happy. I hope to be writing stories for you guys long into the future as well. Because, yeah, I've got a lot more stories to tell, so I hope we'll be able to enjoy our next chapters together. Arena, thank you for donating the Foo Funds here. Thank you for this wild ride of a story. It was super interesting. It was emotional and with so many cool plot twists. Thank you for making me cry, but also giving a happy ending. Yeah, I hope there was some happy tears towards the end too. So thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Lechan's story ends the day I make him my profile picture. Sorry, Titus Poor Pants. Also, that is beautiful art. 1 second. Oh, that's cute. I like it. Very realistic version of Legatus. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you're having a good day. Shimomi, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. The Confidants, I miss my old sheep. He disappeared without saying goodbye. I was not built for this. That's so true, actually. That's... I didn't even think about that. Legatus fucked off to his own timeline, probably at that point just saying like, oh, it's maintenance. It was right before the 3rd anniversary. That's fine. I'm sure Noctics told everybody. Yuna, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for Legatus 505. Fuchan, congrats on finishing this 3-year journey, and I can't wait to see the next. Aw, thank you so much, Yuna. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. It was a long time, a long process, a lot of work, and it really did like make me feel so much more confident as a writer and also just in general as a content creator. It made me so proud. This is probably the most proud I've been in any single piece of work that I've ever done. So I'm glad I got to share this journey with you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. Elsel, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for writing this until the end all these years. It's been such an amazing journey and I can't wait to read it all over again. I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, as soon as I'm done with this stream, I'm going to upload the new chapters, and then I'm probably going to start uploading the art by the end of today. I'm just not going to do that right away. I want anybody who wants to dive back into the chapters to have them available immediately. But I also probably will need to like relax and stretch my back out and stuff for a bit. So I'll do that when I can. I've gotten permission from a lot of people to use their art, so I'm going to enjoy that. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, Ale, and I hope you're having a lovely day. The Drawn Legend, thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and thank you for all your theory crafting and beautiful artwork over these years. How dare! But yeah, he still needs to get back home, and this time with his sister. Yeah, he can bring a video to meet Noctics. That'd be really cute. He'd probably have to beat Sonny and Albin off with a stick, but other than that... yeah, it'd be nice for a video to meet Noctics. They deserve that. His biological family meeting his found family. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yun Yun, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. What a cute little Shiba Inu. You're amazing? No! You're amazing. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds and the cute super sticker. She can't pass through the portal, no? Oh, fuck, yeah. You know what? Timey-wimey shenanigans and MacGuffins. It's got to be fan fiction at that point anyway. It's not for me to figure out. You guys can figure out how to write that in. Maybe I'm a lion. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. If nothing else, they could have like a Zoom call. They could jump on Discord and chat to each other. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yumi, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Archie Fu, thank you for finding Legatus a home. Thank you for sharing this journey with us. Well, he had multiple homes, to be honest. Throughout the story, it was talked about the fact that Noctics were his home, but the Confidants, the sheep pile are definitely his home too. And now he's going to find a home with a video, even if it's going to take them some struggles to get through that. And a whole bunch of therapy. Holy shit. So much PTSD and other shit going on. But thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Yumi. And thank you for all the beautiful artwork as well. I've loved it, especially the ones of the little cats and Legatus. Time to start thinking with portals again. Maybe that's why I played Portal 2. Not really, but that would have been funny. Cataclysm, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for the super sticker, and I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope Noctics and a video bully Lechan together. Oh, they would torture him. God damn. Especially every time he's cringe and emotional. They're not used to that just yet. Chat-sama, this is such an amazing story, sir. I didn't expect to cry early in the morning, especially on my birthday. Happy birthday! However, I wouldn't have it any other way. Legatus 505 affected me in so many good ways. So truly, thank you, sir. Aw, thank you. Thank you for all the comments you always leave as well. Happy birthday. I hope you have an incredible year, and thank you so much for celebrating the birthday with us. Even though it was full of angst and pain and suffering. At least I had a happy ending. There was some like happy tears there too. I had Canon a video and Albin ganging up on Fuchan. Oh yeah, that would be torture. She does have bratty little sister energy, and he is a bratty cat, so that's terrifying. Suzuri, thank you for donating the full funds. And again, thank you for all the beautiful artwork you always do. Atsufu-chan, I was prepared for dark suffering, but thank you for the happy emotion. No problem. I had to give it a happy epilogue. I've changed too much over these years. You guys are lucky it took me 3 years to write this, because if I had finished this within like the 1 to 2 years that I had planned on it being, it would have ended exactly at the end of the other chapter, probably with less emotionality with Noctics, so be happy it took me so long. I grew too. I was like, you know what? The confidants don't deserve this. Let's make this gentle. Xiaoye, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Thank you so much, Futan. I was crying so loudly so many times tonight, but I'm happy that you write the happy ending. But I still want to bonk you for the heart-wrenching story. I mean, we always go through pain in life. Legatus, Avidia, and the Noctics of that timeline just had a lot more pain than hopefully any of us will ever go through. But yeah, the suffering comes along with it. Thank you so much for donating the Fu funds and have a lovely day. Bamboo! Atsufu, so many details that you included show your love for Noctics 505, Noctics, and the streaming in general. Thank you for bringing these characters to life. No problem, Bamboo. Honestly, I'm honored enough that anybody like read it. The fact that there were like a couple hundred people watching this, the fact that we've had like so many streams of this and people have still been interested, theory crafting and translating it and making fan art and making timelines, it's been so lovely. So this has really invigorated everything I love about streaming. And especially for the last like couple of months when I really locked in, like the last final 3 read-throughs that I did in the last like several months in a row. One of them was held back a little bit because, yeah, recording times and stuff. But other than that, it was just nice to be able to share everything with everyone. Paradox Mint, thank you for donating the funds. I don't have enough purple prose skills to wax poetically enough about how beautiful this journey has been. The RP accounts and art that spawned from this, the callbacks to former writing and other livers. Solus, Felis, Oratus, the sound of music. Aw, thank you. Yeah, we'll never figure out what the other Latin name was, but at least they got a part in the story and they got a conclusive sign out, I will say. So that was beautiful. That's why I loved why at the beginning of the stream today, everybody, because we played the opening, we're doing like the 4 colored hearts, and I was like, oh, they have no idea. Afrighost, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Noctics is the color of the sky. That paragraph almost looks like a love letter to Noctics. It basically is. That's how I see them, the sun throughout the day bringing light into the world. Thank you for sharing your world with us. Oh, thank you, Afrighost. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's all that matters to me. Thank you so much for donating the Fu funds, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Oh, who was this? Oh, Sabrina Saberhagen. Thank you for the story, Fulgur. I just am a sheep that doesn't read much, just like when I arrived here. But I read you. And although I felt very lost and very dumb reading L505, it's been a pleasure. I don't regret a single tear I shed because of your writing. Congratulations. Thank you, Sabrina Saberhagen. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm glad a lot of people read me, even if they're not particularly into reading. That's even more crazy. So thank you so much. I like how everything, whether you chose the sad ending or happy ending, is wrapped up so nicely. Yeah, it's either a very poignant and poetic, like, sad ending to Legatus, but at least he, you know, died with a smile on his face. Or, yeah, he's been saved by Avidia and he has the chance to go back home someday. To share his 2 homes, unite his 2 families. Karu, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for the 3 years' work. I'm glad to see it end happily, but also don't want it to end. Can't wait to see you sharing other stories to us, Fu-chan. Thank you so much. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow. Thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Miss Jerry Lawley at Fugoshi, thank you for donating the Fu funds. With all that Legatus has been through, I'm so glad he finally got his happy ending. So much for my happy ending. Thank you for letting us experience this amazing story with you. No problem. I'm glad that I had people to come along and read the story as we went, because yeah, 3 years ago, I wouldn't have expected that to even be a possibility. So it's been an incredible 3 years. I've definitely grown as a person, grown as a writer, grown as a content creator, and I've just enjoyed this so much. So thank you all so much for giving me that opportunity. It's meant the world to me. Step, thank you for donating the full funds. It's too much to process these many feelings in one night. The mother part broke me so hard in so many different ways. I'll punch you if you didn't give us a happy ending. Anyway, thank you for this long journey, and I'm so glad to be here. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just wish I had had, like, more time to properly set up some of the things. Like, Chroma's character could definitely be expanded on. She was lied to so much by the Praetores, but at the same time, she is also a very no-nonsense lady who knew they were about to end the world. I mean, her mind, she was just like, okay, at least we're surviving this way, even if we're going into a virtual world and I'll be with my family. So she was a very interesting one. I'm glad some people found her badass, even though, yeah, she definitely did a shit ton of horrible things. And yeah, I decided not to write in a proper, like, confrontation between Legatus and, like, Canis with the whole, like, you've been erasing my memories, you fuck. You gave them that ability. I was like, at that point, Legatus really doesn't care. He's done fucked up things in the past. At that point, he was just more like, well, now I kind of got to deal with the fact that I'm a robot. Savvy Levy, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Atsu, thank you, Fuchan. Is it weird that it's the first time I've read and listened to the story and I cried so much? Honestly, that's impressive. If you manage to cry due to the emotions without even knowing everything else going on in the story, that's wild. So thank you so much for that. Time to read the whole story, and I'm excited. Much love, Fuchan. No problem. The writing style is crazy, though. It has its up points. It has its down points. Yeah, have fun with that. I hope you enjoy it. Kiyono, thank you for donating the full funds. Thank you for such an emotional roller coaster, sir. No problem. That's what I'm all about. Making you laugh, making you cry, and kind of breaking myself along the whole way, too. So that's good. Concerned Weeb. Hey, Futsan. First time I've sent a super here. Finally having some cash on me to spend. I came to say how happy I am as a confidant to see your growth over the course of these 3 years. Thank you. No problem. And thank you for the sweet message. I'm glad to hear you've gotten some extra cash now. So don't worry about donating to me, but that sounds awesome. It sounds like you're getting financial security. So congratulations. And I'm glad you've enjoyed the streams over these years. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope you continue to live well. Paradox Mint, thank you for donating the full funds. Shout out to Censorship Bot screaming cry more when you teared up a little bit. Oh, I love the mods. I mean, I cried up. I've teared up a bunch of times while reading Legatus 505. I think this is just I think in the Father chapter I had to take a moment too. But yeah, this is one of the only times where I've had to actually pause and like let out some sounds and drink some water to, yeah, continue on. So that was kind of rough. Maybe I should have like waited a few weeks after meeting up with Noctics so the feelings weren't so raw. Paradox Mint, thank you for donating the full funds, and I hope you have a lovely day. Alba Shizua, time flies. Thank you for 3 years of Legatus 505. I enjoy this journey so much. The Noctics fighting part is so cute, and the video is so cute. I can't wait for your new story. Thank you. I hope I can make the next story as emotional as this one, even though it'll be completely different. Would you say the Amethyst of Oratus links to Uki's debut story? Also, thank you for the story, Fu-chan. That's amazing. Yeah, I had talked to Ukiki about that. I was like, when we decided on Oratus' story, I straight up said, is it okay with you if I end it with Oratus literally flying off into the sky to basically say, like, yeah, Oratus is the star that fell into Uki's eye, essentially, in my Legatus 505. Maybe different in Ukiki's own actual story, own actual lore, because remember, Uki in my Legatus 505 story is Legatus 505 Uki. But yeah, the idea is Oratus left a piece of himself in Legatus and then went off, found the other dimension with his Uki and fell into his eye. That's how they were connected. He had a mental link between the two of them ever since before they met each other. KK, thank you for donating the full funds. And that's also why when he slapped it out of him and set Oratus free, he let him go, and then Oratus could, yeah, move on, and they were no longer connected anymore. KK, thank you for donating the full funds. Thank you for this amazing journey. This is my first English sci-fi novel, and it's been so impactful with all the feelings and themes. Thank you so much for the warm ending. Bye, you. Ah, thank you. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it, and I hope you continue to have a wonderful time. Benji Otsufu, thank you for the incredible story and the emotional 3-year journey. No problem. It definitely was incredibly emotional to me too. Over these last few weeks, we've had like so many like big moments between Noctics and other Nijisanji members when it came to the birthday and like Legatus 505. It's been a wonderful time. Kusami, thank you for feeding my CP and then immediately giving them a bad end. Yeah. Like I said, Volpez was supposed to really get his build-up arc during Yugo's arc. Along with like the pulse and shimmer. That's the whole reason that Legatus was so obsessed with that in the first few chapters, was like it was supposed to link to, oh no, they're hiding things from us in the Republic, followed by the whole, oh my god, there are arbiters walking among us as cyborgs. You forgot us so quickly. I mean, he was busy with Noctics and other things. Noctics in a video, yeah, a bit more important. Wait a sec, is that a red-haired figure by Lechan's window? Are they spying on him? He was a fan. He was most certainly a fan. He watched all of his content. Mao Qian, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Shh, keep looking at your monitor, Fu-chan. It's okay. I'm not in that place anymore. I'm in the forest. You guys can't get me in the bedroom. We read you. Thank you for bringing Lechan back home. Otsufu. Ah, thank you, Mao Qian. I'm glad he got back home, and there's always the chance for more things to happen in the future. Thank you for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for the 505 donation. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. Legatus. I've only been 3 years. It won't take long at all for the confidants to find a new source of entertainment. 13 days later, Legatus forgot confidants first. Oh, she bars. That's too much in Legatus 505. There you go. Bedroom? Yeah, the other bedroom background. We're not in there. That one has sheep staring through the window. It's fine. We all cried together. It's okay. That's how strongly we read you and read each other. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad the community is very strong with each other as well. I wholeheartedly love this story. Your writing, how flawed and human your characters are, and how much love you put into it. So thank you, Fu-chan. Aw, thank you, Aru. I'm glad to hear that. I loved writing this out so much as well. And yeah, I like deeply flawed and fucked up characters, and this story was full of them. Every single individual investigation and all the main characters all really desperately need therapy and to deal with their issues. Yu Shepi. Thank you, Fu-chan, for leading us through this entire story. Certain scenes are forever etched into my memory. Even though some parts were truly heartbreaking, I'm so glad we got a good ending. I'm glad you enjoyed the good ending. That means a lot to me. Yeah, it was nice to give Legatus a happy ending. Especially after the first White Day stream where we straight up had Legatus ask Archivist not to forget about him and tell his story. That was kind of me kicking myself in the butt as well and being like, dude, we need to write this shit. Amelie, thank you for donating the Fu funds. If I could experience all of these for the first time all over again, I would any day. What a ride. Thank you for an amazing journey and congrats on finishing Legatus 505, sir. Thank you so much. It means the world to me, Amelie. And thank you again for all the beautiful music you've made over the years. I'm sorry I didn't get to cover Bayou, but yeah, it's so beautiful and I'm glad we have that to be shared. Toby TBC, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for the 3 years Legatus 505 story. I'm glad that changed you and Lechan during this journey. I believe Lechan finally able to be honest with his feelings. Yeah, he definitely is. With a video, at least. Maybe not with too many other people, but he'll talk to a video. Was it okay to add Yugo? We'll find out. We'll find out. Toby TBC, thank you for... What I will say is I got permission from Yugo. That's all I can say about that. And that's all that matters to me. I wanted to finish the story in the way that felt most complete to me. So I did what I did. Toby TBC, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for 3 years. Legatus 505 story. I'm glad for the changes of you and Lechan during this journey. I believe Lechan is finally able to be honest with his feelings. Proud of your growth too. Glad we chose yes and read Legatus until the end. Thank you. Even though it involved a lot of angst and pain, I'm glad we fought through to the proper ending of that anyway. But thank you for donating the Fu funds. Anastasia, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for Legatus 505 Fu. This has been such a wild ride, and I'm so proud of how far we've all come on this journey. We read you always. Thank you. Glad he is part of Legatus' story till the end. Yeah, me too. The thing is, we started this story with 5 members of Noctics. We now have 4 members of Noctics, and that's fine. And we don't want to begin the whole, like, Noctics will always be 5 kind of thing at all. But I wanted them to have closure in the story. We kind of wrote them out of the story for a while, but I wanted them to be there for the final battle. Especially since I had the option of, like, yeah, playing Stuck in the Abyss in the background. And yeah, they're doing well, so that's all that matters. Luthia, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. To be honest, I have many feelings in my head, and I am still digesting it right now. I'm glad you did this to me, though. Swear to God. Sasugaraita. But thank you for an amazing journey, Fu-chan. No problem. I am happy that you are happy. And I am very happy with having written this. Like I said, this was a very cathartic experience for me. I managed to like work out a lot of my own feelings during this as well. So it was very important for me. Yoko, thank you for donating Fu funds. Thank you, Fu-chan, for the wonderful story of Legatus 505. Actually, I reread the whole story again recently with other sheepies, and how you wrote different emotions and themes into words and then a full story was very impressive. I can't wait for the next story. Thank you. But now I am just like plotting things out. But yeah, with the next story, I think what went so well with the final 3 read-throughs, so the final 9 chapters of Legatus 505, was that I really locked in and decided to like write out summaries before I wrote them. So I knew exactly where each theme was going to be. I knew exactly which plot points were going to come out. It became a lot easier that way. So with the next story, I'm fully plotting it out, like beginning to end, and then I'll write it properly, and hopefully, yeah, it'll be more streamlined. Thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for the huge Akasupa, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Noctics can be 4, but the past will be in our hearts. Exactly. And they were a part of this story, so I'm glad that I got to finish their story in this world as well. Def Kuzu, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for sharing your world. May I ask, what do you think Legatus would say if one wants to read Legatus 505 novel? What content warning he'd say in general? Oh, he wouldn't give content warnings. He's not... He may be a little bit more open and gentle. He is still not that far along. He'd be like, the fuck are you reading my story for? Leave me alone. he very much was just like a cry for help there in the end. It wasn't like, everybody please read me. It was just like, I want to speak this to the world. He'll probably be embarrassed as fuck when he realizes, when a video tells him, you broadcasted that shit on the neural network, everybody listened to you cry your eyes out about killing your mommy and shit. He's gonna be so pissed. You made 2 of my faves that like to break rules. Oh, I don't know what you mean. So, thank you for donating the Fu funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for your donation. No message, but thank you so much for being here. Rain the Say-So sheep. I remember that one art where Lechan left, but the sheep waited for him. He came back, and the sheep is still waiting for him, but just bones left. It hurts. It's okay, guys. All the confidants have to do is survive 300 years. Oh no, he won't even be there. He's changed the timelines. And the time portal is closed. Yeah, no, he needs to find the time portal. I'm sorry. Even if you wait 300 years, it's a different world now. Sorry. He fixed that shit. Lays, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Legatus 505 is such a beautifully written roller coaster of emotions. Thank you for sharing your writing, sir. It truly ignited my love for reading again. It was such an amazing journey, and I can't wait for the next one. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear that. What it really helped me with was like, I've always had this kind of feeling that VTuber lore should be this powerful. I mean, VTubing is such a fucking cool medium to express a story with, where everybody starts with lore and it's not only like, oh, I'm a badass, like super magical god level power, blah, blah, blah. And then they sit around and play games and it's like, that's cool and all, but explore some of that beautiful lore. Make us cry. You literally stream with other people, especially in like a corporate setting where we debut with wave mates who can join the story and work on it together. It's such a fantastic idea. And so people like Merryweather who do things like that, and yeah, this story, I didn't want to include too many other members of Nijisanji, even though they totally could have been members. I kind of hinted at a few in the end there. But yeah, it was just nice to tell a story for Legatus primarily, but also to show how much like Noctics meant to him throughout the story as well. But yeah, that was beautiful. Fenny, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for the marvelous story. Bye you. And please remember that I you too. So thank you for donating the Fu funds. Hinted, you're right, it said Scarl's name. True. We mentioned Vox and Pio-chan. Yeah, they've been mentioned a few times in passing, but I mean, like, I mean, Vox was technically, he had his own version in the timeline as well, in the Legatus timeline. I never really did anything with that. I could have had like a big dramatic fight between the two of them, but that's what I mean. I razor focused in. I was like, okay, I could keep adding fan service, but let's focus on the Noctics story. Frey, thank you so much for donating the Fu funds. Thank you for the Legatus 505, Fu-chan. Seeing you grow and create Legatus 505 inspires me to create in a lot of ways, both fan creation and my own original stuff. Thank you for one creator from another. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's inspired you a little, and I hope you go on to create something way the fuck better than I did. This was definitely like a trial run for what I want to do in the future, so I'm gonna do my best in the next story as well, and I hope a lot of people will enjoy that. And yeah, like I said, Noctics 505? Legatus 505 and everything I've done over these last 3 years has really affirmed what I want to do in the future as well, so I'm gonna do my best. Ticket CYL, thank you so much for donating the full funds. I always hate seeing favorite stories end, but it ended up that I love the ending. I love this story so much and can't wait to keep talking about it with sheeps and writing fanfiction. We always read you. Yeah, and that's definitely one of the things that I want to leave you guys with the most, is the fact that this is now your story. As I've always said, and I even said it back at debut, I wanted to like tell you guys stories, make you laugh, make you cry, and show up in a lot of fan content that'll probably be a lot better than my own content. I have now finished Legatus 505, and that is the end of my part of writing that story. Legatus is now you guys. You can share whatever you want with things, take it in whatever direction you want. Cute ways, angsty ways, fucked up ways. You can write your own version of the Hugo story if you want. That's completely up to you. That's one of the fun things as well. Yeah, it'll never be canon, but you guys can figure out exactly what you guys want to do with that. Auntie DeSono, thank you for donating the funds. Punches you with a random signet. What's Lechan for all the angst, tears, and tense dystopian adventure with your witty tsundere personality? What a ride of a closure. Hope you understand we love your story so much. Thank you so much, Auntie DeSono. I love them too. I'm glad I can actually admit that nowadays and be like, yeah, no, I'm so proud of this. I'm so happy about this. So I'm glad I got to share this experience with everybody. Thank you so much. Kind of nice you have canon, but also that openness to let the fans play with it too. Oh, 100%. And you can take it from whichever part you want to. You can take it from the end of just 505 and do some like angst fixes of like Noctics waiting around, or hell, even Voxy. Voxy's immortal. Millie's immortal. They can both like find Legatus, and in fact, Millie can literally travel between universes. If you guys want to hit up some like fully broken, you can have her fuck with the timeline in so many ways. Or you can just have Voxy. There's already been like so many beautiful pieces of tragic fan art and fan fiction where Voxy outlives all of Luxium because he's immortal. So at least in another 300 years, there'll be some version of Fulgur Ovid suddenly showing up in the world. Not the same one, because it's going to be a completely different universe and timeline. But yeah, Voxy someday will meet a new version of his brother long after he's left his timeline and be like, wait a minute, I know you. Kishami, thank you for donating the funds. Lechan, Volpez was stealing your underwear. I got it back for you. Oh no, wait, this scent. This one's Sheppy's. My hooves are gonna rot off. Hey! It's not so smelly it can rot your hooves off. It would just kind of burn your nose. There we go. I'll write how my Sona fights with Legatus in a video then. Hell yeah, have fun with it. Do whatever you want to. Try to beat them. I don't know, man. Legatus kind of badass by himself. Now that he has the power of his sister with Synets with him, that's going to be a tough one. Good luck. Also, yeah, we don't actually wear underwear, so I don't know where that underwear came from. It's, yeah, whatever you grabbed, I'm happy for you, Kushami. Me writing a self-insert to Mario video? You're brave, Paradox Mint. You are brave. See, even Volpez is saying I would never steal that. Don't you be mean to Volpez. Paradox Mint, thank you for donating the full funds. I'm so glad I called out of work to watch this live. Being here with Fu and the comfies as we come to an end. I'm gonna rewatch the lore video in Legatus 505 20 times. Aw, thank you. I hope you enjoy it. I really like the Legatus 505 music video. Like I said, I wish I could have sung it better, but yeah, the music video connects with the story so freaking well. And especially like with the ending. Literally the ending of the song is Legatus's final moments. At least he thinks they're his final moments. The whole like, is anyone there? Did you read me? Were basically the moments where he thought he was dying after he told his story. So that was beautiful. I love that. Rang, thank you for donating for funds. It's already making me feel so empty to see it finished. It be like that though. Sometimes an ending leaves you feeling a little hollow inside, like you've lost something, but there's always going to be new things to fill that with. There's going to be new journeys to go on. This is the end of one journey, but another one is just beginning. So don't worry about it. Thank you, Fuchan, for the amazing, wonderful story. And always, we read you. Always. By you. Aw, thank you so much. It's very sweet of you, and I hope you're having a wonderful day, Rang. Noir. I'm not the best with words, but want to say thank you for the story, sir. I enjoy it so much and definitely will read everything. You. No problem. Welcome back to the membership. Aw, and thank you for all the wee read yous. So 505 really did mean an SOS signal, didn't it? Yeah, basically. I mean, the 505, there's an error 505, which is like a web page thing, which is like kind of a reference to other things. But yeah, the whole idea was the whole story of Legatus 505 was Legatus crying out for help. Not just in his final moments, but just throughout the story. He's always like, somebody fucking see me. Somebody tell me I'm good enough. Somebody tell me I'm human. Somebody tell me I deserve to live. That was the entirety of Legatus 505. So yeah, the 505 is also an SOS. And so we're ending with him literally crying out SOS, and somebody comes along, reads him, and manages to save him. If she hadn't been so desperate to save him, he would have just died in the dirt. There were so many people who read you. Yeah, way more people than I thought there would be. Because this is always going to be a niche kind of thing. Like written prose, yeah, it's not as good as like music videos and songs and musicals and stuff like that are much more accessible. Short form content that's really easy to digest. But I did what I could. And I'm glad if there are so many like-minded people that enjoy it. You planned it all along, you meanie? Yeah, I told you guys. Beginning, middle, and end were always in my mind. It was just the journey along there that I wasn't sure about. Sten, thank you for the beautiful story and a wonderful 3-year journey. Ah, no problem. And welcome back to the membership. I hope you're having a lovely day. Never stop writing, you talented man. I never plan on it. I wish to keep writing as long as I can. Ah, thank you guys. Would Legatus 505 be considered a gothic media? No, I think it still counts as sci-fi. Cyberpunk sci-fi, I would say. It's not even like full speculative fiction, I would say, because like even though there are speculative parts, most of that is just used for the background setting and isn't actually the main plot points of the story. So I would say, yeah, sci-fi, cyberpunk. You knew the end when you started. You can't blame us for it being a bad end. Okay, there were a couple of ends. There were also a couple of ends where he never left his timeline. There were a couple of times... Yeah, fuck it. I'll say this one early. We'll have the proper discussion at some future point for anyone who wants to go through it. But there was 100% an ending where he could have actually convinced Volpez of, you know, living. Good ending. Not having, like, yeah, done anything bad in the future thing and not had to go back to the past. Back to the future. Back to the future. Been told by a friend that error 500 plus, like error 505, are errors that come from the system itself, and it felt so fitting with the setting and the whole thing with the Republic and the Arbiters. Hell yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. There were a couple of people, I never completely spelled it out, but there were a lot of confidants that realized, oh, this red-haired child with a fox-like face and smile that Legatus saved on his first ever mission outside of the Republic. Uchan focused on that for some reason, and then there's a red-haired, fox-faced antagonist. They were always gonna be, like, the big end game of each other. They were always dark reflections of each other. They both wanted to kill the world, and both of them were desperate for different reasons. But basically, they were both just sick of leaving because they were full of so much pain. They could have healed each other, but yeah, they didn't really get that far. Leela Kieran, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Wait, but it's organic down, yet you don't wear undies. You've been commando since debut? I read you in a whole new light. Thank you for sharing your story. Don't focus on that part of the story. But that's been a well-known fact since like 3 months in, I feel like. We talked about that forever ago. I will only wear underwear when I'm like dressed formally. And even then, it's not, it's because like it doesn't feel comfortable. I mainly wear just like jogging pants and sometimes like combats. So yeah, it feels loose and free. I like that feeling. Doomed Yowie? No, BRB disintegrating. Volpez just wants Legatus. Toxic Yowie. Truly toxic Yowie. Technically, he didn't even... You know what? No, we'll discuss that in the next stream. We'll discuss, yeah, Volpez's entire, like, reason for doing everything that he did in the stream where we do, like, a proper discussion. I'll let people to just digest it and come up with their own theories first. But yeah, no, I have a very, like... I had a very strong understanding of exactly why Volpez did everything that he did. So even if it did seem like a bit of an arse pull sometimes, it's because he was so fucked up in the head. Anyway. I'm not answering any more questions about underwear, goddammit. Seems there are a lot of two sides of the same coin dynamics in Legatus 505. Oh, it's one of my favorite things. You'll notice that a lot of the Danmei that I like to read, a lot of the stories that I like to read, like Modao Zushu, you've got Wei Wuxian and Shi Yang, who is his like dark version, because they both started off as orphans on the street that were incredibly talented, but not given any love and care. And then thankfully Wei Wuxian got adopted and Shui Yang did not. So Shui Yang got betrayed by a bunch of people and turned super fucking evil. Wei Wuxian got loved and adopted and then became like a better person and used his power to protect people. And same thing in like Erha when it comes to like Moran and his 1.0 and 2.0 versions. I like that kind of shit. I like that if you're going to write a hero with flaws, I do like giving them a dark reflection and being like, here's like a tiny, tiny little change from their story and how different it makes them. One person got lucky and managed to do the work to fix themselves. The other person just did not get lucky. Could have gone the same way, but their path went in a different direction and now they're the antagonist, even though they're not so different from the actual protagonist. I love those kind of stories. Tam, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Thanks for the journey. I love he too. Watching the ending gives me a lot of touching, not only for the plot, but also your performance and effort. I'm deeply moved for Do You Read Me? We read you. Ah, thank you. Yeah, that's another thing I love, and I kind of need to like use less in the next story. Me and my fucking catchphrases, man. The Do You Read Me? I was literally built for this. I can get through this. All of those, it was like using those like every few chapters would have been a good idea. I put them in every fucking chapter and sometimes multiple times. And by the end, I was like, I'm so fucking overusing these, but it's okay. This one was very much like fan fiction schlock kind of writing, and I'm still happy with it. I'm still proud of it. It's so overly blown. It's so dramatic. It's what the Chinese fans would call dog blood. Dog blood is a story where it's like overly dramatic and ridiculous and silly, and everything happens that is just the most tragic and angsty thing possible. And that's the kind of shit I like. So yeah, this is 100% dog blood, and I am here for it. Tam, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I love stories and want to write my own. Your stream gives me a lot of courage and encouragement, especially when I'm feeling down. Want you to know I'm happy to meet you, and you are amazing. Aw, thank you so much, Tam. And 100% reverse Uno asset. If I hadn't been given the confidence to properly write this story and finish it, thanks to you guys, I probably would have never finished it either. Because I've tried to write stories in the past so many times and fallen off and just gotten bored or thought, oh, it's terrible. Nobody will ever want to read it. I don't want anyone to finish it. So yeah, it's thanks to you guys I got to finish this one. So I hope you get to finish your story someday too, because it'll probably be better than Legatus 505. Keep going, keep writing, keep trying, and if nothing else, you'll just get better every time. So that's what matters. Calvin, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for the story. I'm so happy that the story has a good ending. Actually, the bad ending is not that bad. Imagine, the energy is not enough to send the story out. How sad would that be? Sure. I mean, that's the thing. He told his story, but in the actual original ending, you don't necessarily know that it went anywhere. There's literally a line that says he doesn't know whether he's speaking it out loud, saying it through the neural network, or just thinking it in his mind. So yeah, at that point, it really could have just been him just thinking to himself as he passed away. So it's still not really a bad ending in that way either, because it's a very fitting ending for Legatus. He still died with a smile on his face, with the memories of his friend's smile. And I especially like that one line that I dropped towards the end. It was like a couple paragraphs before the end of that chapter where it was like, I want to reach out to them because I know they'll take my hand if I do. Like, that's the thing. He's going to die with a smile on his face because if nothing else, he's going to pass away thinking about his friends and all the happy memories. So Legatus was a happy boy in the end, even if he only got 3 years of love. That 3 years of love meant so much to him and changed him completely. So thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Calvin, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Kinda cool and funny how Legatus and Volpe's color palettes are literal opposites. Black, red, and silvers for Foo, golds, greens, and reds for Volpe's. Yeah. I mean, the red hair wasn't actually a plan for that. I just thought green and red went together. But yeah, the green and gold and the red and silver, very much on purpose. The other ones, damn, thank you. I didn't even think about that. Actually, every time I hear your monologue in the Legatus 505 song, it really hits me. Not in a lewd way. I don't think anyone was thinking in a lewd way. That trembling voice genuinely carries the feeling of someone. Please save me. Exactly. Legatus 505, Legatus SOS, crying out for help, just wanting to be read and understood. And honestly, that's why I like the epilogue the most, because it would have been beautiful him staying with Noctics, but Avidia is the one he really wants to read him. Avidia is his direct combination, and especially the fact that she straight up says, like, he always, the biggest regret he had was not teaching her, not being more calm and gentle with her, because she was someone who showed him kindness and he wanted to do that as well. And so for him to be able to get that chance and to straight up tell her, I can teach you, like, let me do this, please. And then that final thing, even though it is corny as fuck, the whole, like, I was literally built for this. That's his way of saying, like, I was built to be Legatus, I was built to be a cyborg soldier, but he's been built up by his friends, by his loved ones that showed him that he was worthy of love, even though he felt pathetic, even though he felt like he wasn't human. They made him feel human. And so he knows he can do that for somebody else. So yeah, the Avidia ending is perfect in my mind. Defkuzu. At first I thought it was a fitting ending for Legatus to die happily remembering his family, but the ending that you gave is really what he deserves. Yeah, it's his chance at redemption, which Avidia has always kind of been in a lot of the different stories. I mean, we didn't get to tell the Shepherd story, but Avidia was going to be a big part of that one. Yeah. And yeah, Avidia in Archivist story is just a cute little baby. Because, yeah, teacher thing. He would like to teach someone. Yukako, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thanks for putting the soul into writing Legatus 505 for 3 years. Today, one story has ended, but it's a treasured story in my life, and I'll read it again and again in the future. Your voice acting is also indispensable, so attractive. Oh, thank you so much. That's very sweet to hear, Yukako. Thank you so much for being such an attentive reader and making so much art based off of it as well. New quote. The world itself submerged by waters that turn humans into aquatic-like creatures. Civilizations lost to the abyss of the ocean. Ooh, that's beautiful. Make a really nice story about that. A world without sunlight at the bottom of the ocean where humans have to fight to survive. That'd be cool. But not the three little Avidias from the kindergarten teacher story. Those are my babies too. That's fine. That's completely fine. I love them too, with the beating and the murdering and everything else. Considering everything, I think the most surprising twist was Chroma having a whole ass family. Thank you for representation of evil lesbians. Yeah, I never really decided whether she was a lesbian or bisexual, to be honest, but yeah, she has a wife. She definitely has a wife, and she definitely wasn't interested in any other men. Good for her. Good for her. And she had children. I'm so happy Lechan and Avidia finally can back home together. Yeah, me too. Also, thank you for including spoken lines for the boys. Their voice acting lives rent-free in my head. Ah, no problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I did my best to voice them in this one. I considered doing like a live reading while they were here for the off collab. That would have actually been the plan if, yeah, we had managed to do the previous chapter like a few weeks earlier. If we had gotten that in time and done that a few weeks earlier, I would have been like, hey, boys, while you're here. That didn't work out. I didn't want to have them all have to record new lines when they've been so fucking busy for the last few months. So I was just like, nah, you're good. I did my best, and I'm happy with it. I also could have played their actual... Because, yeah, that's why I wrote them all saying Legatus when he was passing away, is I could have used those voice lines. That I probably would have gotten in trouble. So that's why I was like, no, that's a level too far. Was the distress signal more like some kind of beacon? The diamond on his throat too, flashing, for example? More like Morse code or a bit of both? Yeah, it was just a signal basically saying Legatus down. It's just basically an SOS. You wouldn't have heard anything. You wouldn't have seen anything. It wouldn't have been like literally flashing. It would have just been a signal going out into the world. So that's, yeah, they started to receive the signal in the biodome and then realized that there was someone out there. And then when he started telling the story, that's when they realized, oh, fuck, Volpez is dead. We can actually fly there now. Would have been hauntingly and tragically beautiful, but by God, it would have left me a mess. Good. Thank goodness that would have drowned the confidants in tears like how Poseidon drowned Odysseus's men. Indeed. I had my eyes closed at one point, and then you said an Uki line. I was like, Mama Uki. That's how well you did. Thank you. I think I did better at, like, impressioning them in this stream than I have in any other stream, but Still wasn't good enough. I can't hit any of them properly. I can just do my best, essentially. But I'm glad I pulled off a basic, like, level. It was good enough that you got who was speaking each time. That's all that matters. If this was an off collab, you would hear Uki saying, "You bitch," and Albin Sunny saying, "You motherfucker," in your ears. Yeah, imagine if I made them read it live without even knowing what was going to happen. God, they would have fucking killed me. They would have been professional during the live reading, and then as soon as it ended, they would have been like, "Fulgur, you fucking dick." You wrote their lines so well, though. Like, my mind supplied their voices. Thank you. I think I'm getting better at that, because I used to give everyone the exact same voice, but I think I'm getting better at, like, being able to write dialogue that actually sounds like different people, uses different kind of terms and stuff. It's still not great. Carnis and Legatus are always going to have the same head voice, but I can hide behind that of, like, I mean, he basically raised him. Whereas, like, Chroma having pretty much the same head voice as Fulgur was like, oh, that's fucked up. I really should have separated her a little bit, given her, like, more unique phrases and stuff. Something, SOS and 505 being a mirror of each other, depending on how you write both the letters and numbers. And at the very ending, Legatus' distress signal being read. Hell yeah. Did really well capturing that energy. I'm glad. Professional during the reading? Nuh-uh. They would react like us in real time. I think they would have been professional, but yeah, also. They definitely would have cut in from time to time, but I don't think they would have, like, properly cried and been angry until after it ended. Love how you took a teal care and passion about both fully fictional characters and representations of real people. Your style and approach is inspiring in many ways. Aw, thank you for that. That's very sweet. That's what I think VTubing should really be, because it does let you blend a fictional story with your actual real life self. So I'd love more people to do that in the future. Sunny saying oogs really sent me. Yeah. Sunny saying oogs is always so cute. Albin always calling me rushed bucket. The dialogue itself was also very them and in character. Thank you. Maybe I'm also a bad writer, but I thought Chroma had her own voice. I'm very glad to hear that. I think they were written in pretty much the exact same way. But at least the voice acting helped split it up a bit, because she was, like, very cool and high-toned. That helped a little bit. It was also hard for me to do the bits where Legatus' voice is basically my voice, because then it's like, I don't really feel like I'm voice acting this. It's supposed to happen because he turns into Archivist over time. But yeah, it was like, oh, now that I'm reading it softly, it just feels wrong reading dialogue. The story of Big Oogs and the Rust Bucket with their 1-1 and yan. Oh, hell yeah. Luthier, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I'm going to start going through the old super chats. And I'm going to see if Streamlabs is working today. We'll see, hopefully. Luthier, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No message, just a whole bunch of tissues. Thank you. I hope not too many people needed them. I'm sure we would all make a portal to your location. Come at me, bruh. Come at me, you don't scare me. Annie, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but I hope you are having a lovely day, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Fellis Nix, holy crap. Wait, 11 out of 15? Where'd the rest of them go? Oh, what the okay, I now found 1 out of 15 and 2 out of 15, and then it skips to 11 out of 15. Oh, I'll try to find them all. I don't know if that's fucky-wucky or it's just loading wrong or people posted them wrong. Anyway, listener. Hey, we read you. The tales you had told like stars have never stopped guiding us through the nights of time. Thank you. And listeners. Oh my god, you guys... Oh, you made a whole bunch of different fake usernames for this. Aww. Even in silence, your voice echoes. We read you and we're proud of you. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Fellis Nix. You've always stood alone, haven't you? But even strength has its limits. This time, let someone reach you. Can you let your voice break through the silence? First you cry, then our answer. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, then it skips from 11 out of 15 to 14 out of 15 with Gelucanis. I don't know what happened. I'll try to dive into the old ones if they're actually missing. Slingblade, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being here. Gelucanis, 14 out of 15. I love you. I'm proud of you. I forgive you. Always. Oh, Legatus would have loved to hear that. He would have cried like a little baby bitch. Iris Park, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. 13 out of 15. Yeah, okay, this one went backwards. We'll see. Thank you for setting my soul free, and I believe you'll make the right choice at the end. So just don't regret that. Oh, thank you so much. Oh god, this is so beautiful. Fuck you guys. How dare you use my characters against me? Ada Corvus, what's up, baby Lechan? Legatus, I'm unleashing the power of my sealed arm for you. Beat the bad guy. Maybe someday we'll get to live that ordinary school life too. That must be fun. Aw, thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Ada Corvus. I would love to see a Legatus 505 high school AU. They deserve that. Cringe? He's supposed to be cringe. He was trying to be cool in front of the other teenagers. He was like, hello there, fellow children. He did his best. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Oratus. Oh god. 8 out of 15. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. We're connected. Not just me and you, but all of us. In this life and every other. We'll be there when you need us. Just let us. You're not an abomination. I wish I could have been the one to spend a full lifetime with you. Oh, that's beautiful. Not even any unique writing. It's just my own words thrown back at me. But how dare... Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Solus Legatus. What's up, buddy? We share a last name, technically. Does that make us married? After sundown, the sun will rise again. You and me are both Legatus. No matter how dark the night gets, I'll be right here with you when morning comes. Let's walk through it together. Legatus. Oh my fuck, that was beautifully written. Okay, that's better than my own writing. How dare you? The whole, like, we're both Legatus. And then even before I had read it, you hit me with the whole, like, sunlight analogy. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Somebody really did read me. Somebody saw that metaphor coming from a fucking mile away. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Vaudi! Legatus, thanks again for all your efforts. You brought worlds together and some of them even became better timelines. Enjoy it while you can and treat yourself to a real drink tonight. You deserve it. Aw, thank you, Vaudi. I'd like to think Legatus got over the drinking over time as well, just like I did. I don't think he needs that as a crutch as much anymore. Probably only in the last few months, like leading up to the 3rd anniversary, though. He did his best. But thank you, that's very sweet. Elusia. Despite being a cyborg, you're the realest person I've ever watched. Honestly. It's raw and great, and so you. Thanks for your work. Aw, thank you so much, Elusia. I loved doing that. I loved basically making this like a half. It was really like a therapy session for me to talk about like a lot of these issues and like get them onto the page. Like I said, one of the most cathartic things I've ever done. I'll definitely be doing it way more in the future. A lot more fictional characters, but yeah, I think every writer uses like little bits and pieces of themselves into every character and every story they write. So I'm glad you saw that. Thank you so much for reading me, and I hope you have a lovely day. Mr. Ovid. Oh dear God, not my daddy. I have never regretted giving everything just to give you a chance at life. No matter how much you see yourself as a mistake now. Oh, you can't hit me with the fucking Mr. Ovid. Ouch. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Not the dad? I know, right? Oof. That's as bad as the fucking Arbiters guy. Ignis Carnes, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. You haven't hurt anyone in a very long time. You're protecting your new family now. We will get through this, kid. Aw, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. You remember like a couple, like 3 read-throughs ago when everybody was like, oh, Carnes is the bad guy in this story. Carnes is so fucked up. Now I feel like he's like a champion to people. It's crazy how much that turned around. And I love seeing it. Oh, here's a Vidia's one. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I've never seen this art before either. That is a beautiful shot of a Vidia. Holy crap. You are and will always be a good brother to me after all. Please remember that I never regretted knowing you, and I wish for you to embrace your newfound family when you can. Oh, he's back with a Vidia now, and hopefully, yeah, hopefully she'll get to meet the family someday too. We didn't know back then? True. I mean, that's, yeah, my fuckery as a writer. Setting him up to be a bad person. Setting Chroma up to just be like a random quest giver, and then, yeah, her becoming like one of the biggest, like, oh, is she a bad guy? She's morally gray. Who the fuck knows, man? I mean, everyone in the Republic is fucked up because of what they make them do just to survive. Natsumeko, thank you for donating the food funds. Avidia breathes shallowly while she's on camera. Everyone was so worried about what I was going to do to Avidia. Everybody thought she was dead before this, I feel like. That's great. Oh, and Avidia again. Thank you for donating the food funds. You two finally spoke after years. Not like this. Yeah. I got happy eventually. Is okay. Run the PC. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. Really cashing in on those trauma tokens now. Yeah, it took 3 years, but I finally got to tell the full story. I feel so good about this. What do you do? Restarting time to stop the Great Flood from happening, or keep living the world already submerged by the flood? Which to choose? See, that's the thing. Hard to live in a world that's been flooded, but if you restart it, you might never, you know, you might not exist. If you can survive in the world, if you can make happy memories, I think that's one of the best things about humanity. We survive through just about anything. We're like cockroaches, except conscious. So yeah, we just keep going. We keep fighting through another day. The Great Flood is made of sheep tears. Oh, it definitely is. But thank you for donating the food funds on the PG. That was a really beautiful way to put that. Comfies was so patient waiting for these chapters, especially in 2023 when we got 0 crumbs. Yeah, the writer's block hit hard for a while. I'm so glad we got there eventually. Gelukanis, thank you so much for donating the food funds. 12 out of 15. Nothing that you did would ever stop me from loving you, Fu-chan. No matter how you see me as your mother or not, I'll always treat you like my own child. Aww. You fucking know Legatus knew that Gelu was his mommy. So was his own mommy in his own way, but yeah, Gelu was definitely the one who shaped his gentler sides. Gelu was definitely the one who actually, yeah, kept the humanity going in him and always tried to push him forward. Even to the point of, like, when she found out, like, oh fuck, Legatus has a sister? Yeah, she did her best to push them together, even though the mother, the actual mother, was just trying to use him to get Avidia, like, more safety and stuff. That's the fun thing I like about Legatus' mother. Like, I'm straight up not saying, like, no, Legatus' mother was a good person. She cared about Legatus so much. When she approached him, she was 100% only giving a fuck about trying to get Avidia help. Which is fine. She was a complicated character that still loved Legatus on some level, but more than anything, she would do anything for her babies. And at that point, she would have done anything for Avidia, including the emotional manipulation and everything fucking else she tried to pull. And signing him away as her own child as well. She's a fun one. But yeah, Gelu was the real mommy. Natsumeko, thank you for donating the full funds. Hey, Fu, do you know that in Mandarin, heart surgery can be read as happy surgery? The crying tears afterwards are so good. It's okay. She got a heart. It's okay. There are real moms like that, so it's so valid. Yeah. And I imagine, God, imagine Legatus as a father. That would be a fucking... that would be terrible. So yeah, similar thing. Similar thing. Volpez, thank you so much for donating the full funds. You want to end everything just because you're unable to end your suffering. You hate life and yourself, yet you find meaning from your boys and are saving them at your expense. Maybe you are different from me after all. Oh, he definitely is. He had enough people take care of him. From Gelu and Karnas to his biological father, even his biological mother to a moment, Avidia, and then finally Noctics. I also hate myself. We relate, Lechan. I think we all relate to that a little bit. Legatus is a father. Albin is right there. So true. He does call me dad occasionally. And how good is their relationship? It's had its moments, I guess. Aw, 15 out of 15 is from the Confidants. No matter how it ends, we'll be here with you until the end. Please remember that you are not alone. We're all watching over you. Aw. Thank you so much for that beautiful super chat chain. I'm not sure if there's more since they were all out of order. We'll find out if there were more as we go on. But that was genuinely beautiful. Thank you guys so much for reading me for 3 years. It's been a wonderful journey. And yeah, I mean, I basically put it down in Legatus' words as well, but there are definitely regrets here or there. Things that I would have wished I would have done differently at the time, but they've shaped the type of people we are now. They've shaped the relationship we have, and we have beautiful memories to share. So I'm happy with everything that happened. I remember these 3 years very fondly. The forgotten confidants. They weren't really forgotten. I mean, they were kind of still like, they were there. They were there. Let's be honest. A video has always been kind of a stand-in for the confidants. So there you go. A video rescued him at the end. The grieving model. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Silent super chat. Almost silent, but thank you for donating the Foo Funds. That's very sweet, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Volpez, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I'm a big fan of you and your friend's streams, Fu-chan. Yeah, I know you've been obsessed with them, Volpez. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Paradox Mint, we read you. Oh, thank you so much. Kat Kitoshi, building a portal right now. How dare? Go for it. Or just, yeah, write a story where Legatus finds the portal gun. Or a comic. Whatever you want to do with it. It's you guys' story now. Video being our stand-in means we've had uppies. I don't know if... Oh, yeah, Baby Girl as a video has gotten uppies. Okay, that's fair. Kuchan, did this super track train give you emotional damage? Yeah. Yeah. The dad one, the Cardis one, the Gelu one. The Volpage one. There were a lot of them. They were very emotional. They did a good job. Well played, guys. Well played. I'm all cried out for the day, though. Yeah, saying goodbye to Noctics is probably the roughest bit of the stream. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I wasn't here for the start of this story, but I'm happy to have been here to see the conclusion and share the journey. I look forward to reading you and your stories in the future, Fu-chan. Bye, you. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for being here for so much of the journey, Yume Haya, and being like such a warm and supportive part of the community. To add to this thing about the super chat chain, yeah, it really got to me, and I think the reason it got to me is because so much of it was written directly from the heart. Like, you could tell, for one thing, thank you for all the donations. Obviously, that's very sweet, but it was the words that meant more to me than anything. The fact that you guys were able to write in a way that you sounded like my characters shows how much you've embraced the characters, how deeply they've connected with you, and how much you, like, paid attention to the story, which I was so desperate to tell. It was my passion project, so it means the world to me that people cared that much. We're able to roleplay as the characters. We're able to just slip in and, yeah, share such warm messages. And then even the confidant messages and, like, the listeners at the beginning. So thank you guys so much. Archivist at the end teared me up. I was in a bookstore and a confidant saw me crying. Aw, I hope you're doing okay now, Kaya. Technically, we could also make an ending where while Legatus was able to reunite with Avidia, he'll never be able to reunite with the Noctics boys. Yeah, and that'll be fine. Like he said towards the end, he's happy just knowing those three have each other. And he knows that support will keep them going forever. Just like when Noctics was 5 and we dropped down to 4. We kept going. If anything, we became stronger for it. We became a tighter unit who looked after each other more, so... You're always going to lose people in your life. The longer you live on, the further you keep going, there are going to be less and less people from before. But you'll make new relationships, and you'll realize that you have to treasure the ones that you have even more. Protect them and give more time to them. You have to foster them. Especially as you get older, it becomes a lot harder to keep those relationships alive. So yeah, you have to make sure you're actually giving parts of yourself to the other person if you want them to give parts of themselves back to you. Otherwise, yeah, you just slowly drift apart, and then eventually you realize, oh, I haven't spoken to them in months. I hope they're okay. And you realize, oh, I don't even know if they're okay. So it's always important to work. Realize what you care about the most in life and protect it. Thank you. Thank you for being born. Thank you for giving us so many stories and weaving beautiful dreams for us. We'll always support you. Bye, you. Ah, thank you so much, UZ628. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. Look, it gives us both a happy ending and an angst ending. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, chat Summer. No one's actually angry at you. It's the same thing as when everybody tells me, Fulgur Ovid, when I get you. Yeah, it is what it is. They all reference scenes or lines from the novel when sending their messages to you. Yeah, I realized that. I read you guys too, just like you guys read me. And it reminds me of the Birthday Project as well. That's why I cried my eyes out while reading the fan fiction from the Birthday Project, where it was like the art, well, the book that was full of fan art and fan fiction. Because the fan art was beautiful. I always love fan art, but that fan fiction hit so close to home. They were like the ones that were spin-offs from like the Left 4 Dead Noctics collabs. There were ones that were spin-offs from like Omori. You guys did such a good job of making the relationships feel so real and showing how much you cared about those memories we spent together. So same thing for the super chat train. As someone who doesn't do well when it comes to losing people in any way, this ending hurt me bad. When you get to a certain age, you start to realize losing people is part of it and you have to keep going anyway. So yeah, it hurts a fuck ton, but you got to keep moving forward and just treasure what you have left. Show people how much you care. Live each day like it could be your last and let people know how much you care for them. Hope to see an animation of the epilogue where Ovidia and Fulgur are together. That would be beautiful. I'd probably cry my eyes out. Like I said, that was really more of a bonus than anything else, but I'm so happy I got to write that for them. Yeah, I liked making a video basically like very Legatus coded towards the end of it as well. This is truly the sister Ovidia. This is the Ovidia who was not meant to go in that direction, but unfortunately had to because of more and more fucked up shit going down. Legatus was created by the Fall. Ovidia was created by the second Fall, and now she's strong. But they need to be strong with each other. Really hoping an animatic or animation at the end pops up someday. It would be so beautiful. Or even just like the Noctics hug, man. The Noctics hug and farewell. I liked like writing that off like so sad and emotionally. And then being like, okay, now let me make this very Noctics coded as well and make it cringe and silly and embarrassing. If you couldn't tell, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but basically when Legatus like walked over and held out his arms, he basically thought Ukiki was going to carry him. Well, that's why he did the whole like, oh, fine, we might as well make this even. It was like, okay, I carried you in your 3D debut. You could princess carry me up there, I guess. The ending of Legatus 505 was my never kill yourself moment. I live to see the end now and I must live for the release of Touch Starved. Oh, hells yeah. There are so many more reasons to live as well. But yeah, I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it so much. It hurts, but one day you'll get to share your stories with a smile on your face because you remember them fondly. That's the thing. That's why even when I'm sharing the angsty parts of my story, I normally, for me, it's just like, I love this. It's like, this is my emotional trauma. Let me share it with you guys and we'll go through this journey together. So yeah, I definitely got to share this one with a smile, especially knowing beforehand how it ended. It would have been crazy if you guys said you didn't want the prologue though. That would have been a hard one to delete. Deleting so many other side stories was painful enough, but if you guys were like, no epilogue, that's fine, that's nice and poignant, let's end it there, I would have been like, okay, that's okay, that'll just stay in my heart, that's for me, that's my fan fiction. So I'm glad we got to make it canon. I need Nijisanji to open a branch in the Republic. I need the reborn Legatus to re-debut in his home with a video. I'd love to see what people think Legatus and a video will do in their new future that they've created. Because, yeah, they've got a world. They're living in biodomes. They don't have to... Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's still dark shit going on, but they're together. So I'd love to see what you guys think they would do together in that future. Did you think we were just listeners, just passing through your life? In truth, just like the order of the super chat train, each of us became part of your life through your story. Because of you, we're not just viewers, we're confidants. And that's exactly what I've been trying to tell you guys recently with like the line I've been dropping. Because I forget who it was. Somebody dropped a comment of like, oh, we may just be background noise in this story, but we're happy to be here. And it was like, you guys aren't background noise. Like I said, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even 1 year ago, possibly, if I had written that story, I wouldn't have done File 404. So yeah, you guys have definitely changed the story. You guys have made my stories more rich in depth and made me want to write in different ways. And you guys have given me a lot of happiness in my life that makes me want to share happy stories and not just pain and angst all the time. Definitely pain and angst. Don't get me wrong. There's always going to be pain and angst, but I think I do like the idea of them ending with like a little bit of joy. I mean, shit, even just like a couple of weeks ago when we finished Vampire Therapist, I was straight up like, if I wrote this story, dude would have died. Dude would have died. So yeah, that's my kind of thing. And they still lost a lot of people. I mean, shit. The mommy, the biological mommy, and the adoptive Bobby, Cardis, everybody. Yeah, there's a lot going on. The angsty parts really made it feel realistic, which is why I love the ending, with or without the epilogue. All life is meant to be flawed, and a character dying happily is arguably the best outcome. Yeah, because I said that like a while ago as well, a long while ago. if you can look back at the end of your life and think, I wouldn't have done anything differently, like, that's a beautiful feeling. To know that you had a wonderful journey and you're happy to see it end just because, hey, it was a wonderful ride. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. That's the best anyone can ever ask for. And Legatus got that, so good for him. You once said you might be the voices in my head, but you guys are the best voice in my head. Yeah. Unlike that other voice in my head that says, parasite, you're just using other people to survive. That voice is always going to be there, but that voice is completely overpowered by all the other much nicer voices. Just like for Legatus, everybody calling out to him and him knowing that they will pick him up when he needs it. Nya, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for this journey of 505. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Nyan. Thank you so much for being here. Your kneecaps are mine, Fu-chan. That's fine. That's a fine voice to have in my head, too. Mickey Ta-chan, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I better find Le-chan happy in the epilogue. Hopefully he will be. Don't get me wrong. He's been having blood poisoning for a long time. He's going to have a tough recovery. He may not ever be fully recovered, but him and Nvidia have each other. They'll get through it. Just like they always do. Try Princess, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but thank you always for all the support, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being here. The voice in my head? Okay. What do you mean a long time? I mean a long time. Basically, he was getting poisoned by battery acid slowly leaking into his body. Yeah, I haven't done the medical research, but I don't think that's good for someone. Good luck. Good luck to it. Basically getting Tony Stark in Iron Man 2. Yeah, basically. At least he'll recover, right? That's up to you guys. My story is done. My story ended on a happy note. Eventually, it will be a sad note. Everybody passes away eventually. Will he have a year? Will he have 10 years? Will he have 30 years? I don't know. That's up to you guys. My part in the story is done. Archivist, in fact... Archivist wipes his hands clean of this. Legatus' story is you guys' now. Pacey, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I remember when I watched the first Legatus 505 stream, how it drew me in and kept me at the edge of my seat. 3 years later and it still works the same magic. I'm grateful I got to see this story ends. Be happy, Fulgur. I will. Don't worry, I've been very happy recently. I'm very happy. I'm very confident in my future and the goals that I've set for myself. And I have set a lot of goals for myself. And I think I don't know if I'm going to achieve them, but I'm going to work to achieve them. My original debut goals were kind of lowballing it because honestly, like I said back then, if I had had to graduate like 1 month in, I would have been like, damn, at least I got to join Nijisanji. I was constantly thinking eventually they're going to kick me out, and somehow I've gotten all the way up to 3 years, so... We can get through this, just like we always do. Your first list is done. It's been done for a while. The only thing we didn't get to tick off of it was Voxy playing Smash tournaments with Voxy. We never got to do a Smash tournament. Everything else on my list I have achieved. And it's okay. We played a bunch with Voxy anyway. Cloudines, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Butyan, you just saved both pancakes that form your butt. How dare you. Congratulations for finishing Legatus 505. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for sharing your story with us. No worries, Cloudines. It was a very beautiful memory to be able to share that with everyone, so thank you so much. You need new goals? We're literally doing a stream tomorrow called The Next Chapter, so... Avidia, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you for giving my brother back. No problem, Avidia. Go and be happy. If writers get to create their own universes, I'm glad I created a universe where you two can be together and heal each other. So yeah, go be happy and have a wonderful future together. Bunny the Sweet, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds here. No, he has to go back and make out with Uki. I'm going to tell myself he finds the time travel device and takes a video with him. Seriously though, thank you. You worked so hard. Thank you so much, Bunny the Sweet. Again, this is what fanfiction is for. Create your own endings. Making out with Ukiki, hanging out with Noctics, spending time with the rest of the Nijisanji members, even connect it to Legatus 404. Maybe we can break dimensions and have Legatus 404 step out and be like, oh, maybe he can escape outside of his own universe and go into the Nijisanji universe. Tell stories for every member of Nijisanji. Who knows? Legatus 609? Please no. Physically, he's too fucked up, man. Sparrow Splat, thank you so much for donating the full funds. I remember during your early debut days recovering from a heart attack. I asked if Cynet hearts are a thing. You said yes, there are Cynets of any body parts. Little did I know, 3 years later, yeah, that did come into play eventually. Just a shame all the Cynet hearts were being used at that point and Nvidia couldn't get one. Thank you so much for donating the full funds. We can fix him? Hopefully someday. That's the thing. The longer we live, the better medical advances get. For all I know, I could really have a cyborg spine just like Legatus someday. Currently, Archivist does not have a cyborg spine. He just has the 4 limbs and the throw too. But yeah, in the future, who knows? Maybe I'll get a cyborg spine and I'll be able to do way, way, way more physical stuffs. You just got to keep living and keep hoping and fighting forward. Sparrow Splat, thank you so much. Congratulations on finishing Legatus' story. He was, he is, and he will be living. Yep. No longer just surviving. Thank you so much for the huge Aka Super donation, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for reading the story, Sparrow Splat, and joining me on this journey. Not the actually. Okay, come at me.
Actually, you and Vox had a Smash Tourney stream with Nikki Libraries repped by CU computers. I'll go to that period.
Ah. Oh, damn. I guess all my goals are done then. My goal was to defeat him in every Smash tournament, though. And I definitely didn't defeat him. Did he win? Was it? Because he was DK at that point. I know DK got pretty far, but I don't remember who actually won and lost in that tournament. But I know that I didn't win. You did complete the list. Ruh-roh. Now we can't let that happen. New goals tomorrow? Let's see. Yang, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Oh, okay, this one I read. Okay, we finally caught up to the super chats that I actually started reading. Okay, let me go through them and see if there's any I noticed that I missed, because I know I missed a few. I just don't know which ones. Ukeisuke, I didn't read this one. Scala 1? Oh, that's perfect. Niji Red, baby! Okay, at least a member of Niji Red won. That's awesome. Ukeisuke, thank you for donating the full funds. With all the love and all the pent-up emotions I've had since who knows when. Fuck you, Fulgur Ovid. Thank you, too. Bye, you right bastard. Thank you. I did actually read that one. I just only figured it out halfway through that. I'm sorry. Arena, I don't think I read this one. Thank you for donating the foo funds. Thank you for this wild ride of a story. It was super interesting. It was emotional and with so many cool plot twists. Thank you for making me cry, but also giving me a happy ending. No problem. Yeah, Legatus deserved a happy ending with everything he went through. Thank you. Thank you for donating the full funds, and thank you for reading the story. True, the advances in nanotechnology help too, as they can help mimic the functions of nerves in artificial limbs for those who need it. Yeah, exactly. Someday, I may be a real boy. A cyborg boy, but a real boy. Lechan's story ends the day I made my profile picture him. Yup. Shimomi, the confidants. I missed my O-sheep. He disappeared without saying goodbye. I was not built for this. I remember reading that one, damn it. Yeah, because that was when everybody started saying, oh yeah, he just forgot about us. And it was like, did he though? He didn't say a big emotional goodbye to the confidants, but he got a big emotional goodbye to everybody. Give it time for Archivist. Yuda, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Thank you for Legatus 505, Fuchan. Congrats on finishing this 3-year journey and can't wait to see the next. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a lovely day. And you may hire, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Oh my god, this ending, you had me sobbing into my lunch, but then the epilogue happened and I feel better now. You did so good, Fuchan. Otsu Legatus 505. Thank you. I'm very proud of what I did with Legatus 505. Flaws and all, broken bits and all, lost footage, lost media, lost story. The different weird ways that I told it and did my best to tell it. I'm proud. We got here. We got to the end. And Legatus and the video are happy. That's all that matters. Hopefully Noctics will get to see him again someday. The epilogue was by breakfast. Good. Okay, let me see if Streamlabs is working today or if I have to give up on that again. Will you let me log in? Last time I think it let me log in and then it just didn't let me click anything. It's loading. Oh, I've got a dashboard. That's a good start. Okay. Tipping, tip history. Loading. It's back! Yay! Okay. We've actually got Streamlabs back. We're so proud of you. Thank you. I'm going to guess that's for the story and not for Streamlabs, but I'm glad Streamlabs is back. It's been a while since we've read these. I'm not going to read them all today, but I'll read any from the last 2 days. There's been a couple, surprisingly. Try Princess from 2 days ago. Thank you so much for the double donation. No message, but thank you always for supporting the channel so much. Continuously. So thank you so much. Oh, your core. Please read offline. Okay, but thank you very much. I've heard what you've been doing. Oh, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. That's so good to hear, Yorko. I hope it continues to go well. So proud of you, Streamlabs. Yeah, it's doing its best. I also want to change the music now. Let me find something more unique. I'll go with this one. I vibe with this. Do you guys want a sad one or a normal one? What do you prefer today? Sad or gentle? Pat Streamlabs is doing his best. Normal? Okay, normal it is. Let's go with this one. Oh, actually. I like this one. This one has a nice piano beat to it. Has like real richness and depth to it. We'll go with this. Okay. Suki, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I can't make it to today's stream to see the Legatus 505 finale. It's been a long journey, but it's brought us joy and tears. Mostly tears for the past 3 years. There. It was a long journey to get here. It's a mixed feeling seeing it come to an end. Thank you for riding it. I love it. Also, I hate you sometimes. That's fair, Suki. The journey was painful, but the ending was kind of nice, right? I hope you enjoyed both, though. Sometimes we need the angst and we need the pain to appreciate the good times. They went through a lot of adventures together, but I think it ended well. Journey to the West. Journey back to the Republic. Back to the future, in fact. Steady, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Oh, the name is wrong. Okay, this is from Moon Kindred. Moon Kindred, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Also, my YouTube just crashed, so 1 minute. I'm just going to refresh that. I'm kind of glad it did. Because I could see it holding on by a thread for a long time, and it was going real slow. Me 3 hours ago, I hate you. Me now, I'm just tired. Welcome to emotional exhaustion. Okay, Moon Kindred, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Thank you so much for this uniquely interactive journey of Legatus 505. Your episodic reading sessions have been a delight, allowing us to fully digest the chapters in between and pry details from your Hollanding mind. Yeah, I did Holland like a lot, too many times. Even like a couple weeks ago, I remember somebody being like, yo, what kind of nickname should we call a video? And I was like, about that, you're going to hear what her mama calls her and what like her new friends call her. So I was just like, give it time. You'll find out. So there, you can call her Dia or you can call her O. Your way of expanding your lore while incorporating Noctics is beautifully done, giving extra life to your already highly immersive reading sessions. Hearing them VA along with you was incredible. Riding that high into Noctics off-Kai was precious. Aw, thank you so much. I wasn't there live for your initial writing streams, but your current process seems to create a sense of all of us going on this profound journey with you, in between Legatus 505 streams too. You're great at what you do and how you mesh the media with your streams. I look forward to the finale. Thank you for this gift, angst and all. And congratulations on wrapping it up. Best of luck with your next project / plans ahead. Not that you'll need luck. Aw, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Streamlabs is being silly, by the way. I can't set my nickname now. Oh, okay, so it's still messing around. Thank you for telling me who it's from. Yeah, I guess it just gave you like a nickname that you had to use. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Moon Kindred. Really liked when they called her O. It's such a cool nickname. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to hint towards the fact of how close she's gotten to them as well. Like the whole like, oh, she thrives as a leader and with other people. Yeah. The O in a video is obvious sadness. I think it's just a mark of respect. I think it's just like, oh, she's a badass. Codename O. She gets shit done. The video is a diamond. My angel princess. Oh, that's a cute way to put it. Junk mail. Can I say the real name? I don't know, but thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Do you wish to download memory? Caution. Download is a potentially false memory containing malware that could damage systems. If you accept, the download will take 1 day to complete. File name. Interim error. The case of the song spinner. Operation Bluebird. Oh. I think it probably would have been Operation Songbird. But I like that. Operation Bluebird. The case of the song spinner. That sounds to me like Paramount is going to be writing their own version of the lost media. Have fun with it. I hope you do a wonderful job. Good luck with everything. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I'm looking forward to reading that someday and seeing how your version of the story would go. Cave Cat, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Yeah. Butan, you can skip this if you want. I read forward. It doesn't sound particularly bad, so it sounds okay. Let's do Foo. I'm going to have to watch the VOD later due to work stuff, so this is a donation in advance. A huge congratulations on finishing Legatus 505. Looking forward to any stories you've got to tell in the future. Thank you. I have many more stories to tell, and I'm already really far through fleshing out my next one. Yeah, I've got the beginning, the middle, the end. I'm basically way further than I was when I started Legatus 505. I just need to flesh out the things in the middle, and that's what I'm working on. So glad I'm able to watch this while working in the background. Thank you for Legatus 505, and I can't wait for your next story. Thank you so much. I hope you'll enjoy the stream tomorrow. Cave Cat. Oh, wait, that's what I just read. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. The grieving model. Weeping with the rest of the fellow sheep. You. Oh, those were probably you emojis. Right, if you use Streamlabs, if you use emojis on Streamlabs, they just turn into the words that make them up. So I think that was a bunch of sheep together as emojis, but it says you. Sorry. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, the grieving model, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you don't grieve too hard. Grieving for something, though, shows how much you care about it, so thank you. Oh, where crying. Oh, that would work as well. It is EWE. Yeah, it could be like, wow. Something that I want to ask, like Carnis and Legatus, does the video have a version of Gelu that she talks to via Neuralink? No. The people in her head are her teammates. So yeah, they're the people she's working with. They just needed to take a break and relax. And obviously, you know, that's the human thing to do. Whereas she couldn't give up. She just kept going. She needed to get to her brother. So yeah, those were real people in her head that she just left behind a few miles ago. Try Princess again. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. It's probably Yu crying in Hangul. Oh, okay. Oh, it's like little TTs. That makes sense. It looks like crying eyes. I like to think Chroma survived and took care of a video in those 3 years. I'm Delulu. I like your Delulu, though, Paradox Mint. That would be a nice... She fucking owes Legatus, so yeah. Would have been nice if she did her best. I will not say what my theory is, because you know what? I didn't write it into the story, so whatever you want to make, your canon is good. I did not make a canon for her, so do with it what you will. Baroneth, thank you for donating the Foo Funds here. Bye, you foo. Even if you made me an emotional wreck and cry so hard. I love Legatus 505 so much. Thank you for creating it, Borgman. Getting my first ever salary next week, and the first thing I'll do is make a physical book of Legatus 505. I hope that's okay. Love you forever, Noctics. Aw, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Noctics are incredible, and I'm so happy to be a part of them, so yeah. I hope we always create more memories, and yeah, everything will be beautiful in the future. Amari Gem, thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. Congrats on finishing Legatus 505 Foo. Glad to be able to tune into the finale live. The epilogue ending was really so satisfying. Been enjoying the story and VA a lot. Looking forward to your next story. Thank you so much, Amari Gem. I'm really looking forward to writing it. Just plotting it out has been a lot of fun. More catharsis and stuff. Especially since I am such a different person compared to like when I wrote Legatus 505. It's going to be very different, but I'm excited to take that next step. New chapter, new journey. Camille, thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. Thank you for taking us on Legatus's journey. The 505 makes so much sense now. We, Avidia, were the listener after it all made it extra emotional. You put your heart into Legatus 505 and it will forever have a very special place in my heart. We read you. Aw, Camille, thank you for the huge donation. I hope you're having a lovely day and I'm so glad to hear that. Still more angst? Always. Also a video in the hospital calling her brother Foggy was super cute. I mean, yeah, she was high as fuck, to be fair. She had just woken up after surgery, so she was very much like, Foggy, how you doing? Hey, brother. The only thing that pulled her out of that was like, yeah, realizing what happened to her mother, but it would have been nice if they hadn't, you know, had that tragedy. I'm always too tired and sometimes can't watch as much anymore and fall asleep in the middle of the stream, but I'm glad to be here for this stream because Legatus 505 is such an amazing story. Aw, thank you so much, Marinette. That means the word to me. I'm glad to hear it. Low-key, can we steal the nickname and call you Folgy? If you want to. I already call Shepard Sheppy myself, so it kind of works with that. I picked up because other people called Archivist Archan, and then I started calling them Archan and Lechan. But yeah, for Shepard specifically, I use Sheppy. So yeah, Folgy kind of works. Brotome, thank you for donating the Foo funds. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for the huge donation. Thank you so much for all the support, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Folgy sounds like fungi? Yeah. They do kind of sound like a fungus. Folgy, like a Modi Fuchan. So Folgy-chan, if you want, I think Folgy's cuter than Folgy-chan, honestly. Folgy-chan just extends it too much. Leggy? No, I don't like Leggy. Leggy, no. Bullet, thank you for donating the Foo funds. Dear Folger, literature is not my strongest element, but something about Legatus 505 has touched my heart. I've not read the whole thing, but this stream made me stop mopping the floor to take in the scene and hold back tears. Aww. Something, but fuck you, bro. Let me translate the Turkish to see what this says. Boop. Oh, I love you.
Seni çok seviyorum.
Seni çok seviyorum. Thank you so much for donating the Foo funds, and I buy you too, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh no, they're trying to play League of Legends. Been paying attention to my mentions. Yeah, that was just League of Legends from Nijisanji. It's okay. Have fun, kids. That ain't for me. Cairo, thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. Hi, Futan. Thanks for making Legatus 505. And I'm forever blessed that you exist in both timelines. And the happy rest that Lechan finally deserves. Now I'm emotionally drained and ready to cry more. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Kaya. Yeah, I'm glad we finally wrapped up this journey. It's been such a beautiful one and so lovely. So thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. I hope you have a lovely evening and please rest. Exposing your friends like that? Yeah, I'll do it again. They play League of Legends too much. They've also, a lot of them have been playing Minecraft just offline, like fucking 18 hours a day. They need to chill. I'll expose them. They need to sleep. They need to eat. They need to go out and touch grass. Esyan, thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. It says not to read on stream, so I'll read it in my head. And thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Aww. Aww. That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much, and I buy you too. What a lovely message. I'm always like worried when they say not to read them out loud because I'm always like, uh-oh, someone's angry. But that wasn't angry. That was just beautiful. Thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. I hope you have a lovely evening, and thank you for being here. Technically, they are touching grass, just virtual grass. That's not the same. You You say that about any video game. I'm currently in the forest. I'm touching grass right now, but at the same time, I need to go stretch my back and walk around and exercise and shit. Some people even play Infinity Nikki offline and instead of Among Us. Hey! How dare you say something so true? Not the call out. Some are just shy. It's like writing a letter to you. Yeah, no, honestly, there are a lot of those. I normally get those like offline between streams though. So that's what I mean. When I get ones offline between streams, normally they're just like messages that they don't want read on stream. So when I get one live and it says don't read, I'm like, uh-oh, what did they not like? What did I do? But it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Let me check some things. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. In which case, yeah, we're going to wrap up for the day. And we're going to be back tomorrow. I don't think we're doing anything tonight. Yes. Okay. Tomorrow we have the big stream, the next chapter one. Tomorrow what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that stream. It probably won't be super long. It'll probably be like, I imagine 2 to 3 hours. I'm not sure for sure. You know me with the plus 10 minutes things. We'll see how long it actually goes. But it's not planned to be a very long one. But yeah, we'll do that. And then once I have finished that one, I'm not going to be live at all on Sunday. And I'm probably going to disappear offline for a day or so. And then on Monday, we're doing the Epic the Musical watch along with Nijisanji. And that's in the evening. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything during the daytime. Because next week, I already have 4 collabs. Next week, I already have 4 collabs in the evenings. I think, because I actually need to talk to Albin. Because one of them was a Noctics collab, but it sounds like he needs to take some time away. So I don't know if that means he just doesn't want to like solo stream and he's still joining that, or if he can't make that. Either way, obviously, his health comes first. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing some solo streams in the mornings and around those streams as well. But yeah, just to say it, we've got Epic the Musical watch along. We've got Split Fiction with Ukiki. We've got, I will say what game we're playing now, if we get to play it. We might not get to it, and in that case, yeah, just Albie needs to take care of himself more than anything. We were planning on playing Chained Together with Noctics. Even though I've played Chained Together before, and I'm pretty sure Ukiki's played it with other people as well. I really liked that. It was one of my favorite 4-player games. We're just like killing a few hours and laughing and having some fun. It never really felt too stressful since we weren't like doing it challenge mode and we're able to do our little resets and stuff. And then we're going to do the Monster Fricker stream next week. So we're going back to Monster Prom with everybody. That's going to be Friday evening. So I'll release that schedule on Sunday when I've got a day off. Today, I'm going to immediately release my Legatus 505 chapters. So those are all going to be live on the thing. But I'm not going to put up the other additional pieces of artwork until later tonight. Because like I said, I need to go touch some grass. Literally, I need to like just stretch out my back and stuff. So I'm going to do some exercise and then lay down and recover. And then I'll put the images up. And then, yeah, tomorrow... tomorrow's the new stuff, and then the day after, day off, and then we'll have a schedule out for the week after. So yeah, not sure exactly what we're doing the week after other than all of those collabs, but it's a lot of collabs. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's see if we can raid into anybody on the way out. Oh, we can raid into Uki or Skulls. Oh, wow. Skulls is live? That's strange. Nyx is also doing drunk karaoke. Oh, that is special. But I gotta raid Ukiki, especially after what we just did. That should be nice and comfy. So everybody have a lovely evening. Thank you guys so much for being here. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys tomorrow for a nice Zatsudan. Sweet dreams, everybody. Bye. Bye. Also, I'm glad I finally got to use this song for the emotional devastation it deserves. Using the Goodbye Confidant song in the Goodbye Noctics scene. I'd been planning that for years! Anyway, on the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership, including Kushami, Chaos Ash Emerald, Lunasa, Amari Gem, Xiaoye, It's Winter, Nako, Paradox Mint, Emily Jasmine Chan. I'm gonna tell Mama on you, do it. I already emotionally devastated Ukiki by making them read Legatus 505 chapter, so do what you will. I've already won. My story has been told. Tewu, Yuda, Aosel, KK. And KK, thank you for everything that you've been doing, Legatus 505 related. Like all the theory crafting, all of the notes, all of the timeline stuff. It's been so sweet, and thank you. The only reason I haven't been retweeting it is because it's not in English. So I've just been liking it and following it along and being like, oh, this is so sweet. So thank you for all of that. Maybe I'm a lion. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. Suzuri, Bamboo, Xiaoye, Step, Iono, Veli the mare sheep, AK busy chubby sheep. Ooh, Mio Arkride. Letters from Paradoxitin. Truly been a journey? Ah, thank you so much. Kushami, Kakitoshi, Amelie, Toby TBC, Yorko, Anastasia, Ellie, Ray, Noir, Sten, Leela Kieran, Star Roxy Espresso Boldkey. What an extended name. Rhonda PG, Yume Haya, and finally, Eruzio. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you enjoy Ukiki stream. I hope you all have a lovely evening. We'll be back tomorrow morning at the usual time. And thank you again for reading my story. It honestly does mean so much to me. These 3 years have meant so much to me, and this journey especially, finally getting to tell Legatus 505 has been fucking huge. So thank you guys so much. Oh, and Lily, thank you for donating the food funds. I'd been away from VTubers. Today I clicked into the stream and realized it was the final chapter of 505. Brought back so many fond memories. I'm also really happy to see Hugo appear in your story again. Thank you. No problem. I'm glad we got to wrap that up too. That also felt very cathartic, because I wasn't happy with the way I had to do it before, so yeah, that's the complete ending to Legatus 505. And finally, J Shimera J, oh, and Bishi Lover. Bishi Lover, thank you so much for the gifted. And Jay, thank you, Fu-chan, for writing my favorite story ever. Thank you for all the smiles and tears, and congrats on the finale. We read you, you. Thank you so much. It has been my honor to write for you guys for these 3 years. And honestly, one of the best feelings in the world for people to read me to that level. Be so invested in the story and the characters and be able to share along this journey with me. And Xiaoye, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Okay, now we're actually going. Sorry. Thank you guys so much for being here. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. And Lala, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. Sweet dreams, everybody. Bye-bye.